My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Punk Corpse, Polaire, Miss Rothy, Justin Tweed, XY Miabo, Uncle Gumball, Sparkly Void, Nuts, Arius, Lauren X Pandamus, Mistress Lynn, Somniostatic, Ugly Pie, Ashmar. By the way, Mistress Lynn, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. I'm probably being a little bit muted out. I'll probably lower the audio just a tiny bit. There we go, a little better. Holic Master, great to see you. Discordant Volval, Holovidia, Windleby, Cookie, Castrix, Ugly Pie, Decoy Duck, 42X Fish, Token Brazilian, Vine, Susie Clemses, BLM, Niana, Kita B Fox, Possum, Jessica Metal, Token Brazilian, wait, I already said Token Brazilian, but whatever, Token Brazilian again, Bennifer the Potato, Mix Dizzy, Uath Dweer, Sparkly Void, Seovixian Speaks, Panic Stasis, Evelyn, Karuva, the YouTube chat. Junkman226, Lauren Walker, Sunny, Joe, Olivia Bean, Theos, Gray Info, Smee, SMG Hottie, Dank Prol, Marker84, Tori Cassiatore, Zoe, Good for Gabby, great to see you, Good for Gabby, hope you're doing well, Sky, Zoe the Fox Girl, B2E2, Egalitarian Uller Soft, Emerald Wolf Gaming, The Problem, Chainsaw Cash Copy and Chaos, Imperial News, Queen Laura, Bespoke Meat Suit, Dank Catlord, Khajiit Gender, Based, Vorbuddy, International T-Bone, Maki Pocky, Electo, Diamond King. We have so many people here today. Oh shit. I forgot something. Wow, my soundboard's not working. Oh, it's completely busted. That's okay. My lovely, lovely imps, I hope you are all doing wonderfully today. I have so much to talk about. If you are here, please press like. Why is the soundboard not working at all? Oh, that's fucked up. No, that's right. Oh! Yo, what's going on here? Okay, hold on a second. There we go, there we go. All right, give me them damn likes. We need as many likes as possible. The more likes that we get, the more people who will show up in here and the more fun we're gonna have. You see, everybody, as promised, we are entering into a new era of this show. An era in which we have a lot more fun than basically every other community on the entire internet, which makes us superior, which means, as is obviously understood, that repping this awesome community by pressing like and doing cool things like that makes you based and awesome. So, you know, yeah, the Funtress arc, the Signal arc, it's the arc where we spend more time listening to the things that we actually want to listen to and not being buried in a deluge of garbage. It's the arc in which we actually make friends and we improve our lives with the stuff that we enjoy and not like break down our lives by having a horrible, horrible time on the internet. It's true, Holic Master. You're on point with that. Oh my God, though. I need my tissue. Well, I guess this isn't a tissue. This is a paper towel. But I got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Like a lot of stuff to talk about. Like a lot of stuff to talk about. But we also have a lot of fun stuff to do today. So something that you'll be happy, no doubt, to hear is that we are going to be doing both Cooking Mama and Conspiracy Mama later on in the stream. Most of you who show up at this point in the stream already know what those things are. But, you know, if we get lots and lots of likes and a ton of new people come in, which has been the trend lately, then, of course, we will have to teach them what these things are. Yes, Cooking Mama, yes indeed. But before we can talk about everything that we have to do today, of course, I need to warm up my voice. And there also are some announcements that I need to make that are very important and are going to be immediately relevant to you, the imps who enjoy my show and have a good time here every single day. The first thing that I want to announce is that I am going to be traveling day after tomorrow. Actually, wait, I should do this in a different order. First thing I want to announce is that tomorrow I will be participating in a based and Chad-pilled mutual aid stream with somebody you all have probably become somewhat familiar with, President Sunday. Tomorrow, me, President Sunday, Conyer, Chariot, Riverboat Jack, Merrick, Lucy Hayes, all of those people and probably many more will all be getting together to play some Jackbox, Gartic Phone, Among Us, and possibly some other games. We're gonna play for a few hours together. A member of our community is trying to raise some last minute money to make sure that they can complete their move to a safer location. This person is moving from this is a trans person moving from a red state to a blue state. So it is a very pressing concern given everything that we've talked about politically in the last few months on this channel. So I hope that you will hang out. It will be on President Sunday's channel. I will be sending an announcement on Twitter and on Discord tomorrow so that you can show up and hang out. It's going to be very fun. There's going to be a lot of social goofery. We're going to be making jokes. We're going to be drawing silly things. You'll probably see people draw some penises and things like that. It'll be very, very funny, okay? So, if you want to tell your friends about that, our goal is actually very modest. We are only looking to raise between $500 to $1,000 to assist somebody directly, to assist a trans person directly with their move. And you're gonna get to learn everything about them tomorrow because we're gonna talk about all of that on the stream. Many of you may already know this person, so please come hang out tomorrow. Once again, that's gonna be tomorrow afternoon it's gonna be between like 2 and 8 p.m. or so, depending on how much energy everybody has. We're playing party games, so if people get tired and need to crash, then, you know, we'll probably wrap it up. But I hope you all will come and hang out tomorrow, because that's gonna be very, very, very fun. Yeah, so that'll be really, 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 really cool. So please consider that. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Jackbox. We're gonna be playing, Jackbox is like a party game. It's impossible to characterize Jackbox. It has you do all kinds of silly things, usually involving drawing little silly pictures or having to guess words. It's really, really fun. So we haven't done a stream like this in a long time, but longtime fans of my stream will remember some of the gaming party streams that I used to do, which were always really amazing. Back when we used to play Phasmophobia with Vosh and Xanderhall, back when we used to play Among Us with everybody on the internet. Yeah. Sheep with the $5, thank you so much. Cooking Mama is my favorite segment, based and taste pilled. Can't wait. Yeah, we haven't done these, we haven't really done a gaming stream like this in a while, but this one is for a good cause, so be sure to check that out. So that was the first announcement of the day. The second announcement is that I will be traveling the day after tomorrow. So on Tuesday, I am going to be traveling, and I'm traveling for a very unique reason, you see, which is I am going to go hang out with and vlog with and travel with Xanderhall. Many of you in this community are also fans of, or at least familiar with, Xanderhall, but Xan and I have decided to do a little bit of a road trip together. So both of us have been wanting to do some travel footage. He is moving, and so I said, hey buddy, if you shouldn't be moving alone. Don't try to drive 1,000,000 miles to your new destination by yourself. Let's hang out, let's do some vlogging together, let's do some memes, let's have a good time. So we decided on that, and on Tuesday, I'm gonna be going down, and Xan and I are gonna be traveling together for a couple of days. And after that, I'm sure tons of people in Xan's community already know he's been talking about this forever, but he's moving up to Seattle, which is where I live. So it's super cool. We're actually probably gonna be able to do IRL content more frequently, in addition to, hopefully, provided that everything works out scheduling wise, we'll be able to finally start our podcast, which is going to be really, really cool. Am I quail pilled? Oh, I am very quail pilled, okay? Quails are sick, all right? And quail eggs are very cute. Have you guys ever seen a quail egg? You know, not to be all like, you know, ADHD about it, but have you guys ever seen like a quail egg? They're like super, super cute. Look at this. They're so adorable. Look at these guys. Oh my God, look at these. Wait, this is such a tiny picture. Why is that? Here, this is a better picture. Here we go. Look at at this shit. Look at that. What a cutie. What a cute baby. Oh, thank you, Nisrathi. I appreciate that. Round, and they have little speckled eggs. It's so fucking cute. Quails are so adorable. I'm sorry, they're just really cute, okay? I love birds. I love animals. I think animals are awesome, okay? I think animals are really, really cool. And then there's a third announcement, which is a little bit of a longer term announcement. Some of you will recall, this is a less major one, but I wanted to talk to you all about it anyway. Some of you know that I have been planning on revamping some of the aspects of the studio. That has been slightly delayed. However, in a couple of weeks, in the next maybe month or two, I am going to be totally revamping the studio. We ran into some hitches in our plan for revamping the studio, but we have now figured out a way to work around those. It's just going to take us some time. So in the next, before the middle of the year, you can look forward to seeing a new design for the studio, which should be very exciting and very, very cool. Yeah, that's the small announcement. I just wanted to, I've been working on it pretty significantly and trying to figure out what we can do to make the studio look great. What's the motif? Well, you'll have to find out. It might be signal based. Here's a meme. Mr. Krabs with the $5 says, here's a meme and a small clip of Nate Wants to Battle appearing in Sonic Frontier True Ending Song. Okay, well, all right. I don't know who those people are, but maybe I'll take a look. It would be so fun to design a streamer set. I am my weakest talent when it comes to like visual arts. Okay, I can't draw. That's one thing I cannot do. I cannot draw at all. So that's my biggest weakness. But my second biggest weakness is set design. I have a very difficult time figuring out like the craft aspects of set design. I really struggle with like, how do I make things look a certain way? It's something that I struggle with a lot. But I actually really, it's something that's very important to me. As you guys can tell, I put a lot of work into my studio. I'm just not very good at it. So, yeah. Have you seen this really strange video on the interview of the four-person in, no, I haven't seen this video. I don't know what this is. Sorry, I haven't seen that. I have some of the best set design in the game. Thank you. And I don't want to be mean to my fellow streamers, but unfortunately, I feel like the bar is not very high. And also, some of the set here has changed. Like, for example, my camera angle has changed, and I don't think it looks as good as it used to. But trust me, the new set is going to be beautiful. I'm actually going to be moving rooms. So this room that I'm in right now is no longer going to be the studio room. A different room is going to be the studio room. But that's gonna be, it's gonna take time for that one to work out. So it'll be a little bit of time. We have to move a bunch of stuff around, so it's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah, the camera angle is fine. I like the camera angle. The angle is probably not going to change. It's just going to be everything like that. So yeah, but anyway, I really, really want to take my stream. You guys know this. I've been talking about this forever, that my goal is to take streaming to the next level, to bring a quality that is not really often seen in streaming. A lot of streamers are basically screaming gamers and stuff like that. Mogminer Browser has donated $125. Might not make it to the stream tomorrow. Please put this towards the fundraiser in advance. Your wish is my command. I will make sure that I note that right now. I will actually make sure that after stream, that goes directly to the fundraiser. Mogminer, thank you very, very, very much. Pisces Blau with the $5, listening to this in the background while playing Stalker Anomaly and imagining my anarchist character listening to a Demon Mama live stream from the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Much love. That would be so based. I would love to be as based as like a pirate radio operator. I am not that based yet. Anyway, so yeah, that is so cool. That is super flattering and awesome. Oh yeah, Grady HD says, I find it very funny how Moist Critical has the most basic streamer setup possible visually, despite being a massive streamer. No, actually, I'm sorry, I have to contradict you ever so slightly. That is almost true. But actually, it is Ludwig who has the most basic streamer setup possible. For a large streamer, Ludwig has an I know which like $15 mic stand he has. It's actually broken. If you watch Ludwig's Mogul Mail videos, the mic stand he uses is literally broken and the mic is just hanging from it because it's busted. I'm like, dude, you're like a millionaire. Buy yourself a nice mic stand, please. Please, God. No hate. I think Ludwig is great, but please, God, buy a new mic stand. Oh my fucking God. Vosh in the ugly chair. Okay, but Vosh has a good reason for his ugly chair. He has cats, and cats will destroy your chair no matter what. It's really, really hard to not have cats destroy your chair. Cats are just assholes like that. That's just one of their asshole traits, unfortunately. And so I don't know what the solution is besides like getting like a scratch-proof cover, but then you have to put the scratch-proof cover on, and if you ever forget, then they fuck up your chair. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little difficult. I say this as somebody who has had cats. I don't currently have a cat, but all of my old chairs would get destroyed by my cats because even if you're really diligent, the moment you step out of your house, your cat will fuck up your chair. It's just how it goes. Oracow with the $10 says, hi mama, newish viewer, finally catching a live stream. Have you played Pizza Tower? I have not played Pizza Tower. What's Pizza Tower? Is it good? I've never heard of Pizza Tower. Oh, it's like a Wario inspired game. Oh, that sounds cool. I bet my partner would love that. Hey, Tina2, great to see you. You're a new viewer too, based. Is this a good stream? Yeah, it's the best stream on the internet. Some have said. The people have spoken. By the way, everybody, please welcome Oracow to chat. Everybody throw some hugs over at Oracow. Always great to have a new imp. I've been getting a lot of new imps lately. As you guys have probably seen, our numbers have been growing and growing and growing. People are super excited about the stream, which makes me super excited because I've been putting in a lot of work. We are actually still steadily growing. We're growing. We're almost at, what are we at right now? Let me take a look real quick. Hold on. We've been getting so many new people, which has been fantastic. Yeah, we are about halfway to 22K, which is pretty impressive. Obviously, we had a huge spike in December, and we can't expect to have giant spikes all the time, but the growth is very steady. We are gaining like 300 to 400 new imps every single month, and that is awesome. And it's only gonna get better if you imps fucking rep the imps, because we want this community to grow. I really want this channel to succeed. But as you know, we have some pretty major disadvantages on that front, given my history, okay? Uncle Gumbald says, oh, you just got to kick off some drama? Oh, okay, hold on a second. Ha, very funny. But I want you guys to understand something about drama that a lot of people don't understand. And this is something I was thinking about talking about generally today. Drama does not actually bring you consistent growth most of the time. Occasionally it does. But most of the time, the vast majority of the time, drama only brings you temporary viewers. They come and check you out while things are hot, and then when stuff cools down a little bit, they don't give a shit anymore because they want to go wherever the drama is. And the problem with that is that drama doesn't actually take any skill or talent to cover at all. You can literally be a completely talentless, artless hack who just basically farts and burps into the camera and does nothing else. And as long as you're touching on a dramatic issue with enough frequency, people will watch because they are addicted to the drama cycle, but they won't stick around. And that's the downside of drama. That's the big problem with drama streaming. Haiku says, you talking crap about Shu actually brought me here. Your mental health streams kept me here. See, you have to have something more. Everyone will talk about drama at some point, and it's not inherently evil to always talk about drama. But when you become addicted to the drama cycle, you will lose what makes your channel grow. One of the things that has made this channel so special is the fact that you imps, are very, you're not fair weather fans. And I think that's one of the coolest things in the entire world, and also speaks a lot about the value of our community, and also it says nice things about the value of my content. It makes me feel better when I feel bad about the state of YouTube, when I feel bad about the modern world of the content churn. And yeah, it's just, it means a lot to me that I have a lot of people who will stick around for basically everything. Mr. Krabs with the $5 says, anytime a dumb idiot chud reactionary said this game wasn't a political, then show them this. What's this? Ratchet and Clank? All right, well, we'll check these things out in a second. Pisces Blau says, drama only brings viewers to people like Vosh because he's so constantly in hot shit that it's basically his brand. I don't think I agree with that. I actually think that the reason why Vosh has such a strong fan base, even though he has indeed been involved in a lot of drama, Vosh is incredibly funny. And Vosh also very consistently covers political news issues. If there is a major like culture war topic, Vosh has a video on it. And his consistency in his ability to sort of very funnily, with a lot of comedy and a lot of like sharp, you know, commentary, talk about every culture war issue, that makes him very good at what he does. So even though he can chase drama sometimes, and even though I will agree that like he's been in a lot of hot shit, I actually think what's made his channel successful is the fact that that he's so funny and he's so consistent in the topics that he covers. Vosh broke into my house and stole my toilet. I'm very sorry, but you must have had a very nice toilet. Spyro Gal with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Got good tips today. Here is yours. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting my show. For all of you who are here, my show is 100% viewer supported. We get a modicum of ad revenue from YouTube. We don't do sponsorships or anything like that at the moment. I've always said the only sponsorships I would ever do are like if we get a sponsorship from like a company that I truly believe is really, really good, which we haven't really gotten that yet. But thank you so much for supporting. Always consider throwing a few tips my way. Just consider it like dropping a few bucks into the you know, cup in front of the band at the bar. That's the way to think about it. Vosh is also a great debater. Yes, yes, of course. He doesn't do debates quite as frequently as he used to, but yes, he is a fantastic debater. Yes, I always think that. Yeah, and of course, everybody here is saying that toss a coin to your streamer. Straight up, that's like, it's true. That's how it is. You do got to toss a coin to your streamer. Unmasked autism is my thing. Well, you're in the right place for that. That's for sure. Hey, Hey, Sproxy, welcome to the chat. Everybody show some love to Sproxy. First-time viewer, first-time chatter. Really happy to have you. Hope you will join and stay and become an imp. There's a lot of fun to be had here. So, okay, that was all the announcements. Let's go back through them real quick. Tomorrow, there's going to be a charity fun group gaming stream. So come by, please help us raise some money for a trans woman in need. Secondly, I'm gonna be traveling for a couple of days. And you're gonna get some cool ass travel vlog content with me and Xanderhall, which is like that's like a double feature. It's like fucking double based. And then 3, I'm still working on restructuring the set. It's gonna take a little longer than I expected, but you guys are gonna love it. So those are the 3 announcements for the day. Ninja Taco with the $5, just put something in the hat in front of the band playing at the bar. Okay, cool, thank you, Ninja Taco. All right, so we got 2 memes we gotta review that were sent to me. All right, I'll check this out. I'll put this one on a watch later. I'll see if this game is right for me. However, we gotta watch 2 memes, and then I need to do a review, and then we're gonna talk about Adin Ross, because that's the Adin Ross is the sort of the main topic that we're gonna talk about tonight. And then after that, we're gonna do some extremely fun CookingMama content, and also some ConspiracyMama content, which is new. Lately, I have discovered a absolute treasure trove of conspiracy content. That is, it is amazing. It is hilarious and incredible, and we're gonna dive into that. CookingMama, of course, is when I review cooking on the internet, usually bad cooking, and we have a really good time with that as well. So it's kind of react content, but I add a lot of flavor to it. Thank God, because most of the stuff that get cooked is either repugnant or flavorless. So you'll see. I love watching Looney Toony conspiracies. Yeah, you're gonna get some. We're gonna do some wild ones today. Sea Cow, thank you so much, Sea Cow. Sea Cow just gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. So thank you very, very much, Sea Cow, for the gifted memberships. It's incredibly, incredibly generous. The Demon Mama QAnon arc. Oh, no. See, okay, guys. QAnon is the most boring of every conspiracy theory in the world. You have to understand that. It is the most boring of all of them. We're gonna be talking about fucking fairies, giants, gnomes, the secret mud flood of the 1800s, a worldwide government conspiracy to hide the history of babies that were grown in a fucking cabbage patch, little tiny men that run around in cornfields. We're gonna watch a guy crash his drone like 15 times trying to get the footage for his conspiracy video. It's fucking wild. We got so much shit to talk about. Goblins. We got fucking, you don't even know. It's gonna be out of this world, okay? LH Fruit with the $5. I got rid of Twitter, so I can't post anything. I can't post my FFS pics without a joke saying, Hassan Piker is bad at Hogwarts Legacy 3 times in a mirror at midnight. Well, congratulations on FFS, based. Pisces Blau with the $5. Will you cover the things that happened in Turkey or the Erdogan administration in general? I know it's not your usual scope, but I think it's important. I may at some point, but I will say I am very hesitant to cover certain international news topics for the reason that I live in America. And I'm not the most knowledgeable person on international issues, but I will do my best to cover ones. I mean, I did cover aspects of the beginning of the war in Ukraine, which I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. However, first, I have to watch this meme. Let's watch this meme. Gravity can't hold us down. We're only at the beginning of this one-way dream. Monkey, Monkey. And this is whether or not Ratchet and Clank is political.
It. Look, plumber's crack.
What did you just say?
I said, look, the plumber's back.
All right, wise guy. Shouldn't you be on one of them escape transports?
Escape transports?
Newsflash, giant robots attacking. The escape transports are taking all the rich folks off this god-darn planet.
So why aren't you on one?
Socioeconomic disparity.
What?
He hasn't got enough bolts.
Working people have to wait for Captain Quark to save us.
Well, got anything worth a lot of bolts?
I got this thing. Shows two weirdos ditching their ship. It's got coordinates to a desert planet, too.
An infobot. Ratchet, we could use that.
Dad bless!
Definitely some politics. That's some politics in Ratchet and Clank for sure. That is true. There is politics, correct. Yep. Mr. Krabs123 is our resident politics finder in games that you wouldn't expect politics to be in. Oh, that's awesome, Killjoy. I did not know the context of that. That's pretty cool. Clank says the labor theory of value. Anyway, okay, everybody. The last bit of the warm-up segment is a review. Because, my lovely, lovely imps, over the last 3 or 4 days, I think it was 4 days, I can't remember if we watched them 3 days in a row or if we took a break in between, I watched the Planet of the Apes movies. And if you haven't seen the Planet of the Apes movies, small spoiler alert. I'm not gonna go heavy on the spoilers, but small spoiler alert. But also, they were really good. I'm talking about the new ones, not the old ones. I liked the old 60s Planet of the Apes movies, but the reboot series. And I really, really liked them. Now, let me just talk about them because I think you should watch them. Unironically, I am going to give these a strong recommendation. Now, we started obviously with the first movie, which is called Rise of the Planet of the Apes. And this series actually took me by surprise. Now, they're a couple of years old. They're like almost a decade old now. The first one came out in 2014, and then the second one came out in 2016, and then 2017, then 2018. So they're a couple years old now. However, I didn't see them when they came out. When they came out, I was like, I haven't seen the Planet of the Apes movies. This seems like it's gonna be a cinematic universe. I don't really know how I feel about that. As many of you in my audience know, I tend to kind of avoid a lot of cinematic universe content for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that I think a lot of cinematic universe movies are just very shallow. They don't tend to have a lot going on in them for the most part. And secondly, I always feel obligated. And some of this is intentional. Like a lot of cinematic universe movies intentionally have stuff that references other movies that forces you to then go buy and watch that movie. One of the worst examples of this, just so I can give you an example, is how there's a Star Wars TV show called The Mandalorian. And The Mandalorian has a time skip that happens between episodes where you are supposed to go watch a separate show that's called The Book of Boba Fett. And if you don't, then you just don't know what the fuck is going on. And I hate that. That shit drives me crazy. It's just, it's so dumb. Sappho Man says, forces you, she says. For real? Are we? For real? You know exactly what I mean. If you want to enjoy the full picture, you have to go do that other thing. It's annoying. It's not, obviously you're not being held at gunpoint, but come on. Come on. It's just, I hate that stuff. So when I first heard about these these Planet of the Apes movies, I thought they were going to be sort of typical cinematic universe stuff. But I am happy to report that they are not. And in fact, they are very, very good movies. So let me talk about them real quick. I'm going to talk about all three in sort of one collective review, because I do actually think that they are a perfect example of a trilogy of films that starts in an arc and carries it very consistently across all three movies. As we all know, sequels are a fraught endeavor in the film industry. There are lots of movies that are fantastic whose sequels are terrible. There are a lot of sequels whose movies are better than the first one, but you have to watch the first one. It's very rare that we get an arc of movies where all of the sequels are really solid. And this movie series, the starting with Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and War. I'm gonna call them Rise, Dawn, and War. Just keep that straight. Rise, Dawn, War. 1, 2, 3. Rise, Dawn, War. Remember that. Rise of the Planet of the Apes was made better by Dawn and War. And when I first saw, just a couple days ago, when I first watched Rise of the Planet of the Apes, I was like, all right, that was a fun movie. I had a good time with that. But by the end, so much of the stuff that had occurred in the first movie had been commentated on and built on that, looking back, I actually was like, wow, I actually like this movie more now that I know where it goes, which is a rare thing for me to have happen. Not completely, you know, it's not a never happens thing, but I was really pleased with that. And I'm gonna talk about this too a little bit. So Rise of the Planet of the Apes is a film about a chimpanzee named Caesar. And Caesar is injected with a virus that is designed to cure Alzheimer's. And what actually happens is it not only cures the memory issues associated with Alzheimer's, but it actually makes him super smart. So he reaches a human level of intelligence very, very quickly. Or sorry, I should say he's not injected. He inherits it from his mother, a chimpanzee named Bright Eyes. Bright Eyes proves that the virus can actually eliminate Alzheimer's entirely. That not only will the person who is injected become, be cured of Alzheimer's, but that their offspring will not develop Alzheimer's. I want to be clear about that. So Caesar is sort of like this tiny baby monkey. And what actually happens at the very beginning of the movie, this is the first scene of the film, is that Bright Eyes goes berserk. And basically, all of the investors in this miracle drug are like, they jump ship. They're like, oh, it made the monkey go crazy. Oh, she went crazy. The monkey went crazy. And as it turns out, no, she didn't actually go crazy. She was pregnant and was defensive of her baby because she was being tortured in a lab, more or less. And that is you could never know this when the film begins, but that theme right there, that moment, the idea of oh, the monkey went crazy, the ape went crazy, is like a recurring theme that will repeat itself throughout the entire series, in a really, really wonderful and a really, really important way. So Rise of the Planet of the Apes basically is the story of Caesar, a super smart baby monkey, being raised by a very, very compassionate family of humans. The scientist who was working on the Alzheimer's drug adopts Caesar and raises Caesar as a son, basically. And throughout the movie, there are all of these things that happen because Caesar is super intelligent. Keep in mind, like Caesar, he can't speak at the beginning of the movie for a number of reasons, but he can't like speak English, but he can sign. Another thing I absolutely love about these movies is from the beginning to the end, the fact that Caesar learned sign language, it becomes a part of the culture of the ape culture that develops over the next 3 movies. To the very end of the series, the sign language is a second language. All apes learn English and sign language because Caesar, being the first of the smart apes, learned sign language. It's so cool. It's so cool. And there's this one scene. This is why I said there's going to be some minor spoilers, but again, don't worry. The movies are fully enjoyable. I highly recommend it. Just keep in mind, there's a couple little tiny spoilers I have to talk about in order to convey the value of these films. There's a scene in the movies where they take Caesar to a redwood forest for the first time because Caesar is not really allowed outside because, of course, you know, our society has laws about animals. Our society has preconceptions about chimpanzees, about apes. So Caesar has to be kept inside at all times. He's not allowed to go outside and play. Finally, they take him to the middle of the woods, and they go there many, many times, over and over again. And one time, when they're leaving, there are other people at the forest, and these people are walking a dog on a leash, and they have to put Caesar onto a leash in order to get him into the, you know, to be like, come on, you got to go on the thing because there's other people there and they don't want to attract attention. And Caesar realizes, he feels them putting the leash on him, and he looks over and he sees a dog being walked on a leash. And this is the moment that Caesar, who's like, at this point, you know, he's like 7 or 8 years old, he realizes that even though he's as smart as them, and even though at home he's treated as a human, he's just treated just like anybody else when he's in the house, that when he goes out in public, he becomes a pet. And there's this really heartbreaking scene in which he asks in sign language, "Am I your pet?" Because he doesn't understand yet. It is a devastating scene. It is like extremely, extremely painful. And, but that moment becomes so pivotal to the rest of the series. Shortly after that, a bunch of stuff happens, and it results in Caesar being locked up in basically a zoo. And the people in this zoo are horribly abusive to him. And there are a whole bunch of other great apes. There is a gorilla. There is a Sumatran orangutan. There is a whole bunch of chimpanzees. There are some bonobos in this like zoo. Basically, it's an animal pound, but it's zoo-like. And he's treated very poorly there. And of course, he discovers through like being locked in and being mistreated, he discovers that humans are horrible to animals. And not just that, but he also discovers that humans are really horrible to other humans. And so he has this entire journey through the first movie of recognizing his own oppression. Recognizing how marginalized and how alienated and how mistreated he is. Now, keep in mind, he is the same level of intelligence as a human, but when he's put into the zoo, they throw slop at him. They scream at him. They beat him, even though he literally is smart enough to do anything. And so this shows him that it doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. It doesn't have anything to do with any sort of rational. There is just an us and a them, that humans have placed themselves above all other beings. It's very, very, it's painful, honestly. And of course, the movie ends with, the movie sort of ends, I don't want to, I guess I'm going to spoil a little bit, but again, these are ancient movies, so you're just gonna have to deal with a couple of little spoilers. Doesn't decrease the value of the films at all. Please go watch them. They escape. He breaks out. using his his intelligence makes it so easy for him to break out. He breaks out of the zoo with ease. It's like easy as fuck because they basically don't treat him like he's smart at all. So he just figures out how to get out really easily. But what he does is he goes and he steals the Alzheimer's cure, and he gives it to all of the other apes who are in captivity. All of the apes that he was trapped with, he gives them the intelligence drug. And this, of course, triggers a whole bunch of events. Because first of all, what he doesn't know is that they have changed the drug. They use a more, in the latter half of the film, they have changed it so that it is a stronger virus that delivers the cure. And what that means is unintentionally, they make a virus that is toxic to humans. So the end of the film ends with all of the apes escaping, but also a virus immediately spreading across the entire planet that makes all apes that it contacts smarter and literally kills humans. And it's actually really shocking because it's basically, the portrayal is identical to the way that people acted around COVID. It's literally called the simian flu, and they make references to bird flu, which is the same, the H1N whatever, which is a bird flu, which is a COVID variant. Like COVID that we're dealing with now is a variant of these flus, of these animal carried flus. And it is it's a very so the first film is kind of this sort of straightforward, all right, the monkeys want to get free, and then it sets up for the second film, which is called Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. And Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is sorry, not a flu, I know. I'm saying they're similar. It's a COVID is a coronavirus, but sorry, small mistake there. You understand. But let me just carry on. They're not similar. Okay, I misspoke then. SARS-CoV-2, yes. But wasn't SARS called a bird flu? Wasn't SARS called like a bird flu colloquially? Whatever. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. This is a side thing. Small issue. Now I'm gonna have to delete this video. Anyway. Point is, small error that I wasn't thinking about the similarity between these things, whatever. Fuck. What was I gonna say? Okay, anyway. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, people go ahead, cancel me for a small misspeak of the difference between those things. Go ahead, cancel away. Cancel, come on.
Bazinga.
All right, you got it out of your system now? I don't care anymore. I'm fucking don't do that. Oh, you guys, oh, fuck.
Bazinga.
Enough! I want to talk about the apes, you assholes. I recognize there's a difference between bird flus. I made a small mistake. Fuck. This is what it's like to be a streamer, by the way. Just a small side rant. Being a streamer is like, there's no one in the streaming world ever has contextual fucking knowledge. It's like fucking whatever. Anyway. I'm talking about the monkey movies. Fuck. They're not actually monkeys, they're apes, you fucking assholes. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. So, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is like, there is a big time skip between the first movie and the second movie. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes takes place like, I don't know, they don't really give you an exact amount of time, but basically as far as you know, human society has basically totally blown up. Human society as we know it, there's like in the opening, there's like a panel that says like the US government no longer has enough staff to operate, so they're shutting down the government formally. It's supposed to be like 10 years. And parallel to all of the crisis that's going on in the redwood forests of California, the escaped apes have built their own society. And it's really great. The opening is like, it's super cool. You see like that the apes, they go hunting together, they go fishing together. They even have a schoolhouse built. They have like they built a little, like they have this big, you know, rock wall that they draw on, and they have, it's really cool. There's a ton of little details in the film. One of the things I really like about the second film over the first film is that the second film has a lot more visual care. So they have like, in the second film, the apes have like, they have like a school, and in the school, the little apes are learning 3 tenets, okay? The first tenet is apes do not kill other apes. The second tenet is apes are strong together. And this comes from a scene in the first movie where when they are planning to break out of the zoo, a lot of the apes that have now become intelligent are basically scared to break out of the zoo. But Caesar says, he takes one stick and he snaps the stick and he says, apes alone weak. And then he takes multiple sticks and he can't break the sticks, apes together strong. And that's how he convinces the other apes to work together with him to escape from the zoo and achieve their freedom. And that is the second tenet of their society. And the third tenet of their society is knowledge is power. So there, you see this as a recurring value, that Caesar's view of the world is first of all that you should not kill other apes. And the second one is that is that apes are strong when they stay together and they take care of one another. And third, that knowledge is power, that is how they become more powerful. And the movie is, I don't want to spoil too much in the film, but the core conflict is basically that after a long period of time of not seeing any humans, because as far as they know, they believe that all of the humans died out from the virus, they finally encounter some humans. And, of course, the first thing that happens is that a human gets scared and shoots one of the apes. Now, he doesn't kill the ape, but he injures the ape. And this makes things very tense from the get-go. Humans and apes are immediately in tension. And this tension is carried, again, throughout the rest of the film and the next film that follows. And one of the things that's really special about Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, which is the second film, is that it is absolutely devoted to its message. And it takes great care to make sure that you know that basically the behaviors of almost every single character is understandable and actually makes a certain kind of sense. From a human getting scared and shooting something that it thought was going to hurt it, to this other character who is very important, an ape named Koba. Now, Koba is a bonobo who has scars all over his body. His eye was carved out. His arm has a huge carve mark on it. He has a bunch of spots all over him where he's been injected. Koba is like probably, yes, and there's a scene in which Koba and Caesar are sort of conflicting. Caesar is the leader of the apes, and Koba thinks that he is being too merciful to the humans because, and there's this scene where, Caesar says to Koba, he's like, they just want to do their human work. Because Caesar finds out that there's actually a large settlement of humans nearby, that humans have taken up residence in the ruins of San Francisco, but that they are running out of petroleum. And once they're out of petroleum, they will no longer have lights. They will no longer have, you know, tools that they can use. And so they want to go and restart a hydroelectric dam that is in the apes' territory. And Caesar is very reluctant at first to do it, but he believes that they're peaceful, and so he allows them to do it. And when he says that, he's like, they just want to do human work. And Koba points to his scars and says, human work, human work, human work. And he has like a really obvious point, which is that he was tortured for a decade, for his entire life, from being a baby ape to being an adult. He was tortured by humans. For science. So he's like, no, this isn't the right answer. And what ends up happening is that Koba decides to displace Caesar as the leader because he essentially believes that if he doesn't do this, then humans are going to kill all of the apes and begin and do experiments on them again. And it's really interesting because the whole point is not to say that Koba is like bad or that he is bad for feeling the way that he does, because and in fact Caesar literally forgives Koba's actions like multiple times, because Caesar knows that uniquely he is one of the few people who actually had a positive experience with humans. That, you know, he had a family of humans that did genuinely care for him, even if human society abused him. Even if he was abused by society, there were humans that did care for him, and Koba never had anything like that. So this whole film happens, and there's just bloodshed and war. It devolves into this gigantic, horrific conflict. And then the worst part is that, of course, Caesar realizes that even though Caesar and his apes did not start the war, they were explicitly against starting a war with the humans, that the humans would basically be sure to eliminate apes in entirety. They would never see the difference between the factions. And that becomes, again, that is like one of the main important things that happens, is this this sort of cycle of vengeance, a cycle of violence that can be created mostly because of fueled by fear, but not the cause of fear. The movie Dawn of the Planet of the Apes takes a lot of attention to specifically say that Koba's pain is real, and it is totally, he has every single reason to hate humans. His fear is absolutely real. That his hatred is even real. But the problem that the movie is very clear about this, the problem that is Koba's character flaw, that makes Koba the villain of the film, and also makes another one of the humans a villain of the film, is the fact that they don't know any other way to engage with their fear and their pain except for violence and domination. And that's what makes Dawn of the Planet of the Apes so strong. Is that it's this anti-war movie that refuses to condemn people, that refuses to condemn the very real emotions that people could have from being tortured by a human. And instead, it tries to say, like, there isn't really a difference between humans and apes. There really isn't a difference there. The difference is in how people choose to act, in how people engage with these systems, in the systems that are built, in the cycles that are built, and who chooses to engage with them. And there's this amazing scene, a scene that actually made me cry. Because it's this scene where, like, Caesar is injured and he finally, after 10 years, returns to the place that he was raised as a kid, and he finds a tape, a recording of him with his family. And he has this whole sort of process of going like, maybe the humans are a lost cause. Maybe they are just gonna kill us. Maybe Koba was right. And then he remembers that like, no, actually, this whole family of people defied the system. They defied everything that they were told that they had to defy, or that they had to obey in order to protect him. And that becomes like one of the most important parts of the entire series, is that no, it's actually, you know, humans and apes are, they're all beings. They're all thinking beings. And what matters is whether you choose to engage in these systems of domination, in these systems of violence or not. And that brings us to War for the Planet of the Apes. And let me tell you, everybody, War for the Planet of the Apes is fucking incredible, okay? And I gotta talk about this, but first, I'm gonna need you to like the stream. If you're having a fun time, if you're enjoying these reviews, first of all, consider putting these movies on your watch list, and secondly, like the stream and press subscribe, because the more of you that press like, the more people that will come in and discover how awesome my streams actually are. So, bam, press that like button. Making me want to watch these movies? You should watch these movies. They're really, really enjoyable. I am giving a sort of analysis, but I assure you the actual viewing experience of these movies is super good. I haven't even talked about the technical aspects yet, but I'm going to. War for the Planet of the Apes. That is the third film in the series, and let me just tell you, it's basically Metal Gear Solid with apes. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even joking a little bit. The bulk of the movie is them doing stealth missions where they're like crawling through little areas and hiding and doing little quick takedowns, and it's so fucking good. God, it's so good. It's like there's literally the final half of the movie takes place in a weapons depot, where they're like a weapons depot and a prison. I should be clear, a weapons depot and a prison, which is turned into a genocidal concentration camp, which is referred to as a human zoo, because you never actually see it, but you find out through points of the story that at one point during the peak of the pandemic, they turned it into a containment center where they would kill sick people. And very, very fucked up. Very, 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 very fucked up. They literally refer to it as a human zoo, because that's how the apes understand, like, no, apes don't really understand a prison. They understand a zoo. Was the third movie the same time period? The third movie takes place like literal, like months after the second movie. So it's like very, very close. It is wild. The movie is so good. Now, in my personal opinion, War for the Planet of the Apes is the most like proficient of all three of the movies. It is the most fun to watch. It is the most like stylistic. It has the best cinematography by far, and the effects look really, really good. The effects, like, obviously there's like literally almost a decade between the first and the last movie, so the effects improve, like the special effects improve a lot. But there's something I need to say at this juncture, which is Andy Serkis is a motherfucking god. If you guys don't know who Andy Serkis is the actor who played Gollum. He's also the actor who plays Caesar in these films. And he also played a really, really good role in a show that I recently reviewed very popularly, Star Wars Andor, though he was not in CG in that role. Andy Serkis is a motherfucking god. And let me tell you, if you think that CGI apes will not be able to give you emotions, you are incorrect. Because Andy Serkis does miracle work with the acting, and not just Andy Serkis either. There are, hold on, I need to remember the names. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. Of the Planet of the Apes. I need to remember the actor. Maurice is acted by Karen Konoval. Maurice is a Sumatran orangutan. This is the character that I'm talking about right here. Look at this. Look at this. Check this out. Hold on. Look at this. Fucking based. She does such a good job. The physical acting and the signing is absolutely goddamn incredible. And of course, there's also Koba was played by Christopher Gordon. No, I don't think that's right. Tony Kebbell. Tony Kebbell is the one who played Koba. And oh my God, all of these actors, they put their full fucking dick and balls, you know, metaphorically into this role. It is, holy shit, it's so good. The facial work, the motion work, the signing, it is amazing. It was one of the things that really made me go, just like, these movies are awesome. And in the third movie, War for the Planet of the Apes, it really reaches its apex, where every single character has a full control of their character, or every single actor has full control of their character, and it shines. To the degree that in all three movies, I promise you, if you watch these movies, you will be excited every time they stop talking about human characters and they start talking about the ape characters. The ape characters are just next level acting, and it is absolutely incredible. Just amazing. Yeah, everybody's saying Apex. Yeah, exactly, Apex. Yeah. So the third movie is a very different film. While I would argue that Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, the second film, is like a pretty, like, firmly an anti-war movie. War for the Planet of the Apes is a movie about genocide. It is a movie about what it actually means to belong to a group and whether these groups actually matter. And there is a line at the end of the movie that throws all the way back to the first movie. And I mentioned this when I was talking about Rise, the first of the films. I mentioned that there's this scene where Caesar asks if he's a pet. In the third movie, the apes, there's like it's got this like this, again, it's got like a Metal Gear Solid kind of thing going on where like 4 of the apes go on a special mission and they find a human child who has been abandoned. And you don't really understand why this human child has been abandoned, but you later find out that it's because the virus mutated. The simian flu that gave apes intelligence and was killing humans, it evolved and it is no longer killing them, but instead it strips their ability to speak. So this child has been basically abandoned by the society. Not entirely abandoned, but it's a long story. I don't want to tell you the entire story. Please go watch it. But she can't speak. And they discover that she learns signing immediately. Like, she's able to pick up sign language from the apes immediately. But she's so young that she doesn't know that she's a human. She actually at one point in the movie asks, "Am I an ape?" And because she spent the whole movie with these apes that have been protecting her and letting her and teaching her language and all of this. And the main villain of War of the Planet of the Apes is a military cult leader who has been killing humans who lose the ability to speak because he believes that they are becoming, in his words, primitive. It is so wild. The way that they bring this all the way around to, like, the final villain of the entire series is basically he is so anti-ape that he not only can't see the sentience and the emotional value of the apes, but that he also kills humans who he thinks become like apes. Even though they aren't, he thinks they're stupid because they can't talk. They're not. As we find out, they're able to learn sign language. They just lose the ability to speak. It's so wild. Anyway, this girl has this one scene where she asked, is she an ape? And in a moment of wisdom, one of the main characters says, her name is Nova. You're Nova. And it really sells home this idea that it's not about apes. It's not about apes versus humans. It should have never been about apes versus humans. That it is about people connecting with other people and caring for other beings, other people. And it is just so incredibly good. The movie is so fucking good. I was completely floored by the fact that I enjoyed a Planet of the Apes reboot series as much as I did. And of course, there's a whole lot more that happens in the War of the Planet of the Apes, but I want to encourage you to go watch these films yourself so that you can see all of the cool and fun stuff. I don't want to talk about every different character. I've barely talked about most of the characters in the films. There are a ton of side characters who are amazing. The emotional stakes are incredibly good. The performances are fantastic. I would say the weakest spot is the soundtrack. The soundtrack for the films is a little bit weak, but yeah. But it's, wow, so incredibly good. And I had a really good time watching these films. So, yeah. So, yeah, the soundtrack is a little bit weak. There's a part in War, just because I don't want to sound like I'm simping too hard, because I can't, like, in War for the Planet of the Apes, there's a stretch of the film where for about 20 minutes, they're playing, like, this, like, generic, like, sneaky music, and it unironically sounded like Sneaking Weasel. I don't know if you guys know what Sneaking Weasel is. Hold on, I better play this. It made me laugh so hard because it was playing for like 20 minutes. Hold on, Sneaking Weasel, Scheming Weasel. Just imagine that, okay? That's the worst part of the thing is the action is fun enough and the scenes are great, but the fact that like there's this like softly playing Scheming Weasel music, it's just like it was not great. It was very generic, like sneaky music, and it was playing for a very, very long time. But the movie is still really fucking good. There's a lot of stuff I haven't even talked on that I think you'll enjoy. There is a subplot about in the third film. There's a subplot about apes that basically betray ape kind, and they betray to the humans, even though the humans then like enslave them. There's again characteristically. This series absolutely refuses to like take away the emotional agency and value of all of its characters, even the villain characters. Check it out. It is a very, very good series. So, and that's my review of the Rise, Dawn, War of the Planet of the Apes series, which I am now can say that I am a big supporter of. I will say that the first movie is the weakest of the three. However, it's still worth watching because, like I said, it is enhanced by the experience of watching the other ones. You'll watch the first one, you'll go, okay, that was fun, that was fine. It's good, the apes are good. But when you watch the other ones, they take stuff from the first film so much, and it just blooms into this really wonderful storyline. Amazing. So, and I apologize about my misspeak about the flu stuff in the beginning. I was I was making a small mistake while I was literally thinking about other things, so forgive me for the small error. I just had a bit of a brain fart, and that's all. Sheep says, Mama, please definitely watch the classic Planet of the Apes. I have. In fact, I'll tell you a small story. I will tell you a small story. When I was a kid, I checked out all of the old school Planet of the Apes films from a local library, a tiny library that was near my house. I rode my bike up. When I was younger, I would ride my bike over to the library, and they had a film collection of classic films. And so I saw things like Creature from the Black Lagoon. I saw the old War of the Worlds. I saw Planet of the Apes and the other 2 Planet of the Apes movies. It's part of the reason why I ended up getting into film and going to film school, was because when I was like, this would have been when I was like 10, maybe 10 years old or so, 10 or 11 maybe, that I started checking out. I would go to the film, and they had their own little library of classic movies, and I would just pick a few out, and I could take as many as I wanted. You know, they let you take like as long as they, you know, because it was a small local library, they didn't really like get mad at you or anything. So I would check out a whole bunch of classic films, and that's what actually got me really into film. Yeah, baby Demon Mama riding her bike to the library. Unironically, I would just ride up to the library. It was also where I used to read comic books, because they had a comic book collection there as well. It was very small. It only had a few comic books, but I would go and I would sit at the library on boring afternoons in the summer and read comic books up there. But yeah. Ask the Zoomers if they even know what a library is. I know, it's sad. Libraries, by the way, just so you know, a lot of libraries now still do this. It's just people don't think about it, because it's usually easier to just, you know, pay for the streaming service. And a lot of people don't even know that there's over 100 years of history of absolutely magical films out there. I know that some people think that, like, oh, old movies, they aren't good. I challenge you, go watch some old films, some old comedy films. And while you may encounter some problematic jokes from time to time, that is true. I will not say that is not true. But you will also discover that the humor in a lot of these old films translates perfectly. Like, for example, if you watch Modern Times with Charlie Chaplin, it is unironically hilarious. You will be laughing your ass off. That movie is just crazy funny, and the comedy hasn't like declined at all. The performances don't decline at all. So remember that there is literally a century. There are thousands of unbelievable films waiting to be discovered by you, and a lot of them are free at a local library, and some of them are even free online. Remember that. Libraries are fucking archives. Most of them allow you to download public domain or even private domain as a part of your card sub. Yeah, so for example, I live in Seattle. With the county library card, they have movies you can stream or download online for free. You just have to type in your code. It's fucking incredible. Ignar Husky says, a hilarious old movie that I absolutely love is It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. Yes, that's one of the classics. So many people got into filmmaking because they love that movie, and it is absolutely still hilarious to this day. Herenia Hope says, librarian here, we have the whole trilogy on Blu-ray as well. We have a free streaming service. Please support your local library and go check out and see if your local library has a film collection. Yes, absolutely, Herenia. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Anyway, to wrap up this segment and get into the main stuff of the stream, just kidding. You all know that you fucking love this. You all know my film reviews are fun, aren't they? That was a fun ass segment. There were 400 people still watching me talk about my reviews of Planet of the Apes. That just proves you all gotta trust in the Demon Mama. I fucking deliver you the fucking banger stuff. Banger stuff. We could actually watch like the old Planet of the Apes films, but anyway, we'll talk about that another time. Thank you for watching my review. Go watch the new Planet of the Apes films and consider checking out the old ones too. They're very different, but they have some similar things. And don't forget to press like. Go press that like button. Have you ever seen any of the Marx Brothers movies? I have, but I don't remember which ones I've seen. Like pressing? True. A lot of libraries have spaces for programs. It's not hard to set one up. I've thought of doing like film watching, like classic film watching on the server at some point. Maybe we'll even do it someday on the stream, but I'd have to do that. Oh, you mean other public domain movies? Yeah, this is not part of the actual review segment, but as you guys know, basically every stream that I've been doing lately, I've been doing a film review or a video game review or even a book review at the beginning of my streams. And part of the reason is that I'm practicing. I want to become a much more valuable reviewer in this space. There are not a whole lot of review streamers. There are not a whole bunch of streamers who spend time giving actual quality recommendations. There's a lot of react. There's a lot of very shallow, oh yeah, I like this movie. But I went to film school and I also have been watching movies and stuff like that my entire life. Media is very important to me, so I've been practicing a lot, and it turns out you all really like that, and I'm gonna be doing more. A lot more. Because maybe even to the degree where I might even make just an entire side channel that's just my reviews. I don't know. Believe it or not, being a film reviewer was what I wanted to do before I decided on wanting to actually make films myself. I watched a lot of early review, comedic and non-comedic review content, and I was like, wow, I really would love to do that. But yeah. And in fact, well, no, I better not say that. I used to have, when I was a child, I had a review channel. I know. When I was a literal child, I had a YouTube and a couple of other websites review channel, and I would review books. I reviewed Christian books. You will never be able to find it. The sites are literally, the sites that it was uploaded on are dead, and I don't think that any of my reviews on actually survived YouTube. Unfortunately, I believe they are completely destroyed and lost to time. But way back when I was young, right when they first allowed you to put videos on the internet, I would upload these really crappy reviews. Yeah, it's all good though. It's lost media, but it's okay. I remember it. I remember how cringe they were. I reviewed fucking Christian novels. I could recreate them. Oh my God. Oh God, if I recreated them, that would be so funny. You guys, okay, let me tell you. Okay, hold on. I'll tell you one of them, okay, real quick. This is bonus. This is all bonus because everybody's asking me. In one of them, I pulled like a angry video game nerd ripoff thing where at the end I fought the book. The book came alive and tried to attack me, and I had it on a string on a fishing pole in front of the camera, and then I animated in like a really crappy like shoop de whoop type thing, where I was like, I fought the book with a crucifix from the wall. I had a crucifix on my wall, and so in the scene the like book was floating, and I grabbed a crucifix off the wall and I was fighting it with that, and then I used it and it shot a laser. It was extremely tacky, but it was very funny at the time, and my friends loved it. Is very Bible Man, yes. I'm trying to think of the other one. Oh yeah, one of them was I did a really short comedic trailer for a movie that didn't exist, which was a sequel to the movie Jumper. If anybody remembers that movie, I bet nobody's gonna remember the movie Jumper. But I made a fake trailer, like a spoof trailer of Jumper 2. And one of the main things that we did was that we did intentionally bad stunts. Like, we had my friend like jump onto a mattress, and then it would like, he's like, that's it, I have to jump out of this plane. And then he like jumps out, and it's just like very clearly a mattress. And then it like, he goes to jump down, and it like cuts, and he like teleports away or whatever. It was so fucking stupid. We had like it was very bad, but we had a funny time with it. We also made a spoof trailer of a Batman movie, which was just, which is mostly comprised of footage of my cousin, or not my cousin, my stepbrother, who was drunk, and he dressed up as Batman because we had a Batman costume, but it was like not his size. He got drunk and he dressed up in the Batman costume, and he was fucking around in the garage. And so we just we filmed him fucking around in the garage in this undersized Batman suit, drunk off his ass, and we turned that into a trailer for like I think we called it like Batman the Drunk Night or something like that. It was extremely silly. Back when I was a kid, literally I worked for an entire summer so that I could buy I worked for an entire summer and took a loan from my grandmother so that I could purchase a little camcorder that I could make shitty movies on. And it was just to tell you the type of silly nonsense that I've gotten up to my entire life. Yeah. Renox, has Demon Mama talked about Adin Ross yet? No, we're about to do that. I took an indulgence and did some reviews first, because I know you guys want to hear about Adin Ross, and we will. We'll talk about Adin Ross. Do I still have that one? I don't think so. I might have that one. Oh, the camera? Somewhere I do. I believe the camera is actually downstairs somewhere still. Yep. It was it was Super 8 cassettes. It was not Super 8 film. It was a Super 8 cassette. How was your childhood the plot of home movies? Oh, I should be clear. I have not even talked about all of the movies that we made. I had a series of films when I was a kid that were made entirely for my friends and my family, that my dad let me use his camcorder. And this was before I had my own, and we made multiple films. In fact, in 8th grade, no, yes, in 8th grade, it was in 8th grade. In 8th grade, I was asked to do a book report, and I asked for explicit permission to make a movie report, or a movie version of the book that I read instead of a book report. And I actually made we did our own version of it was called you know the book The Most Dangerous Game. The Most Dangerous Game, I made a movie version of that with my friends, and we actually showed it to the entire class on VHS. Or I can't remember, we might have burned that one to a DVD. I think it was still VHS at that time. It was extremely funny. One of the special effects that we had was there was a scene. This was so funny. We had a scene where there's a scene in the book where the protagonist sets up a knife trap. Like there's a knife on a stick, and it like stabs one of the guys. And we had someone hide behind a tree with a stick. And we did this thing where it was like the fake knife on the stick comes out, and we accidentally hit my friend in the face with it because obviously we were not professional. But he had he had hidden a bunch of red food coloring in his hands. So when the stick hit him in the face, he was like, ah, and then he like had fake blood all over him. It was just like the worst looking thing you can imagine, all recorded on like in-camera microphone. So it was just like, and he's like rolling down in like all these leaves and crap. It was so stupid, but people absolutely fucking loved it. It was the class absolutely fucking loved this fucking shit ass movie. But that was one of that's how long I've been, you know, into film. Literally since I was like before high school, I had been making films all the way through middle school. And I made, I don't know, they were all really dumb. I mean, there was one where we had a movie, I'm trying to remember all of the plots of these. Most of them were like the equivalent of like a Newgrounds video where like this stupid character that we invented who was like a bumbling oaf, he would get himself killed in stupid ways. Like, I mean, one of them, he was very dumb and he got his head stuck in a lettuce crisper and died. And that was the film. He was dumb and he got his head stuck in a lettuce crisper and died. And that was like that was like the tier of most of the little movies. Like, you know, like the things in your fridge, the thing that you put like, yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling about the movies I used to make, but they were funny in their own very stupid way. The most ambitious film, well, actually I made 2 films in high school. In high school, there were 2, oh wait, hold on. How many movies did I make in high school? In high school, I made a murder movie. I made a serial killer movie. I made a retelling I made a film that was shot entirely in Latin. That was another one. And then I made a zombie movie. Did I make any others? I can't remember. I think I made one other film, but I can't remember if I actually finished it. Anyway, in high school, I made 3 movies, and the zombie movie was my most ambitious project. In the zombie movie, we had a friend's dad who was a soldier. He was a retired Marine, and he had like a bunch of guns that he owned, and he was willing to record a bunch of really cool stuff for us, including blowing up a bunch of blood-filled watermelons. So we had all these violent gore effects for that film. That was awesome. Anyway. That was cool. That was the most ambitious film that I made before actually going to film school. But yeah. Ron's KFC says, with the $9, thank you very much, Ron's KFC. Did you hear about the Dilbert creator getting dropped for his racist remarks? I did. Also, imps together strong. True, imps together strong. You want to watch the you want to watch the Demon Mama cinematic universe? No, you don't want to see those films. Listen, we went really hard with the zombie film. We bought like liquid latex and oh my god. I really wish I could find the picture. I probably could find the picture somewhere. Somewhere I have an archive of it. The coolest effect that we did. All right, I promise this is the last film story I'll tell for right now. The coolest effect that we did for the zombie film, okay? I'm gonna describe it to you right now, okay? So we took a board, like a plank, like a balsam wood panel, and we affixed little feet to it. Then we buried it all in dirt and leaves. We cut a hole in it, and the person and our actress climbed down into the hole so that like her legs were hidden under the dirt and leaves, and then the top of her body was out like this. Then we made a shirt that had it was like a shirt that had a hole in it so that she could wear it like this, and you couldn't see. And the bottom of the shirt had a bunch of gore attached to it, so it looked like she had been ripped in half. And there was this scene where one of the characters was like crawling through the woods, and there's this dead body sitting there that looks ripped in half because all the guts are coming out the bottom of the shirt. And of course, her actual body was hidden underneath the wood, right? So there's all the guts, and then they're crawling by the body, and she goes, ah, and she comes alive, and the guts are like, ah, she's got blood coming out of her mouth, and it looks like she's like, you know, a ripped in half torso. And it was like, that one, everybody lost their minds at that one because nobody in high school could figure out how the hell you would do that. And I have to give credit to an old channel that I don't even know if they still make stuff anymore, but it was Indie Mogul who taught that effect. there was this old filmmaking channel that used to be really big on YouTube. They were called Indie Mogul, and they did a DIY like how-to video on how to do an effect like that, and I took that and was like, oh, I gotta do this. And so we customized it a little bit. We did some things differently, oh, thank you. Oh, all right, it's something to drink. Thank you. I got a smoothie, but it's melted. Kika, yeah, I emailed him back, but we haven't set it up yet. We've been talking back and forth though, Kika. No, they came like, apparently the smoothie came like an hour ago, but people forgot to bring it up to me, so it happens. It's okay, I'll drink it anyway, it still tastes good. It's still good, it's just, it's more like a melty now, yeah. You want to watch my shitty videos? I would die of cringe. I would absolutely die of cringe, especially if we watch the ones from when I was a literal child. The ones that I made when I was like 12 or 13 they're so embarrassingly bad. I will tell you guys some more film stories in the future. When I was in film school, I tried to get on every single set that I possibly could, and I ended up in some very interesting films. But not right now. We'll do those in the future. I gotta save those. If Vosh could go over his first video. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Wait a second. Vosh's first video was like from a few years ago, okay? It was from a few years ago. It was not from fucking his teenage years. If Vosh had made a video when he was fucking 12 is what you're asking me to put up on the stream. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God, you guys. Holy shit. That's a big difference, okay? Oh yeah. Okay, okay, I lied. One more small story, okay? One more small film story from my young one, okay? One more small story from my young films, okay? This was while I was in high school. I mentioned that I made a serial killer movie. This was a very short film. It was like a less than 10 minutes film, and it was a film about a serial killer neighbor who tries to kill the main character, and then the main character kills the serial killer instead. And the big gimmick for this one is that we did a chest rip special effect, okay? So I'll tell you how we did it, all right? So we bought a pillow, and we cut a hole in the pillow, and in the pillow we put a piece of Tupperware. And the Tupperware had tinfoil wrapped really tightly over the top. Now, you'll understand why in a second. Underneath the tinfoil was a fuckload of corn syrup fake blood. And inside of the blood was a potato. And this potato had been soaked in red food coloring, and we had taken straws and we had put something goopy on the straws. So the straws were inserted into the potato so that it looked like veins and arteries. And then the potato was soaked in red, so it looked like a fake heart, okay? And so there's this whole struggle, right? There's a big struggle. The serial killer and the main character are fighting each other. And at one point, the main character knocks him over, and in a fit of rage, he reaches into the chest. And at the chest thing, we put the pillow in the shirt that the actor was wearing, and then ripped through a tiny hole in the shirt into the little, you could punch right through the tinfoil and grab the heart, and all the blood, all the fake blood comes splashing out, and he's got this fucking red thing with little tubes hanging off of it, all soaked in fake blood, dripping blood, and he holds it up to the sun. It looked terrible, but also it looked way cooler than anything anybody I had seen do for that time. And I was proud of that. The movie was fucking stupid. You should understand. The movie was really dumb, but it was funny. Wait, he did cover his 12-year-old self? Oh, this is different. This is different. But fair enough. How am I not showing this? I don't actually know if I could find that. A lot of this shit is lost media for a number of reasons. But yeah. President Parakeet said you should have been a filmmaker. But I am a filmmaker. I'm just a weird mutant filmmaker. The streaming has a lot of overlaying stuff. YOLO Femboy says, what do you think of Hakeem? The essayist guy? I don't know. I don't know almost anything about him. If you do find anything, you should share it. Okay, if I find my old films at any point, I'll try to digitize them. Like, I'll try to save them, but a lot of them are gone. In fact, some of the earliest films got damaged. Someone who is like in ancient history, someone damaged one of my cassettes that had a bunch of them on there. So those are gone. But yeah, there might be one somewhere. I'm pretty sure that one or two of them I do have somewhere, but yeah. Yeah, if I ever find them, maybe. They were super cringe though. Anyway, all right, everybody, you guys ready? You all ready? We've lost we've lost a couple of viewers to the rambling, to the film. Oh, you found the VFX one? Oh, this is the one. Oh, that's so cool. Blow your actor in half. This is the one. Oh, I gotta watch that later and remind it. Yeah, good job. Good find. All right, everybody. I hope the zombie one survived. I think the zombie one is the most likely one to have survived because I know I put that one on YouTube. Let's talk though. Let's talk. Because, my lovely imps, we have to talk about Adin Ross. Now, some of you may know of a streamer, a former Twitch streamer by the name of Adin Ross. Okay, Adin Ross was how do I describe this? He did gaming, he did gambling, he did React content. You know, he was kind of your variety streamer, gamer boy, etc. He got really into crypto for a while, and then something happened, okay? Something happened to this poor lost soul. And that thing is a man named Andrew Tate. Now, a lot of you, of course, I can say Andrew Tate's name, and you all already know exactly who I'm talking about. Andrew Tate is a, let's just call him a manosphere content creator. He was the guy who, I'll try and do my best, Andrew Tate. everybody join Top G University so you can have a Bugatti just like mine. A Bugatti is what you want. If you want to have a car like mine, a Bugatti like mine, you have to slap your women around and get their money for you. You need to treat them like shit, because otherwise you are not a man. You are not a man. I am insecure because I need 3 Bugattis to feel like I even have any manliness. And that's basically is the best way to understand Andrew Tate. Almost all of his videos are some variation of that. Infamously, Andrew Tate's like first big meme that everybody sort of made fun of him for was this rant that he did on Instagram, where he was like, somebody asked him if he had seen the Star Wars movies, if he knew what Star Wars was, and he got like turbo offended. He was like, I have not seen Star Wars. I would never watch something stupid like Star Wars because I'm too busy making fucking money. Unlike you, I have a Bugatti and you don't got shit. You watch Star Wars, I have a Bugatti. And he got like super fucking mad about it. It was very, very funny and pathetic. And in fact, despite his enormous following, most of his career could be described as a mixture of extremely pathetic and extremely abusive. Andrew Tate, of course, is now detained in a Romanian jail on a large number of sex trafficking charges. He openly admitted on video to being a pimp, to misleading young women to come visit him in Romania, where he would trap them in, allegedly, this is according to his own analysis, but let's just use the word to be safe, allegedly, would trap them into sex slavery. And of course, things are not going very well for Andrew Tate now. Also, he became relatively rich by running a pyramid scheme, which I don't really think that there's any other way around it. To say it, it was not even a multi-level marketing scheme. It was because there was no actual product. He ran a thing called Top G University, which alleged to teach you how to be a Chad who makes money. And the way that it would teach you to make money is by recruiting other people who would pay you money. And that's a pyramid scheme. That's what we call, allegedly, a pyramid scheme. Top G University was the biggest fucking scam that I've ever seen in my entire life. It was blatantly obvious. And I think the only reason he even got away with running it is because he was not in the United States. And so, you know, people couldn't really prosecute him. Well, until they did. But yeah, his audience is mostly extremely angry young men. And when I say extremely angry young men, I mean that. There are a lot of young men out there who are understandably hurt and angry, who are unhappy with their lot in life, who have probably been mistreated by other men, and who feel like they want to be on top of the totem pole, that they want to climb the ladder, so to say. And that was one of the fundamental draws of Andrew Tate. Was he told them, well, if you just act like me, if you become a top G, you could have a big Bugatti. You have to cut some throats to get there. And of course, this only works because you're talking to literal 14-year-olds. No offense, not trying to be ageist in any way, shape, or form, but 14-year-olds don't have a whole lot of experience in the world, and they don't realize that just because somebody says something, that doesn't actually make it true. And of course, none of this stops Top G Andrew Tate from convincing kids to throw him whatever pocket money they have in order to, you know, en masse get ripped off by him and his creepy advocates. The reason why we spent so much time talking about Andrew Tate is because Andrew Tate became very important to the streamer who we are actually talking about in this segment, which is a guy named Adin Ross. And I think that it would be fair for me to say that it got to the point where Adin Ross literally worshipped Andrew Tate. In fact, let me show you a picture real quick, okay? This right here is the streamer Adin Ross. You can actually even see his information down here. Adin Ross was at one point invited to have a conversation with Andrew Tate in person. And when Andrew Tate got up at one point to go to the bathroom, Adin Ross, live in front of tens of thousands of viewers, excitedly ran over to smell the seat where Andrew Tate had formerly been sitting. And it was certainly a thing. Now you have to understand, Adin Ross, as we are going to see, is not like a little gay boy. You know, he's not like a he doesn't have a boy crush. He is in fact quite anti-gay and certainly doesn't like trans people. And he might not like many other people either, which we'll get to in just a minute. But Adin Ross came to a point of basically worshiping Andrew Tate. And when Andrew Tate went to prison, this led to Adin Ross basically having a total personality breakdown, which would be sad if it wasn't so gross, as we're going to see. Adin Ross, since his idol Andrew Tate, who had convinced him, by the way, to become a no-fapper, to become a semen retention guy. Now, if those words sound alien and strange and almost laughable to you, that's because they are. Adin Ross and many of the people involved with Andrew Tate believe in the idea that masturbation weakens your male energies, that it makes you less of a top G, it makes you less masculine. They believe that pornography is sort of like a satanic, they don't always say satanic, but sometimes they do say satanic. It is a satanic influence that in their minds weakens the masculinity of your soul. So instead, they refuse to masturbate. They refuse to watch porn. Well, they're not always very good about that, but they claim that they don't watch porn. And they do this with the goal of preserving their vital masculine energy, their cum, so that they can have a strong masculine spirit. Now, there's so much that I could say about all of that, but I think we can acknowledge that this shit is pretty culty, right? Like that all is the sort of belief systems that that most people would associate with a type of cultishness. This sort of pseudo-mystical belief that you all have to sort of bully each other over. Oh, you're not watching, you're not jacking it, are you? It's like simultaneously humiliating. It's, you know, very fixated on your private behaviors. It's very centered around humiliating lesser men. It's very hierarchical and clearly, as we can see by Andrew Tate's other actions, designed to create a cult of personality that personally enriches him. I mean, I just talked about, you know, the top G university and all that shit. It's very weird, okay? But Adin Ross did not, like, stop being successful after his idol Andrew Tate was imprisoned. But he has had an identity crisis. Adin Ross, despite having lots and lots of viewers, despite still making tons and tons of money from his channel, basically had a mental breakdown or a personality breakdown of some form. And it's gotten really, really weird, okay? It started with him sort of buying into this strange messaging about the Matrix, and the Matrix is a meme that was sort of referenced, I guess. Obviously, the Matrix is a movie. You guys all know about the Matrix, you know, and there's you know, the red pill and the blue pill. Just as a quick reminder, The Matrix was made by trans women who have explicitly stated that The Matrix is a movie about coming to recognize that the system that we live in is deranged and that you have to wake up from it because otherwise it will just sap you of all your life. And they were specifically talking about the experience of realizing that the gender binary is bullshit. Just so that we're clear. But of course, a number of communities have sort of taken The Matrix and repurposed it for their own uses to try and like take the memes from The Matrix. And when Andrew Tate went to prison, he made a sort of now infamous tweet where he was like, "The Matrix is got me and it's coming for you." And of course, this means that all of his sycophants and all of his little like, you know, priests and all of these weird little toadies that he has created on the internet, they all repeated that line. And they're all sitting there now claiming things like, you know, trying to claim things like, oh, the Matrix is out to get us. It's basically created a perfect funnel into conspiracy theories like QAnon or other things like that. Basically by saying there's like a secret group of unknown people out there who are secretly trying to take down the masculine energy. It's very, very weird. It's very, very unwell. It's very disconnected from reality. And Adin Ross has a army of children in his audience who he is now telling that there is a secret cabal of people, which he refers to sometimes as the Matrix and sometimes as other things, that are secretly pulling the strings of our society to shut down strong white men. Yeah, so you can see where this went. Of course, not content to simply be a sort of dummy streamer, Adin Ross has completely and utterly flown off the handle to the degree that he is now, as of yesterday, I believe, formally permabanned from Twitch. So we've reached the part where he has now started to actually damage his career. And yesterday, he did a stream on a website called Kick. And we have to talk about this. That's the actual subject. I was giving you guys the backstory so that we're all on the same page, just giving you the wind-up of this whole story. A couple of months ago, I did a video about exactly this. I did a Drama Mama, a deep dive, one of the best you've ever seen, where I dived in and I got all the receipts in order and I explained what the hell was going on with this website Kick. Now, I won't give you the whole story here, but the long and short of it is Twitch earlier or late last year decided finally to ban gambling, okay? Now, some of you may have seen that video, some of you don't. For a long time, gambling streams were allowed on Twitch, and there are a lot of problems with gambling on Twitch. One of them being the fact that the predominant audience of Twitch viewers is literal children, and that the people who were doing these gambling streams were often paid literally millions of dollars by gambling companies to gamble all day, to make it exciting, and they would often fudge their numbers. They would often literally give away $10,000 in their chat, giving the illusion that anybody could win to literal children. They were getting children addicted to gambling. And one of the biggest people involved in this was an enormous streamer by the name of Trainwrecks TV. And Trainwrecks TV, just so that we're clear on the context here, Trainwrecks TV was being paid tens of millions of dollars. That's right, tens of millions of dollars to be sponsored by a gambling company. And he would then play, in his audience that he knew was full of children, slot machines all day long, making huge deals about the winnings, prepping children to gamble. And what's even worse, basically showing children the exact way that they could go gamble sneakily. Because of course, a lot of the sites that these people would be funneled into don't actually care about the age. If you have a kid who has a debit card that's given by their mother, they can sneak in on these sites, blow money, and it doesn't affect these people at all. So of course, Twitch decided it's time to ban gambling. This is really fucked up. We can't have our platform associated with this. And Trainwrecks decided to leave Twitch entirely and create his own streaming platform called Kick. Which brings us to now. Adin Ross has been streaming on Kick, and the worst, and let's just say the personality breakdown that I previously mentioned about Adin Ross, about Seat-Sniffer Adin Ross, has advanced to the degree that a couple of days ago, he decided to stream porn to his audience. There were tens of thousands of people watching. We already know for a fact that a lot of his audience is minors, and he was using the platform Kick to just stream porn to them. Now, part of this might seem a little hypocritical to you because isn't this guy anti-porn? Well, yes, but he put that aside because in his mind, he was owning the libs, so to say, by proving that he's unstoppable, that he can do whatever he wants, that now that he's not a part of the Matrix anymore, he can just do, he's not bound by anybody's rules. That's been the thing that he's been ranting about all the time lately is, nobody can tell me what to do. Nobody can tell me what to do. I can go on Kick and I can stream porn if I want to. And so he streamed porn to children. A lot of children, publicly, with thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching. And that has caused a lot of issues. Now, I don't know if we know the exact reason why Twitch gave him a permaban. As many of you will know, Twitch almost never actually tells anybody the actual reason. They keep that shit very private. Sometimes they don't even tell the actual streamer, which seems absurd, but we've talked about that in other videos. Twitch is notoriously secretive about the actual reason. But we can certainly say that there is probably there is at least a good reason to believe that this porn streaming incident was a influencing factor on Adin Ross being permabanned from Twitch. As it turns out, Twitch does not, it kind of makes sense, at least, that Twitch would not want to be associated with the guy who streamed porn directly to children as a part of their brand. Because keep in mind, Adin Ross was a Twitch partner. He's not anymore. He's been banned completely from the platform, but he was. That looks pretty bad on Twitch's part. But, there's a little more pain to this story, okay? There's a little bit more pain involved in this story for Mr. Adin Ross. And we're gonna talk about that because that's the real heart of today's topic. I have to give you the backstory so that you know what we're talking about. But because Adin Ross is banned on Twitch, we are not allowed to review the content that he streamed. Also, the content that he streamed in a stream on yesterday evening, would also likely get me in trouble with YouTube. So instead, I will be taking it upon me, your lovely host, Demon Mama, of course, worthy of all of your worship and praise. I will be taking it upon me to recount the events of this dreadful stream, including the fact that he might not even have a home on Kick anymore. So before we do this, I just want to say one thing. First of all, press that motherfucking like button. If you are here for a stream that doesn't do weird, creepy, disgusting fucking bullshit like streaming porn to children, if you are here for a stream that doesn't fucking sell you fucking advertising, press that like button, press that motherfucking subscribe button, because you can always have a good time here with the imps. Press that button. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I want to just summarize real quick. Adin Ross becomes a successful streamer, doing variety stuff, making millions of dollars, you know, selling crypto, got a partnership for gambling, becomes addicted to Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate goes to prison. Crypto fucking collapses. Gambling is banned on Twitch. Adin Ross has a complete and utter meltdown and his personality starts to break. But he could still be making money. The man has a huge platform. He could do gaming. He could do anything. He could go the Mr. Beast route if he wanted to, but instead, he keeps freaking out about Andrew Tate. He goes to Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate, Andrew Tate, and now we reach the bottom. And that's what we are about to see, because let me tell you, it gets really, really bad. This is a incredible summary thread by the account Stunlock. Stunlock is they cover a lot of internet stuff, okay? And they thankfully provided us with a very useful real-time tweet thread of the video or of the stream that went down last night. This is Hassan's editor. Yes, this is Hassan's editor. And let me just tell you, they got the best for us. So we're gonna go through. For those who don't know, Stunlock talks about stream news like all the time, and they do these great little threads. But this one is gonna be legendary. Okay, so let's fucking do this. Here we go. We're gonna start here. I'm gonna blow this up just a little bit so everybody can read it. Adin Ross is streaming with train wrecks on Kick about his Twitch ban and the future of the platform. He opens the stream with, "There's only two genders." Now, this is another thing that Adin Ross has been sort of like cringily obsessed with lately. You know, as is to be, you know, understood, as you should probably come to expect from you know, bog standard misogynist Andrew Tate fans. They always hate trans people. They always hate gay people. Like, I mean, look at this. He fucking tweeted this morning again. "There are only two genders." It's literally, when I say it's like a personality breakdown, it's pathetic. Like, I mean, this guy's been screeching about these random fucking these random fucking culture war bullshit. What does genders have anything to do with anything this guy is doing? The answer is he's desperate to win the approval of the sycophantic right-wing psychopaths who subscribe to Andrew Tate, and he has deluded himself into believing that he is some kind of culture warrior, and that by basically being a loud, pathetic and embarrassing like bigot type, that's gonna be the way that things are gonna go. But oh my God, does it get worse. Trainwreck starts listing wish list streamers that he wishes to bring over to Kick. Destiny, Bruce Dropomoff. Adin asks about if they can bring over Nick Fuentes, a self-proclaimed Nazi. Train refuses to comment. At 111,000 viewers, Trainwreck asks Adin if he's circumcised. Adin says, "Of course, I'm Jewish." Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Adin Ross is actually Jewish. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. But let's just wait a second, because what follows is going to get, he is Jewish. Okay, so he is actually Jewish. I didn't know that. There you have it. Adin pulls up another Kick stream, a Kick streamer by the name of Heel Mike, and he has a stripper on stream. This streamer, Heel Mike, was streaming just a few days after getting a ban off of Kick for streaming himself receiving a blowjob. Train officially says, no nudity, no porn on Kick. If you guys let this happen, in 4 days, Kick will not be distinguishable from a cam site. So, this is where we're at. There are only 2 genders, guys. The people screaming about groomers and screaming about only 2 genders and screaming about how porn is corrupting the youth are streaming themselves getting blowjobs, are streaming themselves hiring strippers, are streaming their porn collection directly into the fucking houses and the view streams of children. And they know the demographics of their audience. This isn't some blind thing. Just notice, I want you to take close note of that fucking dissonance there. That this is the same group. This guy opens his stream screaming about, there's only 2 genders. He doesn't even know. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, we gotta watch this. This is great. This is a fantastic moment. Here we go. Oh wait, I can't show this. Shit, I can't actually watch this. God damn it. Oh shit, I can't actually show this because we're on Twitch tonight. There is a video out there of Adin Ross where many people have come to the conclusion that he is also illiterate. I don't know if he's actually illiterate, but somebody asks him if he knows what a fascist is, and he looks it up on Google. He types in fascist on Google, and he not only mispronounces it, but he also tries to read the definition and actually can't finish the sentences. He keeps stumbling over himself over and over again, and he changes his pronunciation of the word fascist over and over and over again. It's just, yeah, so some people are convinced that he's illiterate. I think he's probably just, I think it's more likely that he was just severely inebriated and also relatively oblivious. There have been a number of like politically based foibles. Let's just keep in mind that in the past, Adin Ross would say, I'm not very political. I don't really do politics. He would say that before when he was, you know, a gamer, variety streamer, trying to do gambling stuff. And now he's, well, he's screaming, opening his stream saying there are only 2 genders. And as we're about to find out, going a little further. Let's continue. Train announces that on March 3rd, there will be a mobile app for Kick, and after that, there'll be console integration. And then Train says to Adin, your viewers are a bunch of kids that play Xbox. Clips will be coming soon, but Train won't commit to when the feature rolls out. Adin announces that he pays his moderators $60,000, calls for streamers to pay their mods. Moderators are the backbone of your channel, says Train. Moderators do a lot of work, but also paying your moderator $60,000 is a thing that only literally a millionaire can do. Most streamers are not millionaires. It is interesting. It does seem interesting that the owner of a streaming platform, Trainwrecks, can acknowledge that moderators are really important, but also streaming doesn't exactly give a whole lot of money to their creators. Now, to be fair, Train would of course argue, well, Kick pays more than Twitch. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Kick is not exactly in a good light right now. Kick has now had multiple incidents of people streaming porn directly and targetedly to children. Kick has now had people receiving blowjobs on stream. Kick doesn't really have a leg to stand on, basically. And it is out of touch. But let's continue. Adin is attempting to get another self-proclaimed Nazi, a Nazi by the name of, and this is a quote, Gypsy Crusader, onto his stream. Train says that is too far. Adin begins playing a clip where Gypsy Crusader calls a boy the N-word over and over again while dressed as Hitler. And then Train says, are you watching this on stream right now? So, unironically, 111,000 people, predominantly children, were exposed to their streamer playing a clip of a guy calling a young boy the N-word over and over again while dressing up as Hitler. 111,000 people. Yes, that was the view count when this was going down. And of course, Train is sitting here going, I don't know if Train realizes how bad this is for his website's image, but remember how I was just saying that Kick.com, while they offer more pay to streamers, has some pretty serious image issues that they might not be able to escape? It just got a lot worse for Kick.com because one of Kick's biggest streams of all time now features a Nazi dressing up as Hitler and calling a boy the N-word, which was streamed to children. Incredible. Shortly after this, Adin asks Train, I have a question. Can guys get raped? Train says, yes, guys can get raped. Adin says, can you give me an example? The mood suddenly shifts. We should talk about this later, and then Train leaves the call. Adin hears that a friend of his, Neon, got swatted on Kick earlier today and then laughs about it. He calls Neon on Discord. Neon says, are you laughing right now? Fuck you, Jew. And this is a quote. Fuck you, Jew. Kill yourself. That's a quote. And then he leaves the call. And then Adin asks, wait a minute, chat, how do you know where Neon lives? What's his address? Literally asking for docs live on the stream. Minutes after Train tells Adin to be careful platforming Nazis on his Kick stream, I cannot play this on stream, but this is a sing-along song of a Nazi standing in front of a Nazi flag, singing about how awesome Hitler is and singing joyfully about details of the Holocaust. Was literally, he streamed this almost immediately afterwards. This is just a sort of comment here. We'll skip that one. Adin picks up a call from a friend. The friend asks, hey, is the volume up? Adin says, yeah. The friend says, that shit was funny, bro. But you know what today is? And then this is a quote from the friend. Hitler should have finished the job on you stupid K-slur, you dumb Jew, kill yourself. He then hangs up the call. Again, 111,000 people watching this, most of them children. The bulk of the interesting part is over, so I'm gonna go back through and talk about some of the interesting parts from earlier that I wanted to add. Adin says that he was banned on Twitch for something that occurred on platform, but he will not say what specifically it was. He then goes on a rant for a while about cancel culture. Why don't we correct people? Why do we just cancel them? And then he says, I actually got banned on Twitch for no reason. Adin says, I wouldn't have gotten banned if I had painted nails and blue hair. He then quizzes chat on how many genders there are. And then he says, Twitch banned me on National Hate Jew Day. You couldn't have waited one day? Trainwreck rejoins the call with Adin. Train says half of Twitch employees are on the extreme left wave, bringing their at-home politics to work. Adin says Twitch wouldn't have banned me if I wasn't so controversial. Train corrects him that it's pronounced controversial. Do you see something that's happening here? Do you notice how all of this random hatred is being directed at a few, almost incoherently, at a few specific targets? That there's no actual coherence of message. It is just designed to hate trans people. How many genders are there? Blue hairs and pronouns. Blue hairs and pronouns. And then, of course, left-wing, random left-wing people, a whole bunch of anti-Semitism. All of this is being driven in a very specific direction to 111,000 viewers, many of whom are children. Pretty fucking interesting, isn't it? Yeah, literally name-dropping Nazi broadcasters, literally playing Nazi broadcasters' content. Deranged. Fucking deranged. Let's continue. Adin asks, are Twitch's biggest streamers perfect or corrupt off stream? Then Train says they're hypocritical. Their actions don't follow their words. If it was you doing what they do, they'd be calling you a scammer or a con artist. He then provides no example of no example of hypocritical actions is given. Adin says, basically, they're teaching their audience to be a bitch and a pussy. You have to follow the policy, follow the rules. Shut the fuck up, bitch, he says. No, motherfuckers, no. There are two genders, you hear me? That's how it is, bitch. And then Train tells him that this really isn't the hill to die on. Train says that moderation should be parents controlling what their kids see, not Twitch saying softcore porn is okay, US licensed gambling is okay, but outside the US it's not. Adin, if you're gonna ban porn, why can't I be naked in a hot tub? Both keep cutting each other off in order to rant. It's really funny to me that both Train and Adin are ranting about different things, but they're both ultimately pointing it in the same direction. Train is basically playing as the good cop, while Adin is basically playing as the bad cop. Neither of them are being coherent. They're talking about completely different things, but they're both at the end pointing it at left-wing, secret left-wing people pulling the strings. Kind of weird how that works, isn't it? Kind of weird how this entire conversation that we've gone through so far, this entire event, has been deliberately designed to try and convince people to be Nazis. It's almost like there are enormous content creators right now in a very specific sphere of influence, all of them mostly friends with one another, handshaking one another, and shouting out, creating an explicit Nazi pipeline. However, there is one funny thing about this, which we'll get to at the end. Train wants to focus on how his gambling sponsor got banned on Twitch, but not sports betting. Adin wants to focus on giving kids crippling porn addictions. I haven't masturbated in months, Adin says. I quit jerking off. Adin then says, if I call a girl a dishwasher, right, that's not me being sexist. You know what sexism is? It means I don't like people based on their sex, of which there are two, by the way. Train says, well, listen, see, this is what I mean. Sometimes you dig yourself into a goddamn hole, says Train. Train loses his train of thought. Damn, motherfucker, the coke got to your brain, says Adin. And then Train says, yeah, no, it's more like the lack of, you know what I'm saying? When you cold turkey that, you know what I'm saying. Train then clarifies he's definitely not on cocaine. They go back and forth about wanting everyone to love each other. Adin says he's autistic. Adin says he's not self-diagnosing, but that he used to do a lot of weird shit when he was a kid, and that it might just be Asperger's. Train then says that Twitch streamers should have protested the 50-50 change in revenue split as hard as they fought to ban gambling. He calls for streamers to boycott Twitch, and then he says Kick gives their streamers a 95% revenue split. You hear that, guys? You can get a 95% revenue split on a channel that is broadcasting porn to children directly, that is telling children to fucking go and check out Nazi channels, to a show whose biggest streamer is broadcasting jokes about the Holocaust. 95% revenue split. I bet you're going to get a ton of revenue on that site. I bet there's tons of growth available on that website. We're back at the point where this thread ended up starting. Adin and Train's full wish list for streamers who should sign up are, let's look at this list. Destiny, Nick Fuentes, who is a Nazi, Ice Poseidon, Bruce Dropamoff, Kai Cenat, Rice Gum, and Soulja Boy. Adin coins the phrase, fuck Twitch, I'm a just kick it. For the record, here is a clip of Adin Ross explicitly requesting Trainwreck bring self-labeled Nazi Nick Fuentes onto Kick. Fuentes currently streams on an alt-right site called Cozy and is banned on pretty much every other social media because, again, he is a white supremacist. Adin and Fuentes apparently just chat. He'll call him up to ask questions on stream like any streaming pal. Most people will remember him from Ye's I Love Hitler podcast tour, where Fuentes was there to coach Ye on alt-right talking points. Here's another clip of that. I'm adding in some clips for these. Adin begins playing a clip where Gypsy Crusader calls a boy the N-word over and over again while dressed as Hitler. That's the clip for that one. And that's where the summary ends. So, Adin Ross, guys, do you think he's doing great? So remember how I said there was a small bit of good news out of this nightmare? Like, yes, it is true that a bunch of hugely influential, gigantic streamers are directly funneling their audience of children into Nazi propaganda and also explicitly engaging in targeted bigotry against trans people alongside genocidal rhetoric from Nazis. Yes, that is true. But the funny thing is, Adin Ross is fucked. Adin Ross is completely and utterly fucked. Because, like it or not, as it stands right now, being a fucking Nazi streamer is not a path to any sort of financial success. These people live in a reality of their own creation. And it's really funny, if you actually go and listen to, even Nick Fuentes, of course, being sort of like the go-to example of a public-facing Nazi, you will discover this man is not exactly on in financial good times. Recently, he was engaged in a debate with another, let's call this guy a diet Nazi, okay? Mr. Medicare, who is apparently going to die of cancer very soon. He's an ex-Gamergate harasser, a Kiwi Farms guy, or actually I don't know if he's actually Kiwi Farms, but he does similar things. He likes to harass people. That's his like main thing, is fucking harassing people. But yeah, he's Nick Fuentes and Mr. Medicare recently had a debate, and one of the things that Nick accidentally let slip is that he's fucking out of money. That he's like, he got his funds fucking confiscated by the federal government during the investigation of his involvement in January 6th. The man's fucking broke, and he can't stream on any platforms anymore. He's not on YouTube anymore. All he has is his little incestuous website, which means that his only option for growth is to continue to squeeze his small audience to death on Cozy. And now we see that Adin Ross is not even able to keep his the few allies that he has on his side. He's ruining Train's opportunity to actually have a successful streaming site. Like, don't get me wrong, it's pretty clear to me that Train is pretty far right wing, but it's very obvious to me that I shouldn't say pretty far right wing, that he's right leaning. It's very obvious from what he said there that he's right leaning, you know, him being like, yeah, it's lefties, etc. But Train is motivated by money. Train was making millions of dollars with his contract from gambling companies, and now he's not anymore. He's still making a lot of money, but he wants to run a successful streaming platform. And now he has these Nazis coming in and making it literally impossible. There's an old saying that says, if you go into a bar and there's two ways that it goes, but there's an old saying that goes, if you go into a bar and there are 11 people drinking, or there are 10 people drinking with a Nazi, you have 11 Nazis. And that sometimes is a little bit overstated, but there is a truth in it, which is the fact that the presence, the tolerance of a Nazi, allowing a Nazi to sit there and exist in your social space, alienates other people. Other people say, in chat, another person says, Intentions Nasty says, if you have 11 Nazis in your bar, you got a Nazi bar. There's other versions of it. There's a million different versions of this saying. But it's true. The reason for this is that it doesn't take more than a handful of Nazis in a space to make that space inhospitable to everyone. Nazis are toxic. These people, these fucking bigots are terrible. They drive away everyone else. They are incapable of engaging in any sort of reasonable conversation. They are impossible to coexist with. and so what ends up happening is you let this shit fester. You don't get rid of the people who are playing fucking Holocaust jokes on their stream. You don't get rid of the people who are screaming the N-word at black people, and all of a sudden, no black people will come to your site. No white people who give a shit about racism will come to your site. No Jewish people will come to your site. No trans people will come to your site. Anybody who cares about any of those groups, who has family members who are Jewish or trans or gay or black, will come to your website, and your site goes to the tank, and the only people who will show up there is fucking Nazis. It is a self-destructive machine. And unfortunately, the downside, the sad thing about all of this, oh, I didn't see this. We can check this out. This will be interesting. The sad thing about all of this is the number of innocent people who are harmed in the process. Because 111,000 people, a lot of whom are kids, being exposed to Nazi propaganda in a positive light, being told that this is funny and good, those people are going to go on to do a lot of harm to other people. And it contributes to an atmosphere of deranged hatred, a level of derangement that is completely disconnected from reality. I want you to acknowledge that, I just want to point out, Adin Ross was not attacked by trans people or anything like that. Adin Ross fucked his own life over. Adin Ross, the Seat-Sniffer, sniffed the shit out of Andrew Tate's ass crack so hard that he lost his own personality. And now he has no choice but to start platforming anti-Semitism. He platforming fucking opening his stream by targeting trans people, jumping in on doxing his weird friends, platforming slurs. They live in their own reality. Their hatred is not inspired by anything that any of us do. They just hate. It is a self-reinforcing, deranging pipeline that completely breaks people's brains. I don't feel bad for Adin Ross, but I feel bad for a lot of the people in his community, a lot of young people who don't necessarily know all that much about the world, who are being encouraged by the gigantic audiences around him into the worst behavior, the most self-destructive, horrible ideologies you can possibly imagine. Nazis are miserable people. Conservatives in general are fucking miserable people, but Nazis especially are the most miserable people on the planet. They can literally see no other way to engage with the world except for raw hatred and domination. They are insecure. They hate everyone. They are convinced that there are secret plots all around them. They live in a different reality than anyone else, and they insist that everyone else is wrong. It's a horrible existence. And unfortunately, their behavior when Nazis manage to grab a modicum of power is murderous. It's horrible. Let me remind you that one of the memes that this guy played was a fucking song making light of the atrocities of the Holocaust, explicitly framing those things in a good light. Like, can we acknowledge how fucked up the political landscape is in this fucking country? Can we acknowledge the dire state of affairs and how serious we need to get about cracking down on this fucking bullshit? Because dullards, idiots like Adin Ross are being enabled in however way to be able to talk to tons and tons of vulnerable children, to tons and tons of vulnerable people, and convince them that adopting an ideology that requires that you hate and want to murder most of the world, an ideology that tells you to forgive some of the worst atrocities that this fucking planet has ever seen. I want to read you something real quick. Hold on a second. I want to read you something real quick. Hold on, let me just bring this up. Let me just see if I can find this real quick. I want to read this. Just give me just 1 second real quick. Oops. This is the one. All right. This is the one that I wanted to read about. Let me just bring up the right page because I want to make sure that I give you a quick rundown of the types of stuff that we're going to talk about here for just a second. You just have to give me just 1 minute here. I want to make sure that I'm getting this right and that I'm reading you this directly. And then we're going to read one other thing. Hold on 1 second. I gotta make sure, I gotta find the page that I was thinking of. 1 second. I didn't have this one ready, but I want to show it to you. We can have this get cut out. Hold on. One moment. I have to find the term. I forgot the term. I'm blanking on it. Ah, well, whatever. No, I remember what I was searching. I just forgot the term. There was a specific quote that I wanted to share, but I've lost the actual quote. I forgot the page that it was on, and now I can't read you the actual quote. It was there was a group in World War II that were known as combat gangs. I watched a film about this recently. And there was a passage that I really wanted to read you that was from the account of somebody who was like a demolitions guy who was traveling with one of these combat gangs, and he wrote down in his journal a couple of the events that he witnessed. No, they weren't called the brown shirts. They're called like I wish I could remember the name. It's a German word that I can't fucking remember. And I've now lost the link to it. And I wanted to read you this, but I can't actually. I don't know that I'm actually going to be able to find it. Einsatzgruppen. It might be. No, it wasn't quite that. It was the Bandenbekämpfung. It was one of them. Yes, it was one of those. It was. I think that's the broad term. Bandenbekämpfung. Yes, but I don't. But there was a specific one. It was, but there was a specific group that was under the command of one person that this specific quote came from. Derlewanger, yes, Derlewanger. Thank you, Derlewanger. Yes, thank you. This is literally the exact thing that I wanted to read. Okay, I want to read you this. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. I want to read you the exact, this exact thing, okay? We'll have this cut up in the final version of it. Sorry about the delay there. I couldn't remember the name of the group, and I wanted to quote this directly. The reason why I wanted to quote it directly is because I want you to understand that this is real. That it starts, this type of shit starts with a popularization of rhetoric. It starts with a casual level of dehumanization, a constant barrage of propaganda, and where it ends up going is that propaganda is made real when people of this level of vile ideology take control or are given any level of power. So I want to read you this. In what became known as the Wola Massacre, Rona and Derlewanger personnel indiscriminately massacred Polish combatants alongside civilian men, women, and children in the Wola district of Warsaw, Poland. Up to 40,000 civilians were murdered in Wola in less than 2 weeks of August of that year, including all hospital patients and staff. Many otherwise unknown crimes committed by Derlewanger at Wola were later revealed by Matthias Schenk, a Belgian national who was serving in the area as a German army sapper, a demolitionist. Regarding an incident in which 500 small children were murdered, Schenk wrote the following. So this is from his journal. He was not a member of the Derlewanger gang. Which was, by the way, a armed, supplied, funded combat gang by the Nazis. Their explicit purpose was to go travel into nearby countries and wreak havoc. And I'm going to read you the insert from his journey. Content warning, this is extremely violent. After the door of the building was blown off, we saw a daycare full of small children. Around 500, all of them had their small hands in the air. Even Derlewanger's own people called him a butcher for this. He ordered them to kill them all. The shots were fired, but he requested his men to save ammo and to finish them off with rifle butts and bayonets. Blood and brain matter flowed in streams down the stairs. So, when I say that somebody doing a stream to 111,000 people making light of the Holocaust wasn't just a part of a war. The Holocaust wasn't just concentration camps and internments. The Holocaust wasn't just the persecution of people in their daily lives. The Holocaust wasn't just a never-ending ramping up a campaign of propaganda. The Holocaust stretched out to all of Europe, to every nearby country where gangs of empowered idiots given the power to be as vile and brutish as possible would massacre children en masse, glorifying in violence. And that's why I think we need to keep this type of shit in perspective. When you have a streamer who's fucking blasting out raw Nazi propaganda, explicitly asking for the owner of a website to allow Nazis to have a platform on that website, this is the shit that we're talking about. We know where this shit goes. We know what people who are willing to associate with the term Nazi actually believe. We know what they want. We know what they believe in. They want a world where any sort of act of vicious violence is totally justified, so long as it's against the bad people, so long as it's against the degenerates or the whatever. Just remember that. Now, I've just been tuned into a piece of news to this situation. Apparently, Adin Ross's own brother has written a thread about this. Let's see what Adin Ross's brother has to say. Discordant Vol says, the cruelty was the point. It made the rest of the Nazis feel better about what they were doing, since they certainly weren't as bad as Derlewanger. Yes, these things are designed to build off of each other. They are acts of turbo toxic masculine bravado, showing how much you don't care, how much you despise the evil in the world, and they build off each other. The cruelty is a part of the ritual process of defeating the undesirables. Gayfesh says, Adin Ross says that this is not his brother, but I'm not entirely particularly inclined to believe Adin Ross on this. So this is warning, everybody. This is potential apocrypha. We are not able to be 100% sure that this is actually his brother. However, it is well, I wouldn't say a large account. I don't know, maybe this is a little much. Let's give it a chance anyway, but let's read this with the knowledge, just so that nobody can claim that I'm doing any disinfo. We don't know for sure. This has not been confirmed that it's his brother, but this is someone claiming to be his brother. Could be, could not be. Take it with a grain of salt, okay? This is the bonus section. I already gave you my spiel. I already did the whole thing where I had to type and blah, blah, blah. So let's do this. I never wanted to bring this to my platform, but I need to get this rant out. I am Adin Ross's half-brother. This is not a joke, and a few of you already know. He was banned from Twitch yesterday and has been making very erratic career and life decisions since he met Andrew Tate. Fame came to Adin really fast when he was still a teenager, so our whole family, including my mom, have worked really hard to keep certain people away from him and keep him on the right path. We've always been a team like that, and there's never been a problem before until last year, my brother started talking to the controversial influencer Andrew Tate online. Adin had just gone through a really bad breakup with this girl named Pammy, his first serious relationship, and he was very vulnerable. I showed our dad some of Tate's content, and my dad got really worried. But Adin had turned 21, so the family decided to let him figure things out on his own. And what's the worst that could happen, right? By the holidays, he had totally changed. He had a fight with dad and told him to dye his hair blue. I couldn't believe that this was the same person as my kid brother. When our dad found out Adin was going to fly to Romania to visit Andrew Tate in prison, he tried to intervene, but Adin completely cut him off. By the time he flew out, he'd cut off our aunts and uncle, cousins, and at least one of our grandparents, the people that raised him, his own blood. If I have to hear my father cry over Adin one more time, I swear to fucking God, or I swear to God. It's strained our relationship now too because I don't want to hear about Adin anymore. I'm so tired of this bullshit. The Kanye West thing alone caused so much drama. And for what? For clout? It's insane. A lot of kids look up to Adin. The last time we saw each other, we went shoe shopping and this little boy ran up to him and was crying, said he was his hero. Whether he asked for it or not, that is his audience. And it's irresponsible to feed them this kind of nonsense, period. I mean, he's streaming porn on his channel, calling women dishwashers. We were never the closest growing up, but I don't even know who he is anymore. Now his Twitch is permanently banned and his entire career hinges on the success of an unregulated gambling portal. What happened? I've always respected his wishes to keep the family private, and I've never commented on anything he said or done until one retweet the other day about the porn incident. He called me this morning screaming about how he wants my motorcycle back, which was a birthday gift. I'm done. I'm not gonna sit around and wait for him to stop torturing our family because he's in love with some bald British rapist. I used to blame Andrew Tate, but now I blame Adin Ross. He didn't make you act like this. Not to me, not to our sister, and not to dad. Grow up. Actual grooming. Damn, a lot of people are responding to this. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever fully know if this is the real deal. Yeah, you guys have to remember, people in chat are like, wait, kids would say Adin Ross is a hero? Adin Ross is a huge streamer. He pulled on his off platform, on Kick, the platform that is not his home platform. He pulled 111,000 concurrent viewers. You guys, we pull like 500 concurrent viewers. 111,000 concurrent viewers is an absolute insane amount of fame. And he's using it to directly endorse and promote Nazis. He is not just funneling these people. He's not just acting as a pipeline. He's blasting them into the Nazi sphere. I've heard a number that viewer numbers are padded. Sure, doesn't matter. Even if they're padded, that is an incomprehensible amount of followers. You have to just understand that. You really have to understand that. To put it into perspective, Markiplier gets around 90K views on YouTube. Now, admittedly, Markiplier, if Markiplier had a big news day, he would probably get significantly more than that. But this is a big streamer. There are a lot of kids watching this guy, and there are a lot of kids who think that he's funny, who may have been a fan of him long before he started doing this stuff. All of this shit with Andrew Tate has only happened in the last few months or a year or so. He's been doing random variety stream, gaming, shit like that for a long time, building a giant following. He's a very, very popular person. And yes, kids do see him as somebody to be like. There are kids who've been following him for years, who've seen his success and who idolize him. And he's blasting them directly into the hands of Nazis, of literal Nazis. Like, even if all he had done was recommend Nick Fuentes, that would be bad. But he didn't just do that. He didn't just recommend Nick Fuentes. He recommended other Nazis. He played direct Nazi propaganda content for these people. It's sick. It's fucked up. It's disastrous. And the only thing that any of us can really take away as a comfort is that he personally is probably going to ruin his own life. But what's really sad about this is the fact that this is becoming normalized. That in our society, there is an unironic Nazi surge going on. Now, I will be clear, even among all of those people who he promoted that to, very few of them will actually become Nazis. But it doesn't take a lot of Nazis to do a lot of harm. And let me remind you that, like I said before, reading that quote, how bad it can get. People who are enabled with power and money to do great acts of cruelty can get away with a lot. They don't last long. They don't win any friends or allies, and basically everyone will fight against them, but they can do a lot of harm to a lot of people. And I personally would prefer to prevent a world in which fucking Nazi ideology becomes popular at all. I would really like to stop that world from ever happening. The normalization is not okay. This shit has to be cracked down on really, really hard, and it's very difficult to deal with. It's very difficult to do so in the internet future, where people like this fucking idiot can broadcast this propaganda rapidly to thousands and thousands of people. And keep in mind, we all know where this started. This started with fucking Andrew Tate. It didn't start as Nazi shit. It started as misogynist manosphere shit. The pipeline that we talked about in the past, what people used to call the alt-right pipeline, still exists, and it's even stronger than it has been before, and it's even worse than it has been before. I'm sure the viewer numbers on Kick are not that good. I'm sure there's a lot of issues with botting on Kick because Kick is a fresh platform. But keep in mind, I mean, we can just check Twitch. Twitch has significantly more trustworthy. Let me see. Let's just see. We can look. Okay, here we go. Here's Kick, or this is on Twitch, okay? On Twitch, his average viewers in the last 14 days was 45,000, okay? 45,000 average viewers on Twitch, okay? Over the course of the last year, 61,000 average. 61,000 average over the past year. His peak viewers on Twitch, this is not on Kick, his peak viewers, 266,000, okay? And this guy's fucking peddling Nazi propaganda directly to this audience. He's telling them that this Nazi stuff is based and funny and cool. And if people aren't able to reach those kids, they are going to be siloed off. They are going to be spun off into a complete alternate reality. This is something I've talked about a million times. And I've talked about this on a personal level as well because I grew up in a cult. I was raised in a Christian cult. a cult that had a completely different view of the world, and it was very, very difficult to escape. It is very difficult to escape once you're already pulled in. And people like Adin Ross, people like fucking Andrew Tate, these people are pulling these people into completely alternate realities that are built around frothing hatred, miserable existences. What can we do to help? Literally any type of anti-fascist action that you can participate in, any type of anti-fascist action, whether it's fucking advocacy, whether it's getting out on the street and pushing back against these people, whether it is doing whatever you can to ensure that these people are not being given platforms. We need to be able to take part in deplatforming. We need to take part in pushing back against this. We need to have people doing counter messaging. There are so many ways that you can push back against this, and all of them involve pushing back on fascism. All of them involved in being staunch anti-fascist, in getting other people, whatever you can do to get as many people away from the fash, away from the Nazi messaging, whatever you can do. You probably have unique skills that no one else has. I do. As you all know, I'm a bit of a camera person. I've got some real good talent when it comes to audio. I've got some real good talent when it comes to video. And so I make a show where I talk about this shit. I make a show where I make sure that people are abreast of the bullshit that's going on so we don't miss out on an army of children getting turned into Nazis in real time. That's what I can do. What you can do is you got to think about your skills, what skills you have that you can develop, and how you can apply them to anti-fascism. Countering the message is huge, but it's not the only thing, okay? It's not the only thing that matters. Countering the message is only one part. And I can say this with experience, okay? Because as a kid, I was not allowed until I was much older to even see counter messages. What I watched was controlled. What I was told was controlled. And all of these organizations behave like that. All of these fandoms, like the Nick Fuentes fandom, they don't expose their viewers to opposing views. They build a shell of biased thought. Thought-terminating cliches are part and parcel to the far right. They need you to not think. They need you to feel hate first, to feel disgust first, and nothing else. And it is difficult. Once that shell has been made, it is very difficult to crack it. Some people refer to the far right as basically like orcs. You know, you've probably heard some content creators refer to the far right as basically having to deal with orcs. And there is some truth in that. Once people get to a certain depth, the likelihood of them getting back out of that is so low that the likelihood of them just killing you or hurting you is way higher than the likelihood that you are ever going to get them out. And it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that that is the way that the world is, but that's the world that they want to make. They want a world where there are strict lines and hierarchies, where humans are separated into clean and unclean, into good and bad. And while it isn't true, obviously no person with a bad ideology is trapped like that forever. I got out of that, but it was hard as fuck. And there was a lot of things that could have led to me being trapped in that ideology. There were people who I met along the course of my life who took time to push back, to provide me different information. And it was a lot of different people, including myself. It also took me being somebody who was willing to change. A lot of people will instead double down. A lot of people, once they get pulled into these ideologies of hatred, and I call them an ideology of hatred because that is the motivation. They want you to hate more than anything else. They want you to hate the unclean. They want you to hate the infidel. They want you to hate the degenerate. Once you get into that, it can be very difficult to deprogram your brain. It can be very difficult because every single thing that happens is just a confirmation. Because every act of mercy that you show will be replied by them pulling a gun on you. And their way of doing things puts the world in a perpetual state of war, because they are the believers in the first strike. They are the believers that the degenerates are coming to get them. Even if they have no evidence of this, they've convinced themselves emotionally that that's the case. But that doesn't mean that you can give up the fight. That doesn't mean that we don't need to do anything. The truth is that these people, as I've told, like I mentioned, no fucking trans people didn't attack Adin Ross. Adin Ross chose to become a big fan of Andrew Tate. Adin Ross has chosen to start screaming about gender whenever he opens his streams, to just randomly scream about it on Twitter. No trans people didn't declare war. That doesn't even make any sense. He chose that shit. And unfortunately, the truth is that right-wingers will often choose war. They will often choose to fight with you, which means we have to know how to fight, and we have to be willing to defeat them when the time comes. You have to be willing to fight them. And it's not always going to be pleasant. However, we can also take advantage of times where there isn't fighting. We can build up alternatives so that people won't get pulled into those pipelines. We can counteract their messages. We can inoculate people by getting to them first. One of the things on this stream that I've talked about the most is that I don't really believe that online is a very good place to de-radicalize people. I don't think that online figures can convince people very well to step away from an extremist ideology. But what online people can do is inoculate them. We can give them the tools to not be fooled in the first place, to not get sucked in, to hear these people talk about shit and go, that's fucking bullshit. Why would you say that shit? Why would you this guy's full of shit. We can do that. We can immunize people by teaching them things better, by reaching them before they get pulled into hate. And yes, imps together strong. And you have to remember, there are a lot of imps out there. Even people that you don't know are imps yet. There's a lot of imps out there. Anyway, that's all I have to say about the Adin Ross situation. There's not much more to be said. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty deranged. Isn't it? Isn't that fucking off the rails? Oh, I would play that Socked on Left, but we can't because we're on Twitch right now, so I can't play any actual clips. Yeah, unfortunately I would. Okay, look, okay, one last thing. One small thing, okay? One small thing, okay? Look. This was him after meeting Andrew Tate. He literally cut his hair and beard exactly like Andrew Tate. That's all I'm gonna show, okay? The moment he met Andrew Tate, he immediately started emulating him. Unironically. Here was him before, okay? Here was what he looked like before the trip to see Andrew Tate. And then afterwards, he looked like that other picture. Literally NPC brain. It is literally, Daddy told me to brain. That is all they have, is just emulate the strong man. The strong man will make you feel bad. Also, if you actually watch the stream between Adin Ross and Andrew Tate, you will see that Andrew Tate is basically negging him the entire time. This is part of the reason why I say they have a miserable existence. All they do is undermine each other. Their friendships are predicated on keeping one person's head down in the shit so that you remember who's on top. It's fucking pathetic. Don't kink shame people with daddy kinks. Kinksters are healthy. And you want to know why kinksters are healthy? Because they acknowledge that it's a kink. They acknowledge that they are engaging something personal between them and one other person, something that makes them satisfied. These motherfuckers want you to be fucking... If Adin Ross had his way, you would have to sniff Andrew Tate's fucking seat. Do you fucking want to sniff Andrew Tate's seat? Do you want to sniff fucking Hitler's underpants? Because that's the world that Adin Ross wants for you. Their world is that you don't get to have a choice in who's your leader and who's your daddy. They're your daddy, whether you like it or not. It's about dominance. It's about force. It's about violence. If you want to have your own daddy, that is based as fuck. If you want to have your own mommy, that's based as fuck. If you want to have a slave owner own you, that's based as fuck. Because that's between you and another person that you are engaging in on a personal and individual level for your own empowerment, for whatever works for you. But these people don't believe in that. These people believe everyone has to play by their rules. They believe that, I mean, it really is summed up with the whole, there are only two genders. Their view of the world, even though Adin Ross is a semi-illiterate child who cannot think for himself and who has destroyed his own incredibly lucrative career because of fantasies about the Matrix getting him. The Matrix has never gotten him. He could have just kept being a gamer streamer and making millions of dollars. But he's convinced himself that the Matrix had to get him. I don't mean to lose my train of thought, but Jesus Christ. It's a miserable, they live fucking miserably. This guy doesn't know fucking shit about anything, and yet he declares, oh, there's only two genders, there's only one way to live. I know the way to live, and you gotta follow it. It's fucking pathetic. Killjoy says, Kinksters also have a complete understanding of performance. BDSM is one of those few circles where consent is pretty much worked through prior to anything and the power imbalance is understood by both parties and can be revoked. Yes, that's part of the importance of BDSM. BDSM is about finding structures that work for you, not imposing them on other people who don't want them. What a wild ass ride. All right, we're gonna take a short. I'm gonna sit here and talk with you. This is the end of the segment. Are we getting into cryptids? Yes, we are. We still have about 2 hours left of stream time, so we're gonna do some Cooking Mama. We're gonna do some conspiracy, but I want to take a second to just chat for a minute. I want to just take a second to chat. There's been a lot of stuff on my mind lately. As many of you know, it's been about a week since I last streamed. The last stream that I did was the sky burial for the Twitter left. It was a sermon, and I openly admit it was a bit of a sermon. I was preaching, okay? And I was preaching because I think people needed to hear that. I think people needed to have something that that gave them some perspective. But there's been a lot of stuff on my mind. I have been sifting through an incredible amount of shit this last week to try and figure out exactly what I want to talk about on stream. Because the simple truth is that, like, the frequency with which I encounter the most harrowing and depressing news has gone up a lot, and it's very difficult to deal with. Social media is completely and utterly overwhelmed and hijacked right now with people basically either direct hate itself or people responding and trying to respond to hate. It is just all of my social media. The entire world at the moment is embroiled in endless endless culture conflict, and I think that it's a sign of the times that bigotry, that people, and I'm talking about like gaming streamers, everybody, all of these people are engaging in this shit. There is a madness that has seized a lot of our society, and it's very unhealthy and it's very fucked up, and it's depressing. I am tired of seeing hatred. I am so fucking tired of seeing the disgusting vitriol. And when I say like disgusting vitriol, I'm not talking about little things. I'm talking about people just spittingly screaming about how trans people are gonna all be dead soon. How gay people are next. Screaming racist slurs. It's fucking gross. And it's, God, it's just, I don't know. The state of affairs in the United States and in the English-speaking world is very grim right now. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's been a lot harder for me to figure out what's worth talking about. And part of the reason why I've been taking my time with these streams is because I want to make sure that I'm able to say things that matter, you know? I want to be able to save my energy for the things that matter, to give you all information and thoughts that I think can be valuable instead of just wasting time. That's what Can You Hear the Signal is all about. You guys have heard me this year. Can you fucking hear the signal? I've said that over and over again this year, and it's the theme of this year. It's the theme of my stream for this year, for 2023. And the reason is because I think that people are getting exhausted, and it's important that we don't get exhausted right now. It's important that we, you know, stay strong together. But we can't do that if we're expending all of our energy getting distracted with stupid conflicts, getting distracted with wastes of time. I hate that talking about Adin Ross is actually not that big of a waste of time. It's actually important because of just how many people are affected by this guy. You know? But it's hard. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. And also, I should note that I think that having fun, having a good time is excuse me, is super important. I think that actually having fun and not like cope, okay? Because like, let me be real, a lot of the drama content that's been going around lately is not fun, it's cope. It is desperate coping. It is people engaging in sort of like ritualistic cruelty of like the most pathetic form online in order to try to squeak out a small amount of good feeling. You wanna know what was fun? The last CookingMama stream I did. You want to know what was fucking super fun? You want to know I had a fucking great time doing the ConspiracyMama, and that's why we're doing that stuff more often now. You want to know what was fun for me? Doing the review at the beginning of the stream. I want to talk about important things, but I also want to stress the importance of actually having fun, because having fun together rebuilds your energy stores. When you have a good time, a good time with people that you enjoy, when you imps connect with each other and build real social connections, it actually gives us more energy. When's the next Cult of the Lamb stream? As soon as I'm done traveling, we're gonna finish Cult of the Lamb, which is a big deal for me because it's been going on. We've been playing it for a couple months now, and I want to finish it and complete the cult. I've been planning a big credit read at the end. I'm gonna read off the book of the cult at the end of that, so that'll be cool. There's Spyro Gal says burnout is really bad. Burnout is like endemic to this space. You have to understand, like, a lot of the streamers that you guys watch and enjoy are almost perpetually on the edge of burnout or leaning into burnout. The burnout rate among streamers is unbelievable. You've probably seen this. There are probably streamers that you haven't heard from in months because they burn the fuck out. Streamers burn out like crazy, and I don't want to be one of them. So I'm, you know, trying to change my ways. I'm trying to grow as a person and become a better streamer and a better creator. I would rather have my streams be of high value to my community. I would rather have my streams be of high value to my broader community than like, I don't know. Yeah. Merrick, I'm a burnt out former streamer. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing worthy of feeling bad about that, Merrick. First of all, you're an amazing person, and I love the heck out of you. Like I said, burnout is endemic to the space. It is a part of the culture almost, and it's not healthy. And I won't pretend that it is healthy. It's horrible. It hurts people. And I don't blame anybody for no longer streaming because they burnt out, because that's a survival tactic. No longer streaming is removing the thing that's causing your burnout. But for you all who love streaming, you guys who love watching us, it's bad for you all. And it's bad for the space, and it's bad for us individuals, as individuals, the people behind the screen, the people behind the voice. It's terrible for us to have these burnout rates. We lose friends, unironically, and it sucks so much. I got to do more cooking mamas. Yeah, I am. I'm going to be doing a lot more different stuff. I mean, hell, today, most of today's stream hasn't even been the politics topic. And I've done that deliberately. I've been planning my streams to teach people how much fun we can have talking about other things. I've been planning my streams to show you guys how much fun the media reviews can be, how much fun laughing at these conservative, not conservative, well, yeah, they're usually conservatives, but laughing at these conspiracy videos can be. You know? But yeah. Can't wait for the 7-hour pathologic recap stream. There'll be a day. I have plans. I've been slowly putting together my plans. I don't have it hammered out yet, but eventually I do want to do a very, very high art pathologic stream. By the way, real quick, I'm gonna do some very quick donation reads. LB with the gifted tier 1 sub says hug. Hug likewise. Mellow Anarchist with the $6.66. I have a Sonic meme. Thank you very, very much, Mellow Anarchist. Deeply appreciate the support. Maybe we'll watch the meme at the end, but thank you very, very, very much. A lot of apples with the tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you very, very, very much. Skunksy with the tier 1 sub. Very amateurish, but I wanted to hear a beat on Scheming Weasel, and I think this is okay. Skunksy, that was sick as hell. That was sick. Well done. That was amazing. Thank you for that, Skunksy. That was great. That was very fun. A lot of apples with the gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very, very much. President Parakeet with the tier 1 sub. I've been so enthralled in the recounting of the Planet of the Apes movies that I almost forgot to say hello. Hi, y'all. Hello. Piftle Cakes with the tier 1 gifted sub, and also Piftle Cakes with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so very much. Eddie with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very, very much. Fake Alex Kyle Parker with the $10. I will cause an apple famine by hoarding all of the apples. I will then use these apples to fuel my private army and overthrow the UN. I will then declare myself the Secretary General for life. And hold on a second. Somniostatic sent me a link for the conspiracy segment. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. You guys want to do conspiracy stuff? You guys ready to do conspiracy memes? If you guys haven't seen any of my conspiracy meme stuff, this is gonna be a wild ride. We got a lot of options in front of us, so I think it's time for us to do some conspiracy stuff, because let me tell you, this shit gets wild, and we were dying laughing the last time. So if you guys are ready for a laugh, fucking get comfy, and let's do some conspiracy memes, huh? Let's do them. That's all the dono reads. So, oh yes, we're doing Cooking Mama, but we're doing Conspiracy Mama first. That's fine. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do this fucking conspiracy shit. Let's do it.
When we were in Peru, we saw stone like this. We also saw cut marks like this. The difference is that my contractor did this with a diamond blade saw. Let me show you what they said the Peruvians used in order to get this effect. I don't think they used this. I think there's more to the story. What do you think?
My house was built with wood that has extremely straight cut marks. My contractor, he cuts wood with a large, high-powered table saw. Do you know what they said the builders of my house, which was built 100 years ago, used? I don't think they used this. I think there's more to the story. What do you think?
Fucking true! Fucking true! These people, conspiracy theorists, rely on, doesn't it make you think? They do this, one of the things, you guys, that we are gonna encounter so much, and that we're gonna talk about a lot as we're watching conspiracy content, is the way that conspiracy theorists manipulate you into thinking that there's like more mystery than there is. Some ways are more obvious than others, but one of them is, it really makes you think. Which is like, they basically inject the emotion of like, oh, that's weird, without actually providing any way in which it's weird. Like, there's no actual attempt to engage with primitive technology. There's no actual attempt to engage with like pre-modern technology, even though pre-modern technology has pulled off some crazy stuff. It is actually fascinating how Incans managed to make stones that fit so well together. Well, yeah, craftsmanship is amazing. Have you guys ever seen like fuck, there's so many wild things. Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you something crazy. Okay, ready? Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find this one. Yeah, here we go. Take a look at this shit, all right? Do you see this? Do you see this shit? This is a wood carving that was made out of a tree, okay? This shit is amazing. And it didn't take, you know, lasers or aliens to do this. It just took diligence from an artist. Just so that you know, this is a carving that exists in Stephen King's front yard. This house here is Stephen King's house up in Maine. I recently, when I was traveling in New England, I went and saw this carving because it's a really amazing carving. But yeah, that's the reason why I thought of this. This was carved by an artist who took their time. As it turns out, craftsmanship is incredibly amazing, and pre-modern civilizations engaged in amazing craftsmanship, and sometimes they did so on very large scales. One thing that runs like through like a lot of conspiracy communities is racism. We're gonna encounter that so very much as we go through more and more conspiracy content. Racism is so common. And it's also very, it goes along with like their sort of anti-intellectualism. Like, they think that because they can't figure out complex ways of solving a problem that no one can. And yeah, it's like, it's just lots and lots of, I mean, Ancient Aliens is a perfect example of this. Ancient Aliens was the type of show that basically tried to claim that every single non-European pre-modern society had that they couldn't have possibly made anything that they did. It had to have been done with like alien technology, which is racist and also incredibly fucking stupid. That show is such garbage. It's so fucking garbage. Hell, fuck, even with modern tech. Hold on a second. Let me show you guys something else, okay? I've talked about this one many times before. This church, this is a cathedral that is still under construction in Spain. It's the Sagrada Familia Cathedral, okay? It's a pretty fucking fascinating structure. It's a beautiful, beautiful cathedral. And it's been under construction for, let me double check how long exactly it has been under construction. The groundbreaking was 140 years ago on March 19th, 1882, okay? So this structure here has been being built for 140 years, okay? Cathedrals, of which there are many in the world, were undertaken in pre-modern times, and it would take them hundreds of years. There would be families of craftsmen their entire line of their family would have been devoted. A dad, son, grandson, great-grandson would have all been teaching each other and working together to complete a great structure. Human ingenuity and human devotion to projects is unbelievable. It's incredible. You don't need alien technology to create unbelievable structures or amazing structures. Just because it's complex does not mean that it was aliens, okay? I mean, hell, there's a million examples I could go to. I could even talk about like the Great Wall. You guys think that was an easy thing to build, like the Great Wall of China? No, it wasn't. That shit was not easy, but that doesn't mean that fucking aliens did it. All right, everybody. It's fucking time, though. It's fucking time. Okay? Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Mind Unveiled reacted to Critical reacting to the mud flood. Oh, my God. Oh, I kind of want to... Ooh, should we watch it? Oh, that's so good. Oh, I want to see them get snarky. Ooh. All right, let's do it.
Hey,
Oh, no.
what's up, everybody? We weren't really planning on posting a video today since we're working on a few big projects, but something pretty crazy happened and it made us really think. Basically, Moist Critical, Charlie, otherwise known on YT as Penguin Z0, just found out about Tartaria and our channel was mentioned by someone while he was on stream.
Check out the conspiracy about Tartarian. Is this another reptilian thing? We'll do Tartarian truth. Oh, it's an entire channel. Wait, what is it? I just want the basics. Tartarian truth. The lost civilization of Tartaria. This is the truth about Tartaria.
God, I wish he was going to say Atlantis, but he's going to say Tartaria. So here's the thing that you need to understand when you come across old maps. The terminology we use to...
Oh, don't debunk it. Jesus, you're defeating the whole purpose. I want to learn about it. Who did you say covered it? Oh, absolutely not, Andy. That's done by a professional.
How is this
By
so
mind
low quality? Oh my god. Can we get the higher quality one? Thank
Unveiled.
God.
52 minutes, Jesus Christ. I just want the cliff notes. Holy shit, the Tartarians have 6 arms. Auxiliary subdefensive
This is
and
gonna be
proxy.
so good.
The Irish connection.
Oh
Or
no!
can I just get like a...
I forgot about that. I forgot. Oh yeah, you guys have to know the Tartarian thing. It ties into the Hibernian conspiracy, unironically. You guys remember that ancient meme of the Hibernian conspiracy? Unironically, the Tartarian thing has ties to the fucking Hibernian conspiracy. I'm not kidding you.
Quick, concise breakdown of the Tartarians. The U.S. Constitution is from Tartaria. With a name like that, how can I not at least check this out?
The Hibernian conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory that states that it's actually Irish people that are secretly in control of the world. It is unknown whether it was a troll that created the Hibernian conspiracy or whether or not, or whether it's actual. And that's one of the things that you will discover in conspiracy theory circles, is that sometimes someone will make something up as a troll and then it will be taken as fact and it will become its own thing. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, let me see if I can find the, this is the one. Hold on, let me see. Oh my fucking God. This is it. Oh my motherfucking no! They'll all tell you it's the Jew, but have you heard of the Hibernian conspiracy? It sounds crazy, but get ready to take the green pill. The list of presidents, US presidents with Irish blood. Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, James K. Polk, James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, Chester Alan Arthur, Grover Cleveland, Benjamin Harrison, William McKinley, Woodrow Wilson, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard M. Nixon, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and guess what? Guess what, everybody? I have worse news. There's another president. In fact, you could argue that this president is the culmination of the conspiracy theory. Biden Irish. He's Irish.
Mr. Biden, a quick word for the BBC.
BBC, I'm Irish.
Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your white value and medals down in Flanders. Show her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killashandra.
You think this is made up? Who controls the world now? It's none other than the Irishman, Joe. He's an Irish Catholic, no less. Anyway, as you can see, there is a lot of, there's a lot, okay? There's a lot, okay? The Hibernian conspiracy. Now, again, once again, you have to remember the Hibernian conspiracy, I mean, it seems like it started as a troll. Like, most of the memes unironically seem like they're trolling, like they're trying to make fun of other conspiracy theorists, but there are people who unironically believe in it now. And this is one of the problems with conspiracy theories, is because there is no basis in fact, because it is all just intuition and gut hunches and feelings. There is no way to like separate truth from fiction once you bite the conspiracy pill. Yeah, many people argue that QAnon was a 4chan psyop, of course. Like, it is very possible. It is completely possible that QAnon started as a complete bullshit, like literally a joke, but it doesn't matter. It can spiral out of control. This is why conspiracy brain bullshit is so dangerous. You guys know, like, part of what I fucking do is on this channel is like fight back against conspiracy brain bullshit. You guys know my most recent massive cancellation was over me pointing out that there was some severe conspiracy brain going on with the Balenciaga thing. Which it was pure conspiracy brain. It was people taking nothing and creating it into something just almost out of nothing. I push back against that stuff all the time because it's actually unironically dangerous and it rots your brain. So we have fun laughing about this, but I'm always going to have to remind you that there are people who unironically delude themselves to a point where they can no longer distinguish fact and fiction, where they see like the Smurfs and they believe that the Smurfs are like a secret message from Hollywood trying to throw you off the truth about the Hibernian conspiracy. Obligatory Hibernian question meme. From 1846, the impact of the blight was exacerbated by the Whig government's economic policy of laissez-faire capitalism. Longer-term causes include the system of absentee landlordism and single crop dependence. No agenda at all. Che Guevara, Marxist leader. Irish. Frederick Engels, co-author of the Communist Manifesto. Irish. James Connolly, socialist leader. Irish. Duh. It really makes you think, doesn't it? All right, we better get back to this.
Okay, so for this first part of the explanation, I'm just gonna dive right in. And some of you who may be new to the channel, specifically after watching Charlie's video, may not be used to this certain style, and may demand immediate evidence after hearing such far-out concepts.
Ah, you may demand evidence, but you need to look at my emotionally charged, contextless images. Like, for example, this random picture, which has a title called Pan-American Exposition Destruction. I don't even know, we don't know where this is, what this is, or if this is even real.
And may demand immediate evidence after hearing such far-out concepts. But if you're patient, after explaining the main premise of Tartaria and what we're even discussing, we can go into more detail and provide supporting arguments after the initial brief explanation. Tartaria is the biggest conspiracy, meaning it's not an officially approved narrative, yet in terms of the implications and magnitude of the topics covered and the cognitive dissonance associated.
What am I supposed to... What are you supposed to get from any of this? What
associated with it is so great, it could be rightfully considered the largest conspiracy. Essentially, it all begins with all our taught history being for the most part.
Oh yeah, see, this is, I happen to know what this is referring to, because this image right here is supposed to say that actually secretly underneath the surface there's a bunch of structures that were buried by mud because of the mud flood. Oh yeah, something interesting. Okay, So there's this concept in like con artistry, okay? There's a concept in con artistry where sometimes like deliberate mistakes or outrageous claims that are so outrageous are intentionally left in the final con artist project, the product. Sometimes you will get scam emails that have like obvious misspellings and stuff like that, and you just go, oh my god, how would this work on anybody? And the truth is that in con artistry, there's this concept of a filter, where basically when they shoot out those con emails that are ripping you off that have obvious misspellings, they are actually hoping that most people will see the errors and just immediately throw the email away, because what they want is they want somebody who won't notice the misspellings. They are deliberately targeting people who won't notice the misspellings because that type of person, a person who can look past the misspellings, is actually a more valuable mark. And this happens with conspiracy theories, usually on a little bit more subtle level. There are conspiracy people, usually the ones who are luring people into a grift. That's basically every conspiracy theory person. That's something I mentioned in my previous streams, and I'll mention again, which is that most like hardline conspiracy theory people are both true believers and grifters. It's one and the same. It reinforces them. They need to keep making a living. They've devoted their lives to it, so they can never stop, and they are further incentivized from recognizing the truth. But they will intentionally put forward the most outrageous claims because thinking people will shut their brain, will just go like, what the fuck? Fuck this, I'm done. They'll just check out immediately and be like, no, obviously aliens didn't secretly bury towers in the ground to hide the gnomes. But the people who they're looking for, the people they're looking to exploit and make money off, they're not gonna think about that. They're just gonna go, oh my God, really? And then they can, if they find those people, if they find the people out there who can literally believe in a gnome war, then they can make you do anything. So they actually deliberately seek that out. Yep. Anyway, let's continue. It's very exploitative. And it is, and when I say it's exploitative, even the true believers do this. Because remember, even the true believers in the conspiracy still need to pay their rent, and the way they do that is by getting even stupider people to pay them. It's fucking fucked up. Let's continue.
Part a lie. So much so that it's mind-numbing to even fathom. Sure, there are likely some truths sprinkled in there. I'm not saying that everything that has happened has been faked, but more likely that it was set up to play out in a specific way.
What is this? What is this? What am I supposed to, what's this?
What Tartaria boils down to is fabricated histories in stolen cities. For example, what if I was to tell you that New York, Chicago, or any other major United States American city for that matter, was not built in the manner that they tell us, and was actually already here in America before the European settlers? Imagine that our cities are just recycled. That would be too crazy, right? What proof is there to support such a claim? In order to demonstrate this, we would just have to dive into each city's history. And that's kind of the purpose of our City Unveiled videos. Literally a 5-hour documentary on a city, but for this instance, we can do Tampa. And shout out to Old World, Florida. There are the Ybor tunnels, where the mainstream story is that these are prohibition tunnels, and you'll see the same exact story in many other cities. One of the main proofs for Tartaria, and don't worry, we'll explain that word in a bit, but a good argument is these underground tunnels which can be found in almost every downtown American city. Some are small and may have been built in a more recent time.
Secret tunnel! Through the mountains! Secret tunnel!
But others are massive and do not line up with the ability and available technology at the time. For example, the Washington Street Tunnel under the Chicago River. There are also legends in Pensacola.
What am I supposed to...
and do not line up with the ability and available technology at the time. For example, the Washington Street Tunnel under the Chicago River.
What's this? What am I supposed to be seeing here? Well, what's being circled? Is this like? Is that a goblin? Is this where the goblin is? Oh, it's a Tartarian aircraft. Oh.
There are also legends in Pensacola of underground tunnels, yet they have been suppressed from the history books and have been left to oral history because they don't line up with the official PR-approved narrative.
They're suppressing the story of the tunnels. Why don't you just go look and see if they're actually there?
Look at this. The Henry B. Plant Museum, otherwise known as the Tampa Bay Hotel. Now to explain this to you, one of the aspects of Tartaria is stolen buildings and lost history. What you'll find is that every city has old world buildings. All you have to do is really question their history. Because if I
Oh yeah, okay guys. So this is one of the things that you have to understand about this channel in particular. This guy doesn't believe that anyone can build something in the style of an older era. So even though that there is a enormous, obviously, very obviously documented history of people deliberately imitating old styles because that's how time and style works, he doesn't believe that's possible. So like, for example, if I was to dress up in like an old-timey Victorian outfit and I was to decorate my room with some antiques, it would have to be, it couldn't be that I was in the present deliberately making my room look like it was from the Victorian era. It would have to be that actually I was from the Victorian era and I traveled forward in time at a rapid pace and was broadcasting from the Victorian era. It's just genuine ridiculousness. Yeah, Hoot Wheels says, if I wear a Nirvana t-shirt, I would explode and leave a secret Tartarian tunnel behind. It's just like, no, all over America, the entire capital of America is built imitating Greco-Roman styles. It's just what obvious, I don't know, like you go crazy sometimes trying to respond to this shit.
I to tell you that I'm doubtful that they built this in the way that they tell us, meaning that this could be a repurposed building or an old world structure.
But why?
Most people would look it up and you would be directed to a museum that is in control of the history of that building. And
hey,
you'll be
Cirrus, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you, Cirrus. Hope you're doing great. Welcome to all the Cirrus viewers. We're having fun diving into absolutely bonkers delusional conspiracy theory.
A story. Most of the time, you'll get a few construction photos, but it's fascinating to find out how poorly documented the construction.
Mama, you're our babysitter now. Well, welcome. Come on in and get comfy. We're having a lot of fun. We're even going to do some Cooking Mama after this. So it's going to be very fun.
Process was during this time in the early 19th century. It's the same thing. You'll see these buildings that are already mostly...
This is all they really give us. Low quality vanilla sky images with the building already done. This was done in the 1890s. They had the capability to take HD photos. Oh yeah, see, this is one of the things. Another thing that you'll notice a lot with conspiracy theories is that claims, baseless, evidenceless claims often interlock with other baseless evidenced claims. So this photo is proof that they're lying because this guy also believes that they're lying about Tartarians having HD cameras in 1890. You see? Neither of them, they serve as, it's like circular. It's like a circular reasoning. Well, we know that they're lying about the pictures because we know that they're lying about the technology. And there's never any evidence provided. It just goes, oh my God, yeah, whoa, totally.
Done with scaffolding, barely any people, windows in the ground, and clear signs of photo manipulation, which that's an entire subject of its own. Also in Tampa, there's the Ponce de Leon Hotel. which was completely poured concrete, which was supposedly the first of its kind. Also, these hotels in Florida were fully stocked with electricity during a time when Florida really didn't have that much going on, or so we're told. Also,
So? They built a giant... Okay, Florida didn't have much going on, and yet they were building a giant hotel there. So maybe, could it possibly be that Florida had more going on than you expected, and the reason they were building a large hotel there was to attract tourists, and they wanted to have electricity for the tourists?
so you can see the familiar Russian-style architecture. Ever wonder why it's called St. Petersburg, Florida? Well, it's
Why? Why is it called St. Petersburg, Florida?
not just Florida. You can see this in New York, San Francisco, Charleston, St. Louis, and many more. Many times, old world churches downtown have questionable history.
What? What? I think he forgot to make a claim there. He's forgotten to make an argument.
Histories as being built or moved several times. You can see these old world buildings everywhere, from Gilded Age mansions and government buildings to small shops downtown. Even colleges, prisons, hospitals, military bases are all structures that do not line up with the official narrative that we are told.
Conspiracy theorists have this amazing magical ability to present evidence that counteracts their narrative and claim it supports them. Any rational thinking person should be able to look at imitated styles all over the United States and go, damn, do you think that maybe there was a bunch of people who were inspired by, I don't know, Russian Orthodox structures of the past? Maybe they were Russian Orthodox themselves and they decided to build things in that style because they were inspired by it. And no. It certainly must be that actually the Russian Orthodox Church was also built by aliens, and the aliens flew over to America and built them there. Celery Person says, as someone who currently lives in Florida and has, or who lives in Florida, the PDL, the Ponce de Leon Hotel was built around the time of Henry Flagler, a super rich guy who was who was a part of the big push to turn the state into a tourist destination. One of these was a mosque. This person is conflating 5 different styles. Oh, yes. Brain soup. They will see any... Okay, conspiracy theorists do not actually care what real connections are. They have decided on their narrative, and they will make anything connect into that narrative. They don't actually look for it. You could sit there and you could actually go and spend time discovering the history of how architectural styles spread from one area to another, but then you wouldn't get to say that it's aliens. You wouldn't get to say that it was the secret gnome empire in the pre-Tartarian era. It's so much more fun if you just say that there were gnomes and then you find it, build backwards a narrative that fits you.
Of course, we're talking about structures from the 17th century to the 19th century in America.
Tartarus System says, wait, we're conspiracy busting? We're you could call it conspiracy busting. Yes, I do try to point out gaping flaws, but mostly we just laugh at the conspiracies. We try to keep, I do try to teach people to spot conspiracy brain. It's something I do all the time, but these conspiracies are so wild that the idea of actually busting them is almost impossible. Like, in the first 6 minutes of this video, this guy has claimed so much, there's no way to really bust it. All you can do is point out the manipulative framing. But yeah.
There's also no proof that they were built in the fashion that they tell us, other than state-approved documents, manipulated photos, and just complete lies. There's also the common theme that throughout the downtowns of America, you can see what is often called mud-flooded windows. Of course, the typical answer is that these are just basements, but that doesn't really make that much sense.
Why?
Some of these downtown areas get extreme flooding.
Okay.
Why would you build like this, especially with cities near the
if some of these areas get flooding, maybe some of these structures were built before the flood happened, and it's just a normal ass flood instead of a fucking global mud flood.
Bay. Many of these basements
Hey,
actually
welcome,
have
Weary.
underground
Happy to have
windows
you.
and doors that lead to nowhere. So this would imply that the streets actually used to be a lower level and then they were raised.
Okay.
We know this was done for a fact in Atlanta with the viaducts.
Exactly. That's how you know there were gnomes, right, guys? There are some areas where it looks like the street was raised at some point in the history, which means that it had to have been gnomes, it had to have been giants, it had to have been aliens. There's no other answer for that.
They completely covered up old Atlanta. This is another interesting theme. Basically, many of these downtown cities in America have underground cities, which make no sense. What, did they just do a bunch of extra work for nothing? Put windows and doors and streets down there for the heck of it? It's more likely that there are lower levels of the cities in America that have been built over. And there is indeed evidence that there are massive tunnel systems underneath the majority of American cities. This alone should be enough to question the construction of these cities as
I wonder why people would need tunnel systems under a highly dense area with lots of people living there. I wonder. It's not like there was some sort of secret technology such as sewer or electricity or service tunnels that would ever need to exist. It's not like most major cities have complex underground transportation systems. You go to New York City, you've never seen such a thing as a train that runs underground, and that has to ask, why are there tunnels going everywhere if subways don't exist? Blown the fuck out.
they didn't even have proper waste management until after the 1900s. They were literally defecating in chamber pots in the 1850s. What you have is that there's this complete contradiction with the culture, technology, and population counts needed to create these cities and buildings on this magnitude and scale in such a short time frame. They were building structures in the US in just a few years that were taking hundreds of years back in Europe. Let's keep in mind what we're discussing. Many of the downtowns in America have old world buildings that do not have an in-depth historical record.
They're not old world buildings. They're not old world buildings. They're just built to look like old world buildings. They're just built with a style, you fool.
Some buildings.
This one has the date on the literal front, 1842.
Buildings have no construction photos at all. Yet, they feel very out of place for the time period that they're said to be built in. Again, if you want proof, that takes time, and we would have to list the buildings one by one as we've done in other videos. Because, again, in some cases we're talking about buildings from 200 years ago. It's not too hard to manipulate information over multiple generations. If we look at what was being taught in public schools just 50 years ago versus what's being taught now, there's really very little consistency.
Like what? Like, can you give us an example of that? Like what? Are you just gonna say that and not provide any evidence?
Why is it so crazy to question that the buildings that were being built all across America, even the ones from the early 1900s in some cases?
Tara's system says, is it bad that paranormal researchers are usually more detailed in their research of locations than this dude is? You have to understand there are different levels of derangement when it comes to conspiracy brain. Like, conspiracy brain has like terminal stages, kind of like other diseases. And paranormal people are usually on a significantly lower level because they just believe that ghosts are real. So for them, history can be very interesting because, you know, it will give them an idea of why the ghosts might be there. But for people who advance to global conspiracies being sort of advanced by a shadowy cabal of like evil Democrats or whatever, you have to stop caring about any of the actual history and just start sort of free form writing. So they're on a different level of derangement. It's like, you know, it's one of those things. Yeah, believing in ghosts is not even close to the same as believing in aliens creating old buildings. Yeah, it's like a totally different level. Yeah, perhaps we need the chart. We might need to bring up the conspiracy chart, yeah.
You know, and one of the things that
I
Charlie
might do
demanded
that. We'll see.
was evidence. Evidence. Well, I agree. Where is the evidence that they built these old world buildings?
Hold on. Where's the debunker meme? Source! That has been debunked! That's a conspiracy theory, Sweaty! That's a conspiracy. Source! Debunk! This is the virgin debunker. Evidence? Ooh! Oh! Could you be more soy asking for evidence? You want to look at the chart? Okay. Hold on, let me see it. Here we go. This is the one. All right, everybody, let's do the conspiracy chart. We're gonna have to come back to this a lot, okay? Here you go. All right, this is the conspiracy chart. This was the 2021 version. It's probably been updated since, but this is the 2021 version, all right? It's a really nice image, okay? It was made by a conspiracy, by like a legitimate, like somebody whose job is actually trying to talk people out of conspiracies, okay? So these are the different levels. Speculation, leaving reality, reality denial, and the anti-Semitic point of no return, and then finally completely detached from reality, okay? So it starts down here, speculation line. COINTELPRO, Big Tobacco lying about cancer, NSA mass surveillance, and this here you'll notice things that actually did happen. COINTELPRO did happen. People sometimes speculate about the details, but COINTELPRO was a real thing. Watergate was a real thing. The FBI actually did spy on MLK. Yeah, so so then here's the second one, starting to leave reality. UFOs, Area 51, JFK assassination, living in a simulation, Charles Manson being a CIA asset, the Epstein didn't kill himself, Jimmy Hoffa's disappearance. This is in the we have questions area, where yeah, there are some very weird things about a lot of these things. Like, fuck, guys, if you go and if you really want to, there's like a lot of there's a lot of really weird shit around UFOs, and nobody really knows the full answer. But like, for example, like the United States military acknowledges some UFO footage. There was some footage that was declassified by the CIA recently, and it was a pretty big deal in UFO communities. Because it was the CIA acknowledging that they had no explanation for a video that had been circling around in UFO communities for a while. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there are questions, but like, does that mean you can jump to the conclusion that it's aliens? Probably not, yeah. So then you go up here. Unequivocally false, but mostly harmless. The Titanic never actually sank. Tupac is actually secretly alive in Serbia. Alien abductions. Michael Jackson is still alive. Avril Lavigne was replaced. Greta Thunberg is a time traveler. Stevie Wonder isn't actually blind. Elvis is still alive. This is the unequivocally false, but mostly harmless. These are mostly silly. A lot of them are not like harmful, but they are definitely start getting into the like, uh-oh. Then we go up to the danger to yourself and others. Joe Biden is a robot. COVID is secretly a bioweapon designed, you know, that type of thing, quote unquote. Oh, look, Tartaria's right there. Wait, Tartaria's right here. Oh my God. Wow, I didn't even know that. Oh, is this? Oh, I might keep this on hand. Oh shit, that's awesome. This is an interactive one. Oh, fuck yeah, we'll keep that on hand. Damn, that's gonna be helpful in the future. Thank you for that link. Vaccines have microchips. Global warming is a hoax. All of these ones here are the ones where it becomes dangerous. Look, Wayfair trafficking is on there because these are all just totally fake. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like that. Soy Boys is another one that's on there. And then, of course, the final category where you become completely detached from reality. World ruled by supreme shadow elites promotes hatred and violence towards marginalized groups. Obviously, you see all of the ones here. You see the trans agenda, conspiracy theory, Great Replacement, QAnon, Deep State, Flat Earth. All of those ones are showing up here. Yeah, if this was more up to date, Balenciaga would be up here. The Balenciaga one belongs right up here, in my opinion. Yeah. So, as you can see, and there used to be a thing on this one. It doesn't say, it's not on this one anymore. In the older version of this, there was a note up here that said that many of these are interchangeable and that there's a lot of flow back and forth between them, and that's true. You'll notice that most people who believe in Flat Earth also believe in QAnon, also believe in the Deep State, also believe in the reptilians, also believe in Holocaust denial, also believe in Pizzagate. Once you get to that level, you no longer are thinking clearly at all, and truth doesn't matter. It's just, you're just picking things that are interesting to you, and they will basically just ally with anybody who also believes in these things, even when they're contradictory. Yep. Yeah, once you hit the anti-Semitic point of no return, you basically blame Jews for everything. Yep, that is true. Yep. So this is a chart we will be returning to many times. We will come back to this over and over and over again. Yeah, so that's the chart, just so that everybody knows. Debunk. Now stop being debunkers and let's swallow some of this nonsense uncritically.
Construction photos? You'd be surprised to know how many fake photos were used during war. Actually, all wars, Civil Wars, World War I and II, both extensively use photo manipulations to reinforce the narratives being spread through newspapers and even radio. So I could just say I'm doubtful of those construction photos, in the same exact way that Moyse doubted the legitimacy of the 1540s map depicting castles in America. Yes, one is crayon, right? But it's quite clear that it's depicting castles in America in the 1540s and does not seem to be manipulated. Photo.
What do you mean doesn't seem to be manipulated? It was drawn! It's not even a photograph! What do you mean manipulated? Oh my god.
Yes, even construction photos have been found to be complete fakes. There are other maps that show castles in America, including the early engravings of America depicting massive cities, but not only that, the 7 cities of Cibola from Joan Martinez's chart of 1578 is a map that depicts the 7 cities of Cibola, which were the mythical lands of gold that the Spanish believed to exist somewhere in the southwest of North America.
Yeah, they also believed El Dorado. Oh, there it is. Compared to the better known mythical city of El Dorado. And guess what? It was a myth. It was made up.
Here is a depiction on the maps. Massive castle-like fortified cities. If you'd ask me,
remember,
I trust these.
If somebody said it in the past, it has to be true. No one has ever said anything. No one has ever said anything false in the entire history of the world. If they're old, it has to be true. Anyway, let's continue.
Ancient manuscripts more than these low-quality construction photos.
Thank you for all of the Surus fans who are here. It's great to have you. I hope you guys will would consider popping over, just clicking on the screen and going to YouTube and pressing subscribe. I would love to have you. I really like Surus a lot, and I'm really happy to have you guys all here. And we do this kind of stuff all the time, so we'd love to have you guys here. Thanks for coming to the website. It's really wonderful to have you all.
Given to us by some of these museums. Don't believe it? Is this photo of a Mormon construction site real? Most would automatically assume, since it's an old photo, that equals proof. But that's not true. It's a complete fabrication. Look at the vanilla skies. No faces, floating ladder, they would paint on historic photos. We have an entire video exposing this history of photo manipulation. This would imply that they did not actually build these temples in such a short time span. The Mormons were said to have created multiple massive temple churches with no modern technology.
Okay, but also, guys, as somebody who's written about architecture professionally, Mormon temples are notoriously shitty quality. Like, they're literally infamous for that. If you go and see the actual Mormon temples, they were like fucking, they are the most tacky temples in the entirety of the United States. They have nothing. They've got fucking nothing on cathedrals because they were built really shoddily with cheap materials really fast. It's something that literally if you go read about Mormon temples, you will see this as a refrain. They were built very quickly. They were not built to great quality, and they were built with cheap materials. They even look cheaper than other things. If you go and look at them in real life, you can see it very easily.
And yet, they're photo manipulating photos. And on top of that, you know the Book of Mormon actually says there were advanced civilizations in
Wait a second. Hold on a second. What? This isn't even the photo that he was talking about. This isn't even the photo that he was talking about. The one that he showed had a ladder floating, but that's not even depicted here. Whatever.
no
It's a
modern
different photo.
technology. And yet, they're photo manipulating photos. And on top of that, you know the Book of Mormon actually says there were advanced civilizations in America before Columbus, and that they actually had cities here in America. No, I know, there's a bunch of really crazy stuff in there. It might.
St. Helen says, wait, so are the Mormons supposed to be liars or are they telling the truth? You fool.
Not be proof, but it's strange that they even mentioned that. How can we trust the history of these old world buildings when our historical record on many of these buildings is scarce? And you want to know the main reason why? Because there's been a great fire in every major American city, and I don't think that was by accident. Some people say, oh, it was because of...
There's been a great fire in every American city. American cities, which for most of our history were built with shitty wooden structures because everybody was fucking poor as shit.
Candles, or that they didn't have enough resources to carry the water and put out the fire or whatever. But you know, they say that the Chicago fire was started by a cow kicking over a lantern that ended up causing over $200 million in damages. Which makes no sense. They were supposedly building these brick buildings to be entirely fireproof, so why do we see so many fires in Chicago, New York, Detroit, San Francisco, all over America? And let's not forget the World Fairs, which we'll explain in a bit. But they didn't have insurance back then. You think they were just building these massive brick buildings and underground?
What? They didn't have insurance back then? What? I'm sorry, what?
Tunnels all across America just to go in and actively destroy it with fire? And not all of them were accidents. During the Civil War, in Columbia, South Carolina, the Union specifically set the city on fire to destroy the buildings and mills so that they couldn't be used by the South. They did this with many other cities as well, which makes no sense because shortly after the Union came into possession of those lands. Now we're diving deep into this material. We're talking brotherhoods and fabrications of an unimaginable degree, mental mind control and population resets. You don't think that small groups of people in power aren't going to treat Earth and its inhabitants?
Alright everybody, we're going fucking ultimate instinct! It's fucking time! That's right, it's time to go from 0 to 60! We just went from don't you think it's interesting to now we will discuss the secret Tartarian brotherhoods! Woo!
It's like a game of Sims or Civilization. The reason why we're not privy to this information is that these cities in America were literally founded. That's why they say that in history with the founding of a building or city. They're telling you and then redefining the words so that it doesn't seem like what it is. The next aspect of this alternative history involves secret societies.
Guys, listen, shut the fuck up. The dictionary is in on it, okay? The dictionary. They don't want you to know that founded and found are different words. That you're not, I mean, they're the same word. They want you to think that they're different words, but they're the same word. They even sound similar with slightly different letters. And as we know, words can't mean different things.
Yeah, Freemasons, and I know that many think that's a joke, right? But we aren't approaching this from your typical Illuminati Christian perspective, or not even from a conspiracy point of view, trying to blame everything on the evil Freemasons or something. No. Instead, we're discussing secret societies from a historical perspective. Go look up Oddfellows, then go to your downtown and notice how every downtown has or has had an Oddfellow lodge. If Freemason, Oddfellow, and Catholic Knight societies had lodges in every American city, is that not suspicious and or at least worthy of a note in the history books?
Everybody, go to every...
Bazinga.
Go to every city in America and you will notice that there is a Burger King, a McDonald's, and a Wendy's. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Doesn't it seem a little strange that every city in America would have a Burger King, a Wendy's, and a McDonald's? You sheep. You sheep.
Yes, obviously, Freemasons and Oddfellows in the modern day are not the same thing that they were 100 years ago. Nowadays, if you go to a lodge, they're just a bunch of old people getting together and talking about life. But back in the day, they were doing all sorts of rituals. The Freemasons aren't the ones in control. Neither are the Oddfellows. They are the mind-controlled orphans ruled by the Venetian families. They are the top orphans of the club. Secret societies have always been prevalent in the Catholic Church. These Freemasons were called Knights, and they evolved into the modern groups that we know as Freemasons and what we know in the public today as the Illuminati.
I fucking told you we were accelerating at a rapid pace. I fucking told you we were going, that we just hit the point where we're going, it's like on a roller coaster. When you get to the top and all of a sudden it's just like, just you're getting fucking blasted. You with no time to think. Just the Phoenicians, the secret Phoenician order of the Roman Knights of the Templar. They were the Pope and the anti-Pope and the secret Pope and the third Pope. They gave them the knighthood and they have a secret relic that gives them the ability to connect with the giants. And the gnomes are coming after the goblins and the goblins are turning against the gnomes and everybody. You just don't understand. The Democrats are trying to keep this truth from you. You need to wake up. You need to wake up and subscribe to Demon Mama right now so that you can get your Brain Force Plus. Otherwise, you will never, ever be able to understand this. You understand me? You will never be able to understand what those demon rats are doing to you if you don't hurry up and get on this fucking thing right now. Press that fucking subscribe button and consider donating some money so I can keep telling you the goddamn truth.
Freemasons are not the Illuminati or the people in control. These Catholic orphans in the 1700s that actually go back to earlier societies as the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templar, all of which were controlled by the church as pawns in the play of divide and conquer. So these Catholic orphans started their own society, the Oddfellows, to educate the orphan. And it's weird because they have these massive old world buildings with no construction photos that were also used as asylums and orphanages in many early American cities. They also contributed greatly to funding the schools and providing hospitals for a large amount of cities in America. These Oddfellows were just a bunch of odd fellows, and we're supposed to believe that they were just philanthropists giving all their money to the needy. That's the story they want you to believe. But this is when it gets dark. And this is all, according to the official story, factual. During the 1820 to 1950 period, there was an abundance of orphan trains that would move children from Europe all around the United States. They would do this to repopulate cities and use children for forced labor. This was going on before the 1800s, as before the Oddfellows there were the foundling hospitals. many of which have old world architecture and are quite massive. They were also used as sanitariums. Just to remind you, because yes, this does tie back to Tartaria, right now we're discussing orphans and brotherhoods because we're attempting to show you how history could easily be manipulated and or fabricated.
What?
We will come back to the buildings in just a moment.
Huh? What? How does this prove? How does the fact that there were orphans and that also that there were groups that considered themselves secret societies, how does that prove that? Let's just continue.
The Foundling Hospital logo clearly depicts Diana of Ephesus, the Queen Bee, and the Star of Ishtar.
Okay. And who cares? Those were gods. Those were Greek gods. Of course they're gonna appear in imagery elsewhere. What?
Clearly depicts Diana of Ephesus, the Queen Bee.
I mean, obviously Diana of Ephesus is mega hot, and if you wouldn't date a girl with 900 breasts, then you're an idiot. Are these people fucking telling me that a lady with all these tits is supposed to be somehow not cool? That's like the hottest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. That's like the coolest shit I've ever seen. Are you telling me you wouldn't immediately wife a woman who had like 15 breasts? Every single person who would not instantaneously wife. Okay, well, obviously some of you don't like boobies, I guess, but that you're fine. You're excused. But anybody who likes boobs, you're lying if you would not marry the Queen Bee.
And the Star of Ishtar. Now this is when we get into the importance of occult symbolism, another subject too in-depth to discuss in detail at the moment, but this is a clear reference to genetic cloning. We have an entire video on this subject, it's pretty mind-blowing. But the ancients in medieval—
I love this!
We have an entire video on this subject, it's pretty mind-blowing.
Frog! I love this. Fucking, oh my god, frog! Frog!
But the ancients and medieval alchemists were well aware of creating humans from within a tube. This process is actually described in detail by Acelaces. Many of the most enlightened minds of the Renaissance period believed it to be possible to create a fully formed human without the use of sex. Also, the Cabbage Patch Kids from the 1980s are not just some crazy doll hype where people would beat each other.
Yes, we're getting back onto the Cabbage Patch. Oh, yes! Okay, for those of you who missed the last episode of Conspiracy Mama, you need to understand that okay, hold on. So you need to understand that the Cabbage Patch Kids, this guy believes that the Cabbage Patch Kids are a reference to literal human baby cloning facilities that existed in the early 1800s before the Great Mud Flood. I think it was before the Mud Flood. That actually the babies were being cloned and grown for some reason. He never explained the real reason why, except for that it was a repopulation effort. But apparently the babies were also being stolen from Europe while being cloned at the same time. And this produced too many babies. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. The truth is Cabbage Patch Kids are referencing the true, definitely true historical fact that babies were grown in pods. There you go. Unveil.
Up in order to get one. Now this concept of babies being grown in cabbages has a much darker history. We have a massive collection of French postcards from the early 1900s to depict children being grown and sold in cabbage patches. And no, it's not just—
the Mogminer browser says, frog! And sends me true! Fucking accurate! I agree. Thank you very much.
a friendly, funny postcard. There were hundreds of these, and some of them are real photos of babies.
Oh, Oh, sick. Andrew Kowalski says, as a postcard dealer, the postcards of the children the children in the Cabbage Patches are exceptionally cheap and essentially worthless. Yeah, it was very clear that they were like mass published or mass produced novelties. This is a reference. These postcards are a reference to a former video. We better continue.
Most likely orphans. They're showing us through symbols the process of repopulation. We have proof of this because the first reference to Cabbage Patches and growing humans is actually from an 1896 film, which was the first movie ever made, La Fée aux Choux, by the female director Alice Guy. Go watch that movie and tell me it's not disturbing the way she threw around those babies. Alice Guy said herself that she made this film to promote the 1896 incubators at the World's Fair in Paris. So these World Fairs were used for selling children. They were literally called hatcheries, and there's even a postcard from the 1900s that showed this. Were they growing children in incubators for the process of repopulation? It's described in the artwork clearly. So what you have is empty cities, buildings that were founded, and these buildings were then found by a group of cult orphans that we call Freemasons basically, and they founded these orphanages and asylums for repopulating these cities. Then they fed us our history and even the rituals of the holidays. Many other mind control games that we play as children, like Pin the Tail on the Donkey, were
What? Mind control? Pin the tail on the donkey? When was the... Okay, I'm sorry, but that is like a boomer-ass reference. I'm a fucking boomer by comparison to you all, and I never literally played a game of Pin the Tail on the Donkey. That's like a...
actually secretly initiated into their club. And this phenomena of Tartaria, lost buildings, and civilizations is not just with the US. This is actually the same thing in every European city as well. It's
Yeah, everybody. It's this... Actually, I was lying the whole time. This guy was lying because they're not actually old world structures. The old world structures were themselves referencing the Tartarians.
And this gets into the idea that Tartaria was a global civilization because many of these old world buildings that you see in America resemble European architecture. It's not just in America. You can find this exact same style of government buildings all around the world. I'll explain that soon, but I wanted to start with America because Charlie was saying, why would anyone look into this, that people just want to make stuff up for no reason. But I don't think you could easily make this stuff up, to be honest. I also think he doesn't fully understand what we're discussing, but I really don't blame him. There's still a lot of work to be done. The interesting thing about these buildings is that it's actually shocking to find out how bad the historical record is when it comes to the creation of many of these old world buildings in America. Also, not to mention the amount of buildings that were lost or destroyed to fires. It's important to understand our history, and if it's true that some of these buildings in America were actually here before the so-called settlers, then what would that imply? Would that mean that there was an advanced culture in America and that it wasn't?
Yes, that's what it means. That's the only possible option. It has to be that.
It wasn't just primitive Native Americans when the Europeans arrived, like we're told. Now, I know that people who may be new and from his channel may think, okay, where's the evidence? I mean, come on, where's the evidence? And it's this...
Yeah, don't be a debunker. Those guys are virgin debunkers. Oh, I'm debunking.
Automatic source type thinking that's honestly really limiting. That's not to say it's bad to source and document things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying most of the time, people are demanding some university approved mainstream sources, but when it comes to alternative history, many of the things we're discussing do not have an authorized answer, because we're questioning and challenging histories that were set hundreds of years ago. Many of our historical records...
So wait, actually he's debunking.
Before the 1700s are just court documents that could have been easily altered or forged by the ruling elite. We're given a history, much of which could have been easily fabricated. And we're just talking letters, documents, photos. It is possible to fake. For example, if we're discussing the Civil War and I say that it's fake, it's all a lie, and you say, "Where's your evidence?" Well, there is no official evidence. That doesn't mean anything. What is evidence? A history book from the university or the museum's telling you the story? Is that evidence for you? Many times people walk right into a museum, learn the history, yet none of these Reddit-minded people who immediately demand evidence say anything to these museums. Some of them are using modern paintings.
Reddit-minded? He seriously just call everyone anyone who believes that a museum could have any statement of truth in it or Reddit? That is a self-report. That right there, straight up self-report. Okay, this guy is telling you that he spends too much time getting roasted on Reddit. It came out of fucking nowhere. Oh my god, guys! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit, guys. Oh my god. Oh my, Elon Musk is just Pol Pot. Holy fucking shit. They're the same person. Elon Musk, Twitter is fake, everybody. Twitter is fake.
And the historical photos that they do show many times are photo manipulated. But what if I show you the clearly staged and photo manipulated photos of the Civil War? And also the fact that they had cameras during that time, but there's not one photo of the actual war? Would you not be questionable? I could go on listing all the Freemasons who were both on Union and Confederate sides.
Wow, imagine that. Imagine that in a civil war, that a fucking social group, a secret society that was mostly about getting drunk with your friends in a place that your wife can't come. Wow, imagine that they might be split on who they support depending on where they live. Wow, imagine that. Imagine getting drafted into the war regardless of whether you belong to a secret society or not, based on the place that you live. Holy shit.
It was a stage, a brotherly act in which they were executing divide and conquer. And it's the same exact strategy today. Essentially, first you have these empty—
I'm sorry.
And it's the same exact strategy today.
What am I even supposed to be looking at here? Red circle, red circle, red circle. This is an image overlaid on two other images, just with 3 random red circles on it. What am I supposed to be seeing here? Amazing, incredible.
Essentially, first you have these empty cities in America, and we could discuss more on why that is and what happened, but essentially, you have cities that were hijacked and emptied out. Now, I'm not saying this is proof, as I know how easily photos can be manipulated, but there are several photos from the 19th century showing cities being completely empty with no people. And no, it's not exposure issues. Look at the San Francisco panorama from 1860 in HD. Now, explain to me, why don't they have full-on HD photos for the construction process of some of these older architectures in other cities? Also, I don't think that these have been manipulated, as why would you photo manipulate a city to be empty? To make it look more presentable? To who? And that's a lot of work. Who would be asking a photographer to edit out all the people? And if we're willing to consider the idea that a photographer went in and masked out every single person, but are not willing to consider that construction photos can be faked, then I don't know what to tell you. It seems more logical to conclude that these photos have little to no manipulation, and many cities, including Chicago, were ghost cities in the early 1900s. Most of the—
In the early 1900s. In the early 1900s, Chicago was a ghost city. Chicago. Oh. Just a level of just derangement. We've reached the level of derangement that is just... Yeah. As St. Helen says, guys, the only photos that weren't altered are the ones that agree with my narrative. Yeah, this is one of the things that we, this is one of the things that you're gonna encounter with this channel, especially, is that everything that doesn't agree with this narrative is doctored, and everything that does agree with this narrative is always definitely not doctored, or anything. There can't be anything wrong with any. It's so fucking funny, like how freeform it is. It's so obvious that this guy has decided on a narrative which he wrote in his head, and then just picks and chooses any evidence and rules out any evidence that doesn't agree with the narrative. It's how all conspiracy brain works. You already have a narrative in mind, and none of the evidence matters. It's narrative first, always. All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna keep the video playing, but I gotta run to the bathroom. Enjoy.
Time, photo manipulation was used to add people back into photos because they were so dull and depressing, they needed to give it the illusion of having more life. That may be too much of a leap for most people, but what you have to understand is the control of the media and information. Back then, pictures were the media, and there was and still is so much power in an image. This was well known back then. There's also power behind the narrative or history behind a place, building, or event. Why is it so crazy to assume that the propaganda and lies that we see in the modern day are in fact the result of a much deeper history that involves the inheriting of the treasures of the ancients? Or in other words, our city's infrastructures were already here. Many of the old world buildings in downtowns, or boom towns, are actually the remnants of old world cities that were not American, or at least built in the fashion they tell us. So yeah, all of American history is a huge fabrication. That's number one. Now if you want me to explain that, that takes time. I noticed that Charlie couldn't even imagine the concept of watching a 50-minute video, but then how are you going to say there's no evidence? There are definitely arguments to support the claim that American history has been heavily distorted and manipulated. With that said, that was the brief explanation, and understand that I'm attempting to compress a vast subject while at the same time accommodating short attention spans. I haven't even really got to the main definition of what Tartaria is. It seems that the best way to approach this was just to jump into it, because many have not even considered that American cities could have been hijacked cities, so I wanted to focus more on that rather than getting into the semantics on what exactly is Tartaria. But now, I can explain that in more detail, which should answer many of your questions of exactly what we were discussing. Okay, so we begin the detailed explanation by moving to terms. Our definition of Tartaria may differ from other research.
Sorry about that, everybody. I needed to go to the bathroom real quick, and I knew that I wasn't gonna miss anything important. The images are attacking me directly. Go back? No, I will not. Let's go.
Definition of the term. So we need to first establish what are we talking about, because Charlie kept saying, oh, what are the Tartarians?
I have to go back? Why? What do I have to go back for? What did I miss? He almost went to JQ shit. God damn it! Oh, fine. Fine.
Were already here. Many of the old world buildings in downtowns, or boom towns, are actually the remnants of old world cities that were not American,
Some perfect dark stuff.
or at least built in the fashion they tell us. So yeah, all of American history is a huge fabrication. That's number one. Now if you want me to explain that, that takes time. I noticed that Charlie couldn't even imagine the concept of watching a 50-minute video, but then how are you going to say there's no evidence? There are definitely arguments to support the claim that American history has been heavily distorted and manipulated. With that said, that was the brief explanation, and understand that I'm attempting to compress a vast subject.
Tartaria, the Irish connection, the Phoenician hijack, lost ancient sciences and magic, stolen architecture and iconoclasm, Antiquitech and the lost technologies, mud flood buried buildings, cataclysms and resets, star forts and the fortified cities, royalty, the secret brotherhoods and symbols, asylums, orphans and oddfellows, underground tunnels, waste management, what? And subterranean cities, suppressed Moorish history, giant humans from a past age, ignored Christian origins.
While at the same time accommodating short attention spans. I haven't even really got to the main definition of what Tartaria is. It seems that the best way to approach this was just to jump into it, because many have not even considered that American cities could have been hijacked cities, so I wanted to focus more on that rather than getting into the semantics on what exactly is Tartaria. But now, I can explain that in more detail, which should answer many of your questions of exactly what we're discussing. Okay, so we begin the detailed explanation by moving to terms. Our definition.
Oh yeah, Anarcho-Delphus, or Delphis, says this is fucking amazing. They're just completely erasing the heritage of the actual indigenous fucking people who built cities before American cities. Yes, this is something that this is something that happens. Oh no, what's going on? No, really? What happened? What? Not again. Why does this keep happening? Oh, my fucking commands broke again. I hate that. All right, sorry about that, everybody. For some reason, my controls keep breaking on my OBS, and it's really fucking annoying. I don't know why it keeps happening, but it's driving me crazy. Yeah, there's been something going on where OBS stops taking commands, and it's fucking annoying. It means I have to do this manually, and it's very annoying. Okay. But back to what Anarcho-Delphi said. Anarcho-Delphi said, this is fucking amazing. They're completely erasing the heritage of indigenous people who built cities before American cities. Yes, they will always do this. Conspiracy theorists always do this because they don't actually care about history. The truth is, there are interesting, super fascinating aspects of history that are really amazing. But because it wasn't built by secret aliens, and because it isn't a narrative that allows them to be the secret truth teller, revealing the dark secret of the world, they ignore it completely. Even though there is evidence of really like major settlements and constructions that were were pre-colonial America by a long shot. Even though there is hard evidence of a lot of these things, it doesn't let you say that the aliens are secretly out to get you and that you're reporting on the satanic alien secret cultist secret society people. It really does just boil down to that. They don't actually care about the actually amazing, interesting history of people around the world because they are too caught up in their own little fantasy. Yep. It's fucking pathetic. Anyway, let's continue.
Definition of Tartaria may differ from other researchers' definition of the term. So we need to first establish what are we talking about, because Charlie kept saying, oh, what are the Tartarians? Are they reptilians or underground apartment dwellers? Well, let's give the shortest definition possible. Tartaria is really just lost old world history.
Okay, cool, thank you.
That's it. Obviously, there's more to it than just that. What is history? Can history be faked or tampered with? Many are willing to accept that the mainstream media can lie in the modern day. People still have issues trusting authority in recent times, but why is that same logic not applied to the history books? Let me just give you a couple things to consider before we give a definition. For example, with the World's Fairs. Now hold on. The story that we're given is that these architectures seen in these photos of the World's Fair in America during the early 1900s were all just built in a short 2 to 3 year span with no construction photos, and that they were all built from wooden pallets. Now really think about that for a second. Look at the Chicago's World's Fair. You see these embankments? And notice the level of detail on this architecture? Even if this was just wood, this would have been a massive feat. Yet, all we get for a historic record of the construction is some shoddy footage that actually comes from a movie about the World's Fair.
Those are photos, aren't they? Aren't these the exact photos that he's asking for? Wouldn't that contradict his narrative if there are photos of the construct? Notice how, no, actually they're just, anything that's inconvenient to his narrative, you just have to throw it out immediately.
And that's it. There wasn't just one World's Fair either, but several in the United States during the 1900s. So they just built these massive World's Fairs just to tear them down a couple years later? Many cities had these, even Louisville, Kentucky and Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, really look how massive some of these things are.
Yeah, they were massive and they were built with cheap stuff because it was a fair. It was meant to be showy. They're facades.
They are entire cities. And so, this brings up several questions. Were these buildings truly built the way that we have been taught? Or were they already here? If you type in Tartaria, the basic gist of what they'll tell you is that Tartaria was a global lost civilization with advanced technology that appeared on old maps and was
They filter results. Notice that? Did you see that?
Was a global lost civilization with advanced
They filter results. Who's fucking they? Who's they? Who's they?
advanced technology that appeared on old maps and was erased from history. As Charlie mentioned,
Like, obviously, we all know that Google does obviously filter results. That is the basic function of a search engine. We know that Google fucking filters results, but why wouldn't you just say that? Google filters the results. No, instead you say they, because it lets you, it's a Rorschach blot test that allows anybody to insert their like threat of choice. Is it the reptilians? Is it the Tartarians? Is it the gnomes? Is it somebody else?
Points seem to be old maps, and yes, this may not be conclusive, especially with the maps that just say Tartary on it, but I do think a map from 1540 depicting castles in America, regardless of its crayon or not, is quite suspicious regarding the history that they tell us in the founding of America. Also, Charlie kept equating Tartaria to Atlantis, which is fair, but to make the distinction clear, the idea of Tartaria is from a much more recent time, meaning when people are talking about Tartaria, they're actually talking about the 1500s to 1700s period, where a civilization that existed in a far more recent time was left out from the history books, specifically because it was hijacked. Where's the evidence? Where's the source? Well, now we're getting into alternative history and false timelines. Let's start with the evidence on how the whole story of Pompeii is a complete fabrication.
Why? What? Why? What? Why are we jumping to Pompeii now? Fucking stick to Tartaria. Give us the evidence. Ooh.
There are a number of glaring inconsistencies in the academically approved narrative of the city's destruction, and many arguments that support that Pompeii is actually from the 1600s and not 2,000 years ago as the history books tell us. Some inconsistencies include the frescoes that were discovered there and dated to 79 AD actually resemble the techniques used by medieval painters, including the famous painting of the Three Graces found in the House of the Three Graces in Pompeii. Furthermore, Vesuvius can be seen on 16th century maps, showing that the volcano was active long after the traditional date of their eruption, and Pompeii was not in fact lost. There's a 1631 memorial plaque on the road to Naples that lists Pompeii.
Does he think that a mountain disappears when a volcano erupts? Is that what he thinks goes on? Does he think that like when the volcano erupts, the mountain just disappears? It deflates and just flattens out or something? Yeah, despawns once the animation is finished.
And Herculaneum as the victims of the 1631 eruption of Vesuvius. There were surgical tools in Pompeii that were not supposed to exist during that time, yet
Says
they were
who?
found in Pompeii.
Says fucking who? Says who that surgical tools didn't exist at that time? The surgical tools have existed for a fucking long ass time. The Greeks did surgery.
And are dated to 2,000 years ago, yet they resemble medieval surgical tools? Oh yeah, and how could there be pineapples in their frescoes?
Is that what that? Are you sure that's a pineapple?
If the pineapple wasn't introduced into Europe until 1493. Let's keep in mind that Pompeii was supposedly discovered in 1748.
What?
Again,
Is this really your argument? Is that there shouldn't be a pineapple in there?
we have an entire video breaking this down. The evidence is there, you just have to be willing to look. But okay, let's try to define Tartaria.
I told you, these videos always get to the point of like being genuinely so funny. Like, something in this painting reminds you of a pineapple. Now I'm gonna make a 40-minute video about how it must be an alien conspiracy. I mean, a Tartarian, a Freemason Oddfellow Society, fucking the Shriners. The Shriners were telling us the secrets of the non-pineapple having Pompeians. Oh my fucking god.
Again. Tartaria is a term that became popular around the 2018 to 2020 period before it became quickly filtered by YT's algorithm. Tartaria is basically the next big conspiracy after FE. If you don't know anything about history, that may be the only way to explain it to you. It's a massive rabbit hole that questions all of our official history. The difference is Tartaria is alternative history and FE is alternative cosmology.
FE?
It gets interesting.
Wait, what's FE again? What's FE? What's that? What's FE? Flat Earth. Oh, okay. So he said that's why. Okay, so he's that. Sorry. I didn't realize that's what he meant in this context.
Because Charlie was trying to bunch all the conspiracies under one label, implying that Tartaria is just something people want to believe in. He even said that he could do the same thing and just say a bunch of nonsense and make it sound believable.
True!
I mean, go for it. But there's much more to this than you want to believe, and I don't blame anyone for not wanting to look into it. But claiming it's just made up is ironic since these people demand evidence.
Look up mud volcano. Oh, okay. All right, let's do it. A mud volcano or a mud dome is a landform created by the eruption of mud or slurries, water, and gases. Several geological processes may cause the formation of mud volcanoes. Mud volcanoes are not true igneous volcanoes as they do not produce lava and are not necessarily driven by magmatic activity. Oh, hey, they've even got a video of one. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Sure. All right, dude, thank you. That was super great. No sound must be a faked video.
Without even watching an entire video. Which, like I said, is understandable since they do tend to run long, but without looking into it, it's not very impartial to deem it as nonsense. History, once you dive past all the filler, is filled with mistakes, plot holes, and complete fabrications, and it's hard not to notice those inconsistencies and not ask questions.
Yeah, dude, and your video is literally the most fabricated bullshit I've ever heard. I don't think you finished a single fucking thought in this entire goddamn video. You've just listed off weird things with contextless images with no sources that just look weird. It's all just like an aesthetic, like, slurry of like, ooh, spooky, with little like spooky music in the background.
Questions, even questions that might seem obvious or stupid at first. So to finalize the terms, let me give you our definition of Tartaria. Tartaria is the phenomena or category of alternative history that delves into the research of lost history and civilizations, hijacks and stolen buildings, magic, alchemy, and cloning, antiquitech, cataclysms, mud floods, buried buildings, star forts and fortified cities, royal bloodlines and secret brotherhoods, asylums, orphans, and oddfellows, underground tunnels and waste management, and suppressed Morris history. By labeling Tartaria as simply a civilization, we're missing out on many aspects of this mystery, because
This guy just listed a bunch of random things and then says, this is the definition of Tartaria. Oh my motherfucking god.
that's just one piece. It's not until you have all the pieces that a bigger picture starts to appear. There is evidence for each one of these subjects, but in order to—
Lucius Lucia says this video has been fucking incredible. You're welcome. The reason why this video has been incredible is because you've been watching it with me. If you tried to watch this shit on your own, you would have a headache by the end of it. But instead, you get to laugh because I say funny things and I also bring up relevant points and I make this thing fucking tolerable. Trust me. You're welcome.
To understand Tartaria, we have to have that base. We're about to go down a rabbit hole of history that was not taught to us.
We're about to? Oh my god, there's still 30 minutes left in this video. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta keep going.
Yes, that means there's going to be some things that you have to investigate for yourself.
Oh
meaning
god,
there's
that's
no
crazy,
official
Killjoy.
answer.
No,
Keep that in mind.
I said we're doing Cooking Mama. We will do Cooking Mama afterwards. Shut the fuck up. We'll do Cooking Mama.
That this is just meant to be a summary, and I can only say so much on each subject. Okay, so let's start off with lost history and civilizations. So yeah, obviously you know about Atlantis, but there are other more recent cultures that were completely wiped and left out from the history books, being instead labeled as fantasy or mythology. One theory that was not started by us and actually has been discussed by several scholars since the 17th century is the Irish origins of civilization.
Oh, yes!
And yeah, I get it, that might sound funny to people who have never heard it before, but there's actually a shocking amount—
What is this racism? What the fuck is the racism? Why?
of evidence to support that Gaelic and Irish Christianity is in fact the original church, and it was just straight up hijacked by the Roman Catholic Church. How do you expect me to give you proof for that in such a short time? I mean, be reasonable. But it's within the etymology.
Yeah, guys, fucking be reasonable. Be reasonable. I say that actually, no, the Roman Catholic Church did not actually expand outwards with the Roman Empire, conquering previously pagan areas and erasing their culture and imposing their religion onto them. And you say, what? Be reasonable. Be reasonable. I say that actually the Irish people invented Catholicism and then traded it to the Romans, and then the Romans came back and reconquered them. Be fucking reasonable, my man. Get real.
The allegorical references of the Bible that were not meant to be taken literally, but allegorically. One of the best books on the subject is called Irish Wisdom Preserved in Bible and Pyramids by Conor McDarry, which covers in detail the process of hijacking a civilization. Sometimes this might be confusing to people new to this subject, and a typical response is that some people immediately—
Hold on 1 second, everybody. Give me just a second. I'm having a small technical issue. Give me just a minute here. Hold on. Sorry, I have to fix this. Sorry, everybody, I have to do this. Sorry, it's a small error. I made a small mistake. Okay, there we go. I just realized that I forgot to change a setting, and my computer was running out of recording space. I'll have to send a note. Anyway,
visualize the modern day Irish people, which sure, many from Ireland with Rh negative bloodlines are connected to this, but what we're really discussing is the ancient land of Ireland and her peoples. Interestingly, this is where Atlantis connects. Remember, I'm explaining this to a Charlie-like mind, so that immediately sends alarm bells ringing when I say the word Atlantis. But what we're discussing is the progression of civilization. We are told of an east to west movement of civilization, that advanced societies began to rise in Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt 5,000 years ago, and then slowly migrated to the west over time. But with Tartaria, we're discussing how civilization progressed from west to east, meaning from Atlantis. Here's a quote from Donnelly. I'm not going to read it all, but yes, this is proof that people have been talking about what I just told you for over 200 years. And no, that doesn't mean that all the claims are true, but it does mean I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere. There is a foundation to all of these thoughts, some of which are too extensive to explain in a short video. The point is, after the deluge, or the flood, there were survivors who landed in Ireland and re-established civilization. Now let's get the whole Aryan thing out of the way, because many are automatically programmed to see that word in a certain light. These people were multicultural, and we know this because Aryan did not refer to race. In Sanskrit, it referred to one of honor, a wise man. This gets into the ancient history of Ireland, with the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomorians, who after a time of cataclysm had to settle and begin setting up new kingdoms. Now, there is proof to show this, but again, history is so mixed up because the people who set it into motion swapped locations, names, and dates to make it even more confusing. For example, the Phoenicians. This is another subject of Tartaria that we bring up a lot because it also causes a lot of confusion, but it was designed that way. The Phoenicians are the later Canaanites, but they are also the first civilization credited to creating an alphabet, mathematics, and advanced sea navigation. While many researchers have shown the connections between the ancient Phoenicians and the Celts, including the similarity between Gaelic and Semitic languages, mainstream history will say that this is because the Phoenicians settled in Ireland and that the Celts came from their culture. But the difference in art, culture, and oral legend.
Yeah, I think this guy is unironically trying to make the argument that the actual Jews are the Irish people. I think that's what he's trying to say. It's really hard to follow, but I think that's what he's trying to say.
In Ireland is unlike any other in the world, and some of the first megalithic structures were created in Ireland with astrological associations thousands of years before the pyramids. As presented in Irish Wisdom and Bible and Pyramids, the story is actually in reverse. The Phoenicians are the later Hebrews, those of the yew tree, or the corrupted version of the original spirituality. This is what we refer to as the Phoenician hijack, the process in which the Old Church, the Church of Iessa, or the early Phoenician or Phoenician Celtic Hibernian priesthood was destroyed, plagiarized, and then renamed, suppressed from history. These peoples were then hijacked and became the later Phoenicians, otherwise known as the Canaanites. They became the new church. This is the Holy Roman Empire. The proof is in the language, culture, oral histories, and the forgeries that are within the Bible, as presented by Connor McDarry.
Whoa!
The fact.
Whoa! We've accelerated so fast. We're going on like 6 loop-de-loops in a row. We're all getting sick. Oh my God, the dizziness.
Facts presented in that book are undeniable and seen clearly with anyone who has a basic understanding of Irish history.
So the real Jews were the Irish, and then the Phoenicians killed off and erased the history of the Irish people before becoming the Romans, and then they faked the Bible. Fucking incredible! This guy's fan fiction game is... No, they became the Jews? Wait, the Irish people became the Jews? So, like, the Irish people had to flee and became the Jews, but then the Phoenicians took over? Am I following this correctly? I'm trying to follow this. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. The Phoenicians became the Jews. The Irish are the descendants of Noah. Okay, yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now.
So to explain that in a different way, after the fall of Atlantis, the survivors landed in ancient Ireland. This civilization began to mingle with the
Oh my god, sorry, I thought that we weren't talking about Atlantis. I'm such a fool. The Irish people were the Atlanteans, and the Atlanteans fled to Ireland where they built the original good church, and then the Phoenicians took over, they erased the Irish history, aka the Atlantean history, and then the Phoenicians pretended to be the Jewish people so that they could found a fake religion to replace the original based Irish religion. Got it. Fucking got it. Thank goodness for the Atlantean connection. I would have never gotten that.
variety of other cultures producing similar legends, traditions, and sciences that were spread across the world. They then made their way to the east and into the Indus Valley. Then the start of Mesopotamian cultures or Arya cultures such as Sumeria or Ardia, and then this continued into Tartaria or Asia. Essentially, in our research, we connect the Tartarians to the ancient Scythians. This is referenced by several 18th century historians, and the Scythians were the Celts who had traveled east. But again, they tell us the story in reverse. The term Tartar is actually a Gaelic term that is associated with the story of an Irish soldier far out east catching a Tartar, a thief. The reason we bring up Ireland is because there are many researchers who have covered the suppressed history of the ancient Celts and Druids.
There are many. Can we have one? Can we find one? Or is it just you? You do not count as many.
The Druids were literally the main enemy of the Roman Empire. They were described as savages and barbaric, yet the history that we receive on them come from the Roman historian Josephus himself.
Okay, but that's a different argument. Saying that the Romans did not give a good history of their enemies is different than claiming that secretly the Irish people were actually secretly Atlanteans and that they populated the earth by sailing all over the place. Let's go. Let's just go. Let's continue. Let's continue, everybody.
After
Stay
Atlantis,
strong. Stay strong.
the Church of Iesa was established in Ireland and expanded all the way to the Bering Strait, where they actually crossed over and established colonies on the northwest of America as depicted on old maps. The map that you're looking at is the Monte map from 1587. There's some really interesting things on this map, but you can see that there are 3 massive cities in Florida during this time and also elsewhere throughout the US.
Are those cities? Is that what that's showing? Is that showing massive cities?
That really shouldn't be on this map. There are also maps that show massive amounts of architecture all over Asia and Africa that are no longer there. And this does not align with the official narrative of that time period. Now over time, many different...
Oh, thank you. You are so amazing. This is like the most clutch thing you could possibly deliver to me right now. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, wasn't mine a double? Maybe not.
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought maybe.
It's all good then.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. You're fine. Thank you. This is the most clutch thing. Getting some food right now is the most important thing ever. Holy shit. I'm so ready to fucking eat. Let's do this.
Nations and cultures were formed. It wasn't just the Irish, and each of these colonies were allowed to start up their own nations. What was originally a system of spiritual allegory with the intention of creating humans with a sense of morality, with a pursuit of working for a higher self, began to become abused by certain states, and this led to the creation of religion. The confusing part is that we have been fed false timelines since our birth. For example, Rome. Just as we mentioned some inconsistencies with Pompeii, there are many more to consider.
Oh God.
One of the most popular points to bring up in the Tartaria community is the works of Flamenco. He's a scholar who has written on the subject of false chronologies and presents the idea that Rome may have added 1,000 years to the timeline in order to extend their power over history.
What?
This gets into one of the main chronologers that is responsible for our modern day timeline, Josephus Scaliger, or what we know as Scaligerian history. What's interesting is that the people responsible for our modern day chronology were actually religious fanatics attempting to condense all of human history into a 5,000-year time period. Many historical figures throughout time have argued for alternative versions of this chronology, including Isaac Newton. Fomenko's work is quite detailed, showing a number of inconsistencies in dates, historical figures, and dating of major events that have been altered to fit a specific narrative. This isn't conclusive or anything, but definitely interesting to mention. But not only was our calendar system altered in the creation of the Roman Church, but on top of that, they began using a J for a 1. This can be seen in many old plaques, coat of arms, and even buildings. But no one knows why they did this. It just seems to be some type of brotherhood reference to the phantom time hypothesis, that the Roman Church falsified the extent of her rule. Interestingly, J is the 4th least used letter in the modern English alphabet.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to fucking mean?
Yet it's said to have been created in the 16th century. But then why do so many biblical names start with a J? There are hundreds,
Oh my god, that's so stupid. Just because the letter wasn't used doesn't mean that the sound didn't exist. Are you fucking kidding me? Also, biblical names didn't use the English language fucking alphabet, you idiot. Oh my god, this is so dumb. I'm sorry, this is so ridiculous. This is the dumbest thing I've heard in this entire video. Everything else, the goblins, the gnomes, all of that was forgivable, but this right here is just so ridiculous. And the reason why it's so infuriating is because this interrupts his own argument. His own argument that English isn't like, it doesn't have primacy. And also it's a giant self-report because it reveals that this guy doesn't actually know anything about anything and that he's just like a weird white supremacist who disguises it as like some fucking weird conspiracy theory thing. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Including Jesus, James, Jeremiah, and it all comes from the Roman Bible. Why so many names with a J? And how many translations is that for a letter that was born in the 16th century in a book that was supposedly written 1,000 years prior? We bring this up because Fomenko specifically points out how the J was also used in dating documents, buildings, and art. It was a method in which they could falsify history through forgery and plagiarism.
What?
Again, we're not the ones to come up with this.
J?
There's mountains of research to go through on this subject of the Roman Catholic Church and forgery. You'll have to investigate that further if you're looking for your evidence, as we're dealing with history that has been handed to us by royal elites. For example, with Pliny the Younger and Pliny the Elder, and some other famous historians from this era who are also responsible for our perspective of history. Well, the earliest traces of these documents come from the 15th century. The first Pliny epistles were published in Italy 1471. There's no real first copy of Pliny the Elder, but there are none prior to 1400s. History can be easily forged, especially when we're discussing a period in which the Roman Church still had power over all of Europe and then secretly moving her power into the Venetian families. Don't you think it's weird that the Romans had all this amazing technology and then somehow they just lost it? Concrete, aqueducts, paved roads, realistic sculpture, indoor flush toilets, greenhouses, and advanced architecture that we really couldn't even do today with modern technology. Yet somehow this was just all forgotten and then we went through
things we can't do today with modern technology? Like what? What things can't we do right now that the Romans could do with modern technology, bro? One. Give me one example. One! Dude, I guarantee you this motherfucker, his toilet doesn't flush in his house because it's been clogged for 40 years, and so he believes that no toilets flush. He's like, yeah, I've never seen a flushing toilet.
Dark Age for 1500 years? Then out of nowhere, literally, we have a shocking amount of progression of art, music, and literature, all coming from around the 17th century. Before that, there are very few examples, and their dates are questionable. The point being, is that there's a huge gap between the time of Rome, through the Dark Ages, to all of a sudden all our music, art, and literature appearing out of nowhere during the Renaissance period? That doesn't make sense, and you don't just start making music like Beethoven out of nowhere in the 17th century. Same thing for all these Renaissance artists coming out of Italy. Not only was history and—
Wait, why? Why? But what? But why? Why is that? Why is that? Why does he claim that? Why couldn't music? Why couldn't there just be a surge of musical creativity? Yeah, and also, wait a minute. Beethoven was wasn't even born until 1770. He was born in 1770. Not in the 16th century, in the 18th century. This guy is so stupid.
buildings
I'm
hijacked,
sorry. Oh my
but
God.
art, culture, and music as well. There is proof to show that many of these old European churches were not actually designed to be churches, and that some of these old world buildings were designed to take in energy from the atmosphere. Where is the proof? Well, there are books on this subject. It's called Atmospheric Electricity. And yes, they were investigating how to harness this energy far before that story that they tell us in school of Benjamin Franklin discovering the electrical nature of lightning. Like, they really played us for a joke. He flew a kite with a key on it. Guys, this is Freemasonic symbolism. Benjamin Franklin was literally at the highest rank of masonry, and you can even see the compass integrated with this famous painting. These old world buildings had technologies that were capable of extracting electricity from the atmosphere. You can even see these at the top of steeples. This is typical.
Come on. No. No. What does this have to do with Tartaria? No.
Typically seen to be just a compass, but they're more than just that. There are videos of old temples with this technology still active. These electrical charging centers.
Oh my God, so realistic. Oh my God.
Videos of old temples with this technology still active.
Holy shit. There's some weird bullshit around this thing in a shaky cam video. This is proof that secretly these towers were meant to harness divine energy to power super weapons. Holy shit.
These electrical charging centers were then converted into physical worship centers. Now that might be a little too fast, so let's slow down a bit and just speak facts. Throughout history, architecture has often been a target during times of war. Buildings would indeed be hijacked and repurposed to serve the needs of the conquering force. From ancient temples turned into churches to palaces converted into military barracks, the theft of architecture has had a huge impact on many societies. Almost all Catholic churches in history were built on old pagan temples. For example, several were supposedly converted into Christian churches during the 5th century AD.
Okay.
The Parthenon in Athens, the Temple of Jupiter in Rome, the Temple of Baal in Syria, the Temple of Artemis in Ephesus, and there are many more. But all of these were converted into Christian churches, showing how old world buildings were
I wonder why they were converted into Christian churches. Maybe it was because Christians love taking over shit, because Christianity is an imperial religion that believes in converting the entire world to its belief system. Could it possibly be that that's the explanation and not fucking ancient giants or aliens?
purposed for a new agenda. It demonstrates how theft of architecture has been a recurring theme throughout history. But not only that, another aspect is iconoclasm, which is the destruction of religious images and symbols. Iconoclasm is a form of religious violence that has been used throughout history to destroy the past. One example of this is with the Huguenots, who were a group of French Protestants in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Huguenots were known for their iconoclastic tendencies, which led to the destruction of many Catholic churches and religious artifacts.
Yeah, and they also got fucking slaughtered, didn't they?
During the Wars of Religion in France, the Huguenots targeted Catholic churches, destroying statues, paintings, and other religious artifacts. This was done in an attempt to cleanse the churches of what they saw as idolatrous symbols and to make them more in line with Protestant beliefs.
Okay.
Now, let's get really deep for a second. Some of you may be thinking, well, okay, so what happened to these Tartarians or ancient Irish civilizations?
What?
Obviously, there's no direct source for that question, so we're going to have to do some exploring. The next area we must explain when it comes to Tartaria is cataclysm. For some reason, this isn't something that gets a lot of attention in history.
Conveniently, all of my evidence was destroyed. You'll just have to trust me, bro.
Class, but the medieval
That's
writers.
one of my favorite things. It's literally the part from it's so funny where it's like it's the fucking conspiracy theorists love to do this shit. They love to do the thing where it's from the fucking steamed hams where it's like, you're telling me that the Aurora Borealis is completely localized inside your kitchen. Yes. Can I see it? No. Unironically, almost every conspiracy theory, when push comes to shove, boils down to the fucking steamed hams meme.
We're constantly talking about cataclysms. And we're not talking about the flood of Atlantis. We're discussing cataclysms of fire and of earth, as described by Plato's Timaeus. Timaeus is Plato's most prized work, where he details the cycle and resets of multiple past civilizations, not just Atlantis. And knowing what we know now, it's possible that the work of Timaeus is actually from the 16th century and not from 2,000 years ago, which would bring an entirely different context to the story. All we know is that there have been several recent cataclysms, including several that are associated with comets in America.
How do you know that? How do you know that? You say all we know, but how do you know that?
We have a few videos discussing this, even evidence to support that the Great Lakes in America were actually created in the 1600s. These cataclysms are important because it shows the civilization has gone through several resets. The most recent one that has had the most impact seems to be the War of 1812, which again not only had one of the largest earthquakes in history, but there was an 1812 comet as well. There's evidence to suggest that there was massive flooding all around the world in recent times, including mud floods. Many buildings and structures around the world that we see in the modern day, and even in downtown areas, seem to be in fact buried buildings, obscured by layers of mud and sediment. The idea of mud flood is that there was a series of floods that swept across the old world, burying entire towns and cities throughout Europe and America beneath layers of mud and debris.
Okay.
Now, to most people hearing that for the first time, that might...
So hold on a second. If this is true, it should be insanely easy to verify. If there were mud floods that buried literally thousands and millions of people, if there was entire burgeoning civilizations that were destroyed, all you would need to do is dig down in any major city and you would suddenly find so many skeletons wearing fucking alien fucking armor.
Might sound ridiculous, but there is evidence to suggest that it may in fact be true.
Wow.
One strong argument is that in archaeology, there are ancient sites called tells, which is a mound consisting of accumulated debris and natural sediment. They are buried cities. Another argument is
A buried city existing does not mean that every single city in the entire world is secretly just the tops of ancient great buildings. Jesus fucking Christ.
mentioned is
the
that
Democrats,
many
the
old
Democrats have been covering it up.
buildings, particularly those from the 17th to 19th centuries, have basements that extend far below the ground. These basements are often not visible from the surface, and yet they contain windows and doors that lead to nowhere. Also, let's not forget the countless accounts from ancient texts and legends that describe massive floods and cataclysmic events that swept across the old world.
Yeah, because floods and cataclysms happen. Just nobody is buying the idea that the entire earth got covered in fucking mud and erased evidence of a fucking advanced civilization that conveniently built buildings that look exactly like buildings that humans built elsewhere. And that actually, no, it wasn't humans taking inspiration from other humans. It was humans taking, literally inhabiting. For some reason, humans just never really build their own buildings. Humans just inhabit the buildings of giants that, for some reason, the upper levels are perfectly human-sized. Even though these structures should have been built for giants, all of the upper floors are very conveniently human-sized.
A manuscript called the Book of Miracles describes several cataclysms in detail, but it makes a very interesting point. They claim that these were not natural disasters, but disasters that were the work of a higher power, which goes
yeah, here we go.
to show that they were consciously created to some degree. Now what you're about to hear is controversial, but there's always been a fascination with the Ark of the Covenant. These Canaanites had control of a very powerful weapon that is beyond the technology that we have today.
The Phoenicians had a weather superpower ability that could summon comets and mud floods and earthquakes, and they used that technology to displace the Irish, the Atlantean Irish Jewish people. Incredible, incredible, beautiful. It's perfect. There is nothing made up about any of this, you assholes.
It is said to be a weapon of mass destruction, and no, I don't think it has anything to do with aliens. If you ask me, it would seem that we're dealing with some black magic that involves the conscious creation of cataclysms.
Don't worry guys, it's just black magic and not aliens. It's not aliens, it's just black magic.
That might be a little too far in the deep side of the pool, so I'll come back a bit. But magic does come to play here. And no, we're not talking sorcery and fantasy magic. We're talking about how every royal court had an astrologer and master alchemist. They were not only trying to make predictions, but to force them to manifest their mass rituals. Obviously that's conjecture, but it's important to consider that it may have been possible.
Obviously that's conjecture, but trust me, even though I just admitted that this is complete conjecture, they definitely had access to a death machine that could wipe out the giant Tartarians.
Through ritual or some type of unknown technology to influence the atmosphere or conditions in which produce certain cataclysmic conditions. The New Madrid earthquakes during the 1812 period were the most intense recorded in American history. The extent of its damage is still not really known, yet there are clear indications in the modern day and even in our scarce photographic record. We see photos in the late 1800s of them digging cities out of the mud. Why were all the streets made out of dirt and horse poop when the Romans had paved streets?
One thing I know is that if any person in the entire world, if any city has access to paved streets, it means every city must have paved streets. As we know, every single city that was ever a part of the Roman Empire had paved streets. There were no villages with dirt roads anywhere in the world when the Romans were in charge, guys.
Why was there no proper waste management in the United States until after the 1900s? Well, it's because they found these cities and had no idea how to operate them.
Yeah.
They came in and started putting waste and water into a single pipe, many of which were old water tunnels for drainage. And what happened? Great stinks. Massive cholera epidemics all over the United States, all the way into the late 19th century. Doesn't add up how they were building all this grand architecture from Civil War forts, otherwise known as star forts, all the way to massive mansions from the Gilded Age. Yet, they had no bathrooms or plumbing systems? This gets into some other deep subjects such as the diet and spiritual capabilities of these prior inhabitants, but much of that information will be too much for most of you new to the subject. These star forts or Civil War forts, have you been to one? One of the most massive one is in Pensacola on a beach. Good luck explaining how they went about building that on soft sand in the early 18th.
And? So, we're supposed to take something away from the fact that there's a star fort on a beach? Huh?
1800s. But forgetting that, they had these all over the East Coast and even in San Francisco. Yet the explanation is that they were built during the Civil War era to protect America's coast?
Oh yeah. Wouldn't it be guys, wouldn't it be fucking crazy? By the way, I've been to one of these star forts. I've been to one of the star forts that is literally on this map right here. Wouldn't it be absolutely crazy if there was an insane amount of multi-source, multi-varied source evidence of the massive amount of money that was spent on reinforcing and building new forts in preparation for and during the Civil War era? Wouldn't it be absolutely crazy if there were literally thousands of accounts of people working on these things? Incontrovertible evidence that, wow, yeah, actually, during the Civil War, people got pretty panicky, and so they spent literally the equivalent of millions of dollars building new forts? Well, it's too crazy for me. It had to be the giants and the gnomes.
But this isn't true, as many of these forts are actually based on older forts supposedly, and there were massive forts being constructed by the Spanish and French when they first arrived as well. Although, the museums like to make you think that they were just building wooden presidios. The entire story of the colonization of America is a fabrication. We're told the story that these countries such as Spain, France, and England were all fighting each other in the pursuit of the colonization of America.
Yep, they definitely were. They absolutely definitely were fighting each other in pursuit of the colonization of America. All of these countries were fighting each other for fucking ever, and arguably still are.
Yeah,
not over the colonization of America anymore.
What are they working for? Who funded these projects?
Who are they working for? Themselves, you idiot! What are you talking about?
Well, they were all under control of the Holy Roman Church.
No,
the proof is in the coat of arms.
No! Oh, no! No, they fucking weren't! England was not under the control of the Holy Roman Empire anymore at that point. Oh.
What do you think a coat of arms is? Type in the Triumphal Arch of Maximilian, which is a 16th century woodcut showing you all the Roman controlled minions. This is one huge royal bloodline operation. And that is the history.
Yeah, okay. If you're gonna make the argument that the Holy Roman Empire was a empire, yeah, but that's not any big revelation. That's not a conspiracy. That is in and of itself a thing to criticize. What is this supposed to prove? This is so fucking incredible. I love how off the rails we've gone. And remember, this is supposed to be a response that's supposed to teach Moist Critical what it means to believe in Tartaria. This video that we have watched right now is supposed to be an introduction for newcomers to Tartaria. Do you feel like enlightened right now? I unironically have a headache.
That we receive. These Civil War forts or bastions or star forts were already in America. And every major European ancient city was once a fortified city. That's the secret of Amsterdam and Paris. They are massive star forts.
Is that a secret? Is it a fucking secret that major cities in Europe were heavily fortified? Is that a secret?
Star forts contain multiple layers, including an underground tunnel system. You can see many of these European star forts on many 16th century maps, showing that they weren't just bastions used for wars, but they were also used for the creation of massive cities. One of the most immediate questions from someone new to the subject is, well, why would they do this, and who are they? Why lie about everything? What's the need to want to cover up history? Well, because these occult societies were in control by royalty and the church. And this church was a hijacked church that belonged to a previous civilization. But not only that, the control of information is necessary in the resetting of a society. This is constantly referenced in Hollywood.
Yes. We've gotten to my favorite part of Unveiled Mind or Mind Unwind or Soup Mind. We've reached my favorite part when he cites fictional books that he read in fucking grade school as like proof of his deranged conspiracy theories.
Hollywood movies as well, where the elites of a society keep the
Yes, Equilibrium. What a perfect... This is the second time he's cited Equilibrium, by the way. This is the second time.
hidden history away from the people for the greater good. That's what we're discussing. Royal elite bloodlines, who funded occult Protestant thinkers to create a brand new Atlantis, as conceived by Francis Bacon, a scientifically ruled society that would exist for eternity and never fall again. So why would this be suppressed? Well, if we all knew that we were a reset population and that there were advanced civilizations before us with superior technology that did not charge for energy resources, then that would make us much more difficult to control. As we mentioned, that some of the old world buildings seem to be made with the purpose of extracting energy from the atmosphere.
Would it? Would it change anything at all? I guess I just don't buy that. I guess I just don't buy that anybody would be any less easy to control. We already currently have an abundance of energy and resources that are hoarded by a handful of powerful people. I don't think it would change anything. Yeah, the amount of hoops he's jumping through to avoid the maybe it's capitalism thing. Well, see, that's the thing. Once again, as I keep saying about conspiracy theorists, it's a very narcissistic endeavor. They have to be, the conspiracy theorist has to be the one who's discovering the truth that nobody else knows. They're the smart one and everybody else is the sheep. It can't possibly be that, yeah, actually, a lot of the reasons our society sucks is because we built an entire world around capitalism, a system that is designed to extract profits no matter the cost, that treats people like machines and not like living beings, that has no regard for ways of life, that has no regard for people's comfort and happiness, but instead just seeks profit at every measure. Well, that's boring because, see, other people have already figured that one out. Instead, no, it has to be that there's a secret race of giants that built castles. Well, they built castles, but the top floors were sized for humans so that when the mud flood happened, there would be a space for the Irish Jewish Atlanteans to transport into once their church had been stolen by the dirty Phoenicians, the Phoenicians who secretly created the fake Roman Empire and also architected the falsehood that is the American Civil War. It's really simple if you think about it.
Atmosphere. But on top of that, they had dirigibles that could travel on essentially free power, if not cheap, clean energy. This would also transport mass amounts of goods, possibly even for moving buildings. Why do you think there was a cameraman right there ready to capture the destruction of the Hindenburg? It was to erase the old model based on clean energy and to implement a new system of dirty oil energy. That's not the only reason.
It definitely isn't. Oh. Literally allergic to any sort of analysis. No. It can't possibly be that oil is a filthy but extremely profitable and highly monopolized industry that once oil companies were able to make hoard up so much wealth that they could functionally lobby the government with no restriction. No, it can't be that that's the case. It can't be that it's like corporations that manage to completely monopolize and exploit a very dirty and environmentally damaging but effective fuel source No, it has to be actually that secretly there was a photographer there to photograph the Hindenburg explosion, which the Hindenburg was a secret remaining dirigible technology, and nobody has ever been able to build it again, even though tons and tons of people have literally flown in blimps. It just turns out that blimps aren't actually the best way to transport, and that if they're not done correctly, they can be dangerous. It's so simple, you guys. It's so fucking simple. It's so fucking simple.
Like we said, this all started with the corrupted cult of Baal, the religion of the Canaanites. But one of the things that Charlie said is that people just like to believe the most unhinged things for no real reason, and they don't even gain anything out of it. And of course he's right that—
No, he's wrong. He's wrong about that. They do gain something out of it. First of all, this guy gains a sense of superiority because he knows the truth that they won't tell you. But also, he makes Patreon money.
people do tend to think conspiracies when it comes to large amounts of power and money, but there is a reason for that. But that's not the only reason we have come to the conclusions that we've come to. What this comes down to is attempting to understand our realm. But not only that, questioning the status quo that was literally forced down our throats. What do we get out of it? How about just understanding our past and just being more curious? I mean...
No, dude, if you wanted to understand your past, you would actually look into history with an honest with an honest eye and a drop of humility. If you actually cared, if you were genuinely curious, there is so much amazing shit. But instead, you literally have to erase the actual history of Native people. And notice that this motherfucker in every single video, he scoffs at the idea that, huh, you're telling me that America was just populated by a bunch of primitive people? Every single video we've watched, he's just been like, I just simply can't believe that there were just these primitive people. He literally is so fucking racist. It's actual racism. It's this idea that, no, I can't believe that, like, there were people here before white people who actually, you know, lived well and maybe lived differently than European people, but they lived well. No. It actually has to be that there were actually white people here before with advanced technology and a cataclysm from sneaky, evil Phoenicians using weather control technology and space balloons. They actually got rid of it. It's so fucking stupid. God, I hate this shit. It always boils back down to having to, like, it boils down to having to fucking cope about being a white supremacist in denial, somebody who can't actually learn about history. If you wanted to, if you could put your ego aside for 2 seconds, you would actually be able to dig into the past and realize that there are incredibly fascinating stories, that there is a very, very complex world. There are conflicting narratives about the past even. It's crazy. Did you know that there actually are real things out there that are totally blow your mind? Did you know that fucking the actual Catholic Church has engaged in the erasure of people's history? Can you believe that fucking capitalism has driven people to destroy the histories of other people? Oh, well, it's not aliens and giants, and it wasn't invented by some weird YouTuber looking to make a quick buck, so I guess it doesn't fucking matter, right? So stupid.
Reality is far stranger than fiction.
Native American people were one of the most dynamic cultures pre-industry. There was so much diversity between Native American cultures that we can't even fucking fully grasp it to this day. Partially because a lot of it's been erased intentionally. And by that, I mean because there was a colonial project designed to subjugate people deliberately that is well recorded. You don't have to pretend that about some sort of like conspiracy from the Atlantean Hibernian Jews.
And we're taught a boring, dull version of history in the school.
There it is. That's it right there. Oh, we're taught a boring and dull version of history. There aren't even any flying blimps and magic electricity and weather destruction devices. I don't even have the comet summoning lever.
System, much of which leads people to not really care about life. He also said,
much much of this leads to people to not really care about life, dude. No, you're depressed and you can't actually find the beauty in the real world. You grew up fucking apparently playing civilization mods where you get rocket-powered balloons, and then you were like, oh, rocket-powered balloons don't exist in reality. Actually, they did.
That he didn't think the elite weirdos really cared about religion. In a way, he's right, but he's also ignoring that they are inversionists and occultists. The elites care about religion in the way that they like to make a mockery of it. And again, we're not religious or Christians. Sure, there's a lot of satanic hype going on right now, and probably for a good reason, because people are sort of recognizing unsettling patterns within these certain symbols.
Isn't that fucking curious? Once again, I'm gonna point at the conspiracy chart, okay? I'm gonna point back at the conspiracy chart again. Remember how I said that once you get to a certain point, it's all interchangeable? This guy just said, we're not Christians, and we know that people are obsessed with Satanism. And actually, that's a good thing. Even though we don't believe in Christianity, and the satanic panic that's going on right now is completely in contradiction with everything that we've said right now. And the Christians that are leading the satanic panic are the people that we say erased history of the Tartarians. Actually, it doesn't really matter because fuck the Democrats.
We're taught
Absolutely
that man
incredible.
is at its pinnacle
Absolutely
today,
incredible.
as if we reached our max point in evolution. However, I think it's quite blatant that really isn't the case when you see the level of awareness in the media and our culture today. It's arguably more accurate to say that we have de-evolved as a species, but in a larger context compared to the civilizations of the ancients, a massive amount of knowledge and intelligence has been lost compared to what was once achieved in the past. Don't you think it's strange that we've just lost the ability to build these structures? I mean, compare an old world city to the modern day. It's shocking how much we lost, and
I can't believe this video is ending with old building good, new building bad. This random old building is not as cool as this random new building. We don't even know if this is the same building. Are these even the same place? Is this even the same street corner? Just one random old building, one new building. What if this old building just fucking burnt down and this new one is just what they happened to build there instead because people needed a fucking hospital or something?
our new construction methods of modernism are not designed to last. It's not to say that we don't have the technology, but that you would think there would be an evolution from.
I don't disagree that these buildings are ugly, but that doesn't make it true that giants ruled the world.
The advanced architectures and early styles.
At the end of the day, every single conspiracy ends up boiling back down to you should be suspicious about Jewish people, and modernism bad, and actually Democrats are bad. That's what every single conspiracy ends up boiling down to.
In America, but instead all we get is a bunch of cheap box buildings. If you want to tell Charlie to check this out, that'd be cool, although I don't really think he's gonna watch the whole thing. I mean, I'd be surprised if he did, but I don't even expect this to prove anything. I mean,
the building that he showed was destroyed in World War II because it was in Germany when it got bombed, and they ended up building a new building in its place. Wow! Who could have foreseen that the old building that he's mad about got destroyed for some unbelievable but probably interesting reason? Again, this guy talks about how it's about curiosity and wanting to understand history. No, it fucking isn't. It isn't about wanting to understand history. If you wanted to understand history, you can actually do that. There are ways to go and learn about the history of a place. And in fact, it's really fucking important. But this fucking free-form bullshit that always ends up bringing you right back to fucking white supremacy and fucking anti-Semitism and fucking anti-leftism, it's so fucking fascinating. It's so fucking fascinating how his fucking fan fiction just so happens to align perfectly with the exact same group that he claims is a secret society controlling the world. Turns out, actually, the Christians were okay, even though also the Christians apparently secretly architected the downfall of the Aryans. Jesus motherfucking Christ.
we don't claim to have the answers. I just see this as an opportunity to get this information out to more people so that we can continue to ask questions, even questions that might seem dumb or irrelevant. I don't expect Charlie to respond, but if he did, we would just try to learn from it and improve from it. He did say he wanted an explanation on Tartaria, and he specifically mentioned our channel. So it was kind of tough because I understand he has a large audience that probably is never going to take the time to look into some of these things. But at the same time, there is a chance to get this information out to more people and assist others in questioning history, and so I think it's worth it. Regardless, thanks for listening, guys. We got some new big projects coming soon, and in the meantime, all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Have you asked yourself that question, my man? Holy shit. Yeah, the outro is Sissy Hypno, obviously. Yep. It's so obviously fucking Sissy Hypno bullshit. All right, everybody. Okay, we have one more thing to do, okay? That's the end of Conspiracy Mama for tonight. We will be doing more Conspiracy Mama in the future, of course, but we have to do some cooking. That's right. We have to do some Cooking Mama. We need a break. I unironically have a headache now from this goddamn video. These videos make my brain fucking fry. And I'm sorry. I know that I am of the weak Phoenician stock or whatever, or the gnomish stock. You know, the old stock of the pre-reset Tartaria does not run in my blood. So, you know, my brain is weak from being grown in a cabbage patch. But you know, there's only so much that I can take. So we gotta do some cooking. It's time to cook, everybody. You guys ready to do some cooking content? Cause it's gonna be fucking fun. I had a good time with the conspiracy videos, and I'm very happy that we're gonna be uploading these to my channel in the near future because it's very exciting. Yep. All right, let's do some Cooking Mama. Now, hold on. Somebody sent me something in the Cooking Mama section. What's this? What's this? I tried the new Doritos. Is this a meme? This looks like a meme. All right, let's check out the meme.
Listen, bro.
Hey, wait, hold on a second. All right, here we go. This looks like a meme. This is called I Tried the New Doritos.
Listen, bro. I pulled up to the Circle K, you feel me? And I got the new Doritos, the sweet and tangy BBQ. Let's test them out, you feel me? I had to see them on the commercials. I'm like, let me get them.
Okay.
Now, on some fat nigga shit though, like keep it low key though. This motherfucker smell like the Wendy's barbecue. Crazy. But that's a fat nigga instinct. Don't look too bad. Don't look too... Damn, I hope they all right. Let's eat it. You could definitely taste the barbecue on this hoe. Let me get one more. These being Doritos, and they're like not the normal like cheesy type thing. This is busting. This is fire. I'm gonna rate this 8 out of 10.
Okay. All right. Okay, 8 out of 10. Well, we watched the Doritos. We watched them. All right, okay. What the hell's this? What is this? Now we know Demon Mom was watching the Chariot vid. Yeah, I was watching the Chariot vid. I actually really like the Chariot vid. I think it's really fucking good. I didn't finish it before stream, but it was good. There is, however, some Cooking Mama stuff that we need to do, okay? Which is... Oh, wait, hold on. last Cooking Mama, I said that the next Cooking Mama, we would catch up with Dave's cooking show. And it is true that we actually need to catch up on Dave's cooking show, because we haven't watched Dave's cooking show in forever. Now, for those of you who are new to Cooking Mama, which I imagine is probably a number of you, this is the show where we go and we usually check out people's atrocious cooking, bad cooking, but not intentionally bad cooking. See, I fucking hate it when people do fake bad cooking videos, okay? I need the real fails. It means nothing to me if somebody just puts a bunch of gross stuff together and goes, ew, yucky. But we found a few channels that are so self-confident in their horrible cooking skills that they are basically a forever content mine. And it's always important that we keep up with those on their cooking journeys in the hopes that someday they maybe do make something yummy. So I have a gift for you today, which is, as you can see, it's been a very long time since we've caught up with Dave's cooking show. But Dave has been doing a lot of cooking. Like, damn, it's been months. This was the last one that we watched. We haven't watched a Dave's cooking in months. So there's tons that we can watch. But specifically, I want to check out some of his more adventurous ones, okay? Because, you know, Dave tends to do a lot of cheeseburgers. Dave tends to do a lot of drinks that are mixed with soda. He tends to do a lot of like grilled cheeses, and he does a lot of pasta. But once in a great while, Dave will cook us something adventurous. Like, for example, one of my favorite dishes, chile rellenos, okay? Which I fucking love chile rellenos. They are so fucking good. So without any further ado, let's check it out. Let's see what he does. Let's see how he can manage the chile rellenos.
Okie dokie. On Dave's cooking show today, we're gonna make some chile rellenos. As you can see, I've got On Dave's cooking show today, we're gonna make some chile rellenos. As you can see. On Dave's cooking show today, we're gonna make some chile rellenos. As you can see, I've got my poblano peppers blistering over an open flame. That's a real flame. That's proper cooking. You don't cook with fucking magnetics or
he's culture warring. He's culture warring. Get it? It's gas. It's real. It's not soy. He's not soy, guys. He's a gasser. He's a real gasser.
Electronics or any of that bullshit. Fire. So after these are sufficiently blackened, put them in a bowl, cover with clear wrap, and you want to sweat them for about 10 minutes. And now we're going to move on to making the, I guess, batter, for lack of a better term. Because, yeah, it took me 3 attempts. The first attempt, everything was great, but I couldn't find my candy thermometer, so the oil was way too hot. And the second, I forgot to add the goddamn egg yolks, so the batter didn't work. All right, so what you want to do is you want to separate the yolks from 2 eggs, 2 large eggs to be specific. Okay, then you want to turn this on, turn your whisk attachment on your mixer, and then you want to beat the shit out of this until you get basically some stiff, white, foamy.
I just want to point out right here, this guy's got a KitchenAid that has never been cleaned. Look at this joint here. Look at how much fucking gunk is crammed into here. There's fucking pasty goop still stuck up on here from the last time he was cooking. Of course, his counter is characteristically disgusting, but just look at all the brown crap that's formed all around his KitchenAid. Just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Peaks. Then, once you've gotten it like that, you want to add the yolks back in, best you can. Reset it. And then you want to whisk the shit out of this till you get some stiff peaks forming. And believe it or not, we're getting nearly done with this. Okay, after you've sweated your peppers, got all that blackened skin off, time to stuff it with cheese. And I decided to go with Oaxaca cheese. Okay. Apparently that's a little bit more traditional than like queso or something like that.
Damn, that is brave. I can't believe he's actually using like an actual Mexican cheese. Holy fucking shit.
That, but there's nothing wrong with it, with queso. Then you just want to seal the pepper with some toothpicks. And we're getting damn near ready to put these in the oil. By the way, you should have some oil heating up to about 330 to no more than 350. So, all right, see ya.
I will just also point out how fucking disgusting and dirty his goddamn countertop is. And some of this is from the peppers, but this like fucking yellow goop over here is not. And he just rolled his fucking peppers in that shit.
The next step. Okie dokie. Then you want to take your pepper and make sure you stab yourself at least once with the toothpicks. And you want to coat the peppers in the batter. Then, just want to lightly take these things and fry them up just a little bit, just till they're golden brown. It'll be a couple of minutes. Oh, also, if you're making multiples of them, allow the oil to reheat, because when you put anything in oil, the temp does drop. Okay, mine are done. And, again, don't forget to take the toothpicks out. I did it right after I got done with this shot. And then you just want to sprinkle some queso fresco over the top of it. And that's it. That's at least my version of chili rellenos. Done.
Pathetic. Sorry, that's pathetic. I mean, I give him credit for filling it with like an actual Mexican cheese, but that looks pathetic. His cheese application is, I mean, look over here, guys. The fucking cheese flew off the plate. This is terrible plating. He forgot to take the toothpicks out. Looks like shit. It's not even fully battered. There are areas where it's very clear that there's just no batter ended up on the pepper. I mean, points for trying something new. But this is just terrible. His oil was fucking cold. Yeah, it did look like that. I mean, he did mention that he had to make them like 4 times.
Oh, also if you're making...
It doesn't look like his oil is the right temperature because this is not bubbling in the way that I would expect a fry to do.
Multiples of them, allow the oil to
Danny says, I'll give him one compliment. At least he refilmed the recipe despite fucking up twice, because in the past he quite literally would just continue with it fully fucked up. That's true. Normally he does not refilm. That is a point of credit to him.
Because when you put anything in oil, the temp does drop. Okay, mine are done. And again, don't forget to take the toothpicks out. I did it right after I got done with this shot. And then you just want to sprinkle some queso fresco over the top of it. And that's it. That's at least my version of chili rellenos.
Rellenos.
And on a side note, I will say this dish was really, really delicious.
Well, that's good at least, bro. All right. Well, we saw that one. Let's do another one. Let's hit him with another one. Wait, by the way, do you guys want to see what like a proficient one is? In fact, let me show you what a proficient chiles rellenos looks like, okay? Ready?
Hey everyone, it's Kenji, and we're gonna make some chile rellenos.
We're gonna real quick watch an actual good video real quick.
So, stuffed chilies. So these are our chilies. I'm using pasillas. These are poblanos, so when they're dried, they're called pasillas. Some people call the fresh ones pasillas too. But we're gonna start with some poblano chilies.
By the way, this is Kenji's cooking show. Kenji is a motherfucking god, okay? You want to know how to make actual good food? You want to be able to make actual good food at your house? Kenji's show is where it's fucking at, okay? No joke. Dude is a god, all right? No joke.
You can also do this with like bell peppers or Anaheims if you don't want them. You know, poblanos have a little bit of heat, and Anaheims come in varying levels of heat. So I've just got my broiler preheated. There are many ways you can roast and peel chilies. If I'm doing a bunch like this, you know, 5 or 6 at a time, I'll usually just broil them, which is an easy way to do it. Otherwise, you can do them directly on a gas burner. You can do them on a comal, like just put this directly on your burner. You can also do it on the grill outside. But the broiler works well for when you're doing a bunch like that. All right, so while those heat up, while those start to broil, I'm gonna make our sauce, which is a simple tomato-based.
Yes! He's actually making a salsa to go with it. That's another thing. Did you notice that there was nothing but cheese involved in Dave's recipe? That's because Dave is the laziest person on the entire planet. Let's continue.
Cooked salsa. Roma tomatoes. So chile rellenos, this is a dish that we ate a lot when I was growing up. We made, we didn't, I don't know where we would get fresh poblanos when I was a kid. So what we would do is we would use the canned chilies, canned whole green chilies, and we would stuff those with jack cheese, batter them and fry them. I think my dad got the recipe out of Leon Romero's cookbook. Leon Romero was the chef at Casa Romero in Boston, which is a Mexican restaurant. This is one of my favorite dishes of all times. I always order it. I always associate it with. There's a style of Mexican restaurant. Well, it's like Cal-Mex or Tex-Mex or sometimes Mex-Mex restaurants in the U.S. That I always call hot plate restaurants because it's the type of places where when the server brings your food to the table, they say hot plate and they put it down in front of you and the plate is like scalding hot and it's always, and it comes with rice and beans and maybe a little salad and then always a choice of something, either, whether it's an enchilada or tacos. This salsa that we're making, by the way, is also one that you can do for something like huevos rancheros. It's just a very simple red tomato-based salsa. That is lightly cooked. I'm gonna throw a handful of cilantro sprigs in there. This jalapeno. I'm serving this, my mother-in-law's in town and she doesn't eat a lot of spicy food, so I'm actually going to use only half of the jalapeno, and I'm gonna rinse out all of the seeds and ribs so that the sauce doesn't come out too spicy. You can adjust the heat level however you see fit, so you can use
Thank you, Monica.
a whole jalapeno with the ribs and the seeds. You could use a serrano, which would be even hotter, or you could use no chili at all if you want something super mild. We'll get an onion. Probably put like half of this onion in there.
Can you tell how much more delicious this dish is going to be already? Making a fresh salsa, like to go with your dish, just advances your dish by so much. Like this has fucking substance to it.
Take a quick look at how our chiles are doing. All right, so our goal with these chilies is that we want them to be charred and bubbly and brown all over, and then we're gonna flip them and do the other side as well. Okay, so that is our goal.
Doggy.
Let's see how long it takes to get. It'll probably take like under the broiler like that. It'll probably take about 10 minutes. Bring them in. All super rough here. You don't really need to do much more than what I'm doing as far as slicing it up or anything. The blender's gonna do that work for us. All right, and just a couple cloves of garlic.
It does look a bit like a Shar-Pei. What a cutie.
So there are, of course, multiple ways to make chile rellenos. This is one of the simplest. If you go to one of my favorite YouTube channels, De Mi Rancho a Tu Cocina, which is a Mexican cooking channel. It's a woman who cooks stuff in her old kitchen, real hardcore stuff like live fires, a big comal, real just home style Mexican cooking. I love that channel. They have a few actually really good chile relleno videos. And one of them they make is actually similar to this, which is how my family made it growing up. All right. Now we'll do eggs. So we're gonna do 3 eggs here. Separate the whites and the yolks. This is how I like to separate my eggs from the yolks. It's just I don't know, it became a habit when I was working in a restaurant and you had to separate a lot of eggs at a time. You just do it straight in your hand like that. I think it's the easiest way. You can also, of course, do the old, like, you know, passing it back and forth.
True. Killjoy says points off for picking something up off the floor without washing his hands. Accurate. You caught Kenji slipping. True. That's a fair critique. Damn, Kenji. Wash your hands.
Between the shells to get all the whites out.
All right, there. At least. All right. Now he's washing.
Now we're gonna beat these whites until they are stiff with an electric mixer. There are still a few things I prefer to do manually, but beating egg whites is not one of them. We're looking for like a real stiff meringue here. And this is what creates a kind of puffy, fried coating on these chile rellenos. When you beat eggs like this, essentially what's happening is that protein in the egg white is kind of cross-linking, and meanwhile you're incorporating air into here, so you're kind of stretching out that protein matrix that's kind of within the within the watery bit of the egg white, and as it stretches out, it becomes more and more viscous. You incorporate air in there, the proteins tighten up on each other, and eventually what could happen is they over-tighten. And they'll start actually squeezing moisture out again. So you don't want to get to that point. What you're looking for is this. Those are called stiff peaks, you know, where it looks kind of like shaving cream, where it can really just hold its own shape. If you go beyond this...
I enjoyed that he uses more technical terms. Well, that's because Kenji actually cares about teaching you how to cook things. If you follow Kenji's recipes, you will be able to make something delicious. It's basically how his show is actually about teaching people how to cook things at home, unlike Dave's cooking show, which I don't even know what the point is besides like ritual humiliation.
You eventually start to break down the protein's over tighten, and moisture will start to weep out, and then your whole thing will break on you. All right, we're gonna add a little bit of, just a tablespoon or so of flour, pinch of salt. Let me check on my chilies down here. All right, looking good. Black and puffy all over. I'll flip them over.
Damn. I wish we could, I wonder, hold on, can I pull up the, do you guys remember what Dave's looked like? Do you remember what Dave's peppers looked like?
And let those just keep going until that second side is done. Yeah, I know you're not happy.
They genuinely looked diseased. Let me see if I can, here, hold on, I'll bring them back up just so we can have a side-by-side real quick, hold on. Here we go. We're gonna show you these, and I'll show you. Hold on. Let me just bring this up. I'm gonna show you so we can remember this side by side. Hey. All right. Here's Dave's. Okay. There's Dave's. All right. Dave's peppers versus Kenji's peppers. Here, we can go a little further back so we can see all 4 of the peppers. Okay, or there we go. All right, Dave's peppers, Kenji's peppers, Dave's peppers, Kenji's peppers. I think I'm gonna go with Kenji's peppers basically anytime, all right?
Over.
We'll go back to the point we were at now.
Oh man. See the oven, okay, I hate this oven. It does this thing where it just automatically locks itself sometimes when it feels like it, so now I gotta wait for it to go through a lock cycle. Oh well, all right. While that's going through its dumb lock cycle, I'll add my egg yolks. I strongly do not recommend this oven. All right, now we're gonna beat those egg yolks in. We wanna be egg yolks and flour in. We wanna be pretty gentle here. We wanna just incorporate it, okay? We don't wanna beat it so much that the foam starts to break down. And that's about all we need, okay?
It's actually funny, our oven sings too. I think we might have the same brand, but a different make. Our oven does those same little songs.
So that is our chile relleno batter. All right, I am gonna come back when these chilies are done, okay? It's probably gonna take another 10 minutes or so once I figure out how to restart this stupid oven. Okay, I'll come back when these are done and I will see you then. So I will see you in just about 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something, I don't know. These are done though. I flipped them one more time just to make sure that all the edges are kind of puffing out and lightly charred. There we go. So that's what we're looking for, kind of soft all over. Oh, there's one little spot there that didn't go, but that's all right. What I'll do is I will hit that directly on the burner to finish that off.
It does! It does sound like it sounds like the comm device in Death Stranding. It does actually, oh my God.
So
Beautiful
you could
peppers.
Potentially do your
Beautifully done peppers. These peppers are gonna taste way better. They're gonna be way more tender and they're gonna be way more flavorful. They're gonna have that sort of smoky, lightly chewy with an outer crispy layer. So much better.
chilies 100% this way, the way I'm throwing it right on the burner right now. You can start them from raw like that. Just do this charm all on every single side.
Yep.
I'm just gonna get those last couple.
By the way, he's proving that you can do it Dave's way and not have it turn out so bad.
Spots that the broiler missed. Another way you could do this is if you you start in the broiler, and then if there's any spots that are missed, finish it off with a little blowtorch action.
Yeah, blowtorches are common, yeah.
Okay, I think we're good there. We're pretty much good here. Don't worry about it getting black, that's okay. Actually, it'll add a little bit of nice smoky flavor to it. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these on the cutting board here. Now, some people like to put these in a plastic bag. Some people put them in a paper bag. The idea, though, however you do it, is that you want to trap some steam in there, and that's going to help the skins separate from the flesh, which is our goal here. I do it this way because I think it's better because it doesn't waste a plastic bag or a paper bag. Show you.
Jacob says, Dave didn't fuck it up by only doing it over the fire. He just didn't do it over the fire correctly. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Kenji is showing that you can actually just do it over a fire like this if you want to. But you just have to take a little more time and effort and not just be a lazy
Just
asshole.
get our chilies here. Just pop a bowl over them. Like that. That'll seal it. We're going to let that sit for just about 5 minutes. And then we're going to keep going. So I will see you again in a few more minutes. All right, so chilies ready to go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to peel them. All right.
Also, Dave didn't peel his
I love
either.
this part of the process. It's always,
which is kind of weird.
it's always so appealing.
Remember that?
All
Like,
right, so
why didn't the whole point is to take off the outer skin layer to leave the flesh, but Dave didn't actually peel it off. Which is fucking weird. He didn't even separate the skin. I didn't even notice that. I didn't notice that he skipped that step entirely because I was watching the other stuff he was doing.
Some people do is they'll throw away their skins. I like to actually do this. The one thing you don't want to do is peel these underwater because you will lose flavor. You want actually some of that, that smoky flavor from the skins to end up on the flesh. But instead of throwing out the skins, I put them into a separate bowl of water on the side. And that way you make a sort of charred chili skin tea. And I'm going to use that as the liquid base for my salsa.
Ooh.
So that we get some of that chili flavor.
Ooh, that's a good ass idea. That's fucking crazy smart. That's so smart.
Built right into the salsa. It also makes it so that these chili skins can be a little sort of slippery and sticky, really hard to get off your fingers. And so having that little bowl of water on the side that you can rinse your fingers off and actually really helps as well. So you don't have to do like a super duper thorough job here. It's okay if like little bits of skin cling on like that. It's totally all right. But there you go. Looking for basically that. Okay. I'll repeat that with all of them. What you don't want to do is kind of tear these chilies apart. We are going to cut them open and stuff them, but we want to do that in a sort of organized, controlled manner.
Yeah. As Tarpalicious said, this is totally how the Tartarians would have made their salsa. Yeah, it's true. Advanced techniques.
You can also, by the way, cook these chilies like this a day ahead. Let them steam on your countertop like this, then just shove them in a container, put them in your fridge, let them cool down overnight, stuff them the next day when they're cold, or peel them and stuff them the next day when they're cold, and that'll save your fingertips if you don't. If you have
here, I'll send you the recipe. Here's the link for anybody who wants it.
You can chill the chilies. It's nice because there's not a lot of knife skills involved in this. So if you're a little bit slow at chopping, you don't have to worry about it. All right, so we got those here. Now we're gonna slit these chilies open like that. Okay, open them up, and then we're gonna very carefully get the seeds mostly out. Again, you don't have to worry if there's some seeds left in there. Not the end of the world. Okay. Seeds and ribs. Oh, this guy already split open. So we'll go, if they accidentally split open like that, just go with the natural split. You don't have to cut a brand new seam in them. So the green chilies tend to be a little bit firmer. I actually bought these all when they were green, and they've been sitting on my counter for a couple days, so some of them started to turn red. I find that the green chilies actually keep their shape a little bit better. Just don't split open as much. But this will work with red or green.
Incredible.
All right, so now we're just going to stuff these up with some cheese. I'm going to put that all that right there. And you'll see what we're going to do with that very shortly.
That is so cool.
Okay.
That is such a cool touch.
This is mozzarella cheese. You could use Oaxaca. You could use queso fresco. Basically, any kind of cheese you want. Jack is really good. Pepper jack is good. This is just low moisture mozzarella. So a few pieces of cheese in there.
All right.
Okay, just like that. When I was little, we used to do this with the canned chilies. Those chilies comes with their tops removed, so we would kind of shove the cheese in from the top. And that was always my job, shoving the cheese into chilies. There's another very...
Lucas B20 says, did Dave take the seeds out? Dave did not take the skin off or the seeds out. He did not remove the seeds. He did not take the skin off.
Famous Mexican stuffed chili dish, chiles en nogada, which is one of the national dishes of Mexico, but it's chilies that are stuffed with a meat mixture and then cooked in a cashew sauce with pomegranate seeds. It is delicious, but a very, very, very different thing from this. These are the kind of chile rellenos you would want to put into like a taco. I mean, we're going to eat them on their own, of course, but you can put these in a taco. You can put them in a torta.
Oh,
you can stick them in a burrito.
So good.
They make really, really good tacos.
Fuck, now I want to have a torta tomorrow. Maybe I'll get Mexican tomorrow.
We're going to kind of overstuff that last one.
Is this Kenji? Yes, it is, President Sunday.
Is there room for this somewhere? We can fit in there. We can fit you in there.
Yeah, Kenji's amazing. I was singing Kenji's
Now what we're gonna do
praises.
is we're gonna make our salsa. I'm gonna rinse my hands. We want to have our salsa ready, simmering on the side before we fry our chilies.
I don't think he said
so I've
bell
got a
peppers.
fine mesh strainer
I think he
here.
said, I think he said, oh shit, what was the other pepper? He said poblanos or, why am I blanking on it? I don't remember what the other one. Maybe he did say bell peppers. Anaheims. Yeah, Anaheims. Which is those are these ones. Hold on. An Anaheim pepper looks like this. They're like these. They're like the iconic chili pepper. This was the one he said. Yep.
Okay. And so basically what we've done is we've made this kind of chili skin tea. And what we're going to do is we're going to strain that out into our salsa. So you could, a lot of recipes call for just using water or sometimes chicken stock for the step. You could also, peel your chilies in chicken stock if you want double, that chicken stock flavor plus the roasted chili flavor. But I find you get a lot more flavor when you do it this way. Pinch of salt, a little bit more water. Okay, and now we're just going to puree this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure a green chili could also work, but poblanos are not super spicy. If you get all the seeds out of a poblano pepper, they're not going to be spicy basically at all. Poblano peppers are very, very mild.
Okay, little oil in our pan. So this is this thing where you kind of sear the salsa in order to really rapidly develop flavor. So we want hot oil. And we're gonna pour this in relatively quickly. If you pour it in slow, it's gonna sputter and spit. You're gonna get oil splashing all over you. You pour it in quickly, it will immediately start to bubble and sputter and develop flavor, but you won't get nearly as many of those little bits of flying stuff. All right, I think we're good. Ready? We're gonna go on 1, 2, 3. You can see it immediately sort of start to change color, deepen in color, and it's also gonna deepen in flavor. So we're gonna simmer this. We'll let it reduce down a bit. This is more than what we need for this dish, so I'm gonna actually probably turn this into huevos rancheros tomorrow morning. Got our oil going. Looks like it might be a little bit too hot. Definitely don't want it to be smoking like that. It's probably in the 400s. Now, we'll let this come down a bit. We're looking for oil around 375, 350. So I'll just let that cool a little bit while we finish off our chilies. All right, so for this step, we got our flour. Okay, I'm gonna put my chili in there. Coat it on all sides with flour like that. You don't want the flour going inside, so when you're doing this step, make sure that if your chilies, you saw what I just did. If your chilies like have a flap that tends to lay open, make sure you hold it closed while you get into the flour, because otherwise that flour gets in there and it turns the whole thing kind of gummy. If you're really meticulous about this, you can stick toothpicks in there to keep them closed, but I find it's never really necessary, as long as you're kind of careful about how you lower them into the oil, which I'll show you.
Amazing.
Okay. All the chili's coated in flour. Let's double check that oil temperature. Okay, so our oil is down to 375-ish. That's where we want it. Okay. Salsa's not quite ready, but that's all right. We're gonna work on some other stuff while that salsa finishes up. I gotta get my tray there. All right, so now my chilies into the batter, okay? Get a nice coating. And with making sure that the chili stays kind of closed, all right? We're gonna very gently lower it into that oil. I'm using right here rice bran oil. You could use vegetable or peanut or canola or whatever you want.
You can
as long
actually
as it's
see the temperature there dropped a little bit too low. Oof, small mistakes. Let's see how they
relatively
turn
neutral
out, though.
flavor. You know, so no like olive oil, no like sesame oil, things like that. Walnut oil, argan oil, none of those. But any kind of neutral cooking oil. And the idea is that you want to lower these in gently.
There it goes.
So
Okay,
that
it's starting to sizzle a little more.
Air in the batter starts to expand. Okay? And that causes them to float. If you drop them right in, they sink to the bottom. They hit the bottom of the pan. All kinds of bad stuff starts happening.
These are chiles rellenos, President Sunday. An absolutely delicious dish. One of my favorite Mexican dishes. Anytime we go to a new Mexican place in the area, I will always order their chiles rellenos. Which it's amazing. Basically, it is a chile, a stuffed chile that is rolled in a whipped egg, like coating and a little bit of flour. So you get this like it's almost like an omelet. It has like an omelet-like texture and flavor with a chili totally packed with cheese on the inside. It's amazing, genuinely incredible.
If you see a little hole like that, just plug it up with some batter. You're good. They stick to the bottom of the pan. The batter loses its puffiness, so you want to really lower them in gentle. You can also do this. You don't. So I'm frying on a wok, which I think is the best implement for frying. But you can do this.
Andrew Kowalski says, "I had no idea that your cooking streams were this much fun. I need to go back and catch up." Right? Right? Cooking Mama streams are awesome. We have a great time every time we do Cooking Mama, whether we're watching terrible food or whether we're watching delicious food. I'm really happy that y'all are enjoying this. This has been a fucking blast of a stream once we got through the Adin Ross stuff. And by the way, for those of you who weren't convinced at the beginning of the stream that you would have fun with Conspiracy Mama and Cooking Mama, was I not correct? Did you not have an excellent stream? We did a solid little politics segment. We had an awesome review at the beginning. We had conspiracy and cooking, a proper variety show. A proper variety show.
Just in like a, like a chicken fryer, like a skillet. If you want, you could shallow fry them. They come out just fine. They do end up getting, like spots where they touch the bottom are going to be a little bit darker, but that's okay. I'm deep frying basically just because I was frying chicken the other day, and I had all this oil left over in the wok. So rather than bother straining it out and taking care of that, I was like, I might as well just fry up some chile rellenos. When your fingers are coated with batter like this, by the way, it protects it from the hot oil. So I know some people like freak out when they see fingers going near hot oil like that, but like you can take a finger of batter and just dip it in hot oil, and it's not really gonna harm you at all. That's actually one of the reasons why you batter fried foods, is because the batter is so insulative, and it prevents the food underneath from drying out. So that's why, like beer battered fish, you have this nice puffy beer batter, and fish is extremely delicate. You generally don't want to fry it at really high temperatures or cook it at really high temperatures, and frying is violent. But the batter, because it has so much air in it, it's a great insulator, and it keeps your fish from cooking too hot and too fast. In the same way, it'll keep your fingers from cooking too hot and too fast. So when you're frying foods, oops, this guy's probably we're gonna have a little blowout here. That's okay. When you're frying foods, you want to bring your hand right down to the oil, because the worst thing you can do is drop fried foods into the oil, because that causes them to splash up, and that's how you end up with burns.
True.
All right, So those first ones are ready to flip, I'm sure.
Oh my
Nice and puffy and gold.
God! Look at how beautiful this one looks by comparison to Dave's. Do you guys remember what Dave's looked like?
Golden. Look at that. Beautiful, huh? And you see, I'm gonna adjust the temperature. You want that oil to maintain a temperature of at least like 325 into 350. Anywhere between like, yeah, 325 and 400 is good. We're at 390 right now, which is on the top end of that spectrum of where we want to be. Any higher than that, and what's gonna happen is your batter is gonna burn before
you wouldn't want that.
it cooks through. You definitely don't want that to happen.
Oh, that one flipped back over. Oh, there it goes.
This guy does not want to stay flipped over. Come on, there you go. There you go.
No!
I feel like doing this is sometimes like dressing a toddler who doesn't want to be dressed. You take care of one thing and then you put one arm in and then the other arm comes right out. All right, our salsa's looking good. You see how deep in color that's gotten?
Oh my God! Oh
we can
my
reduce this down, but
God.
generally this dish you serve with a relatively sort of watery salsa like this, a very loose salsa. But you can, of course, cook it down as much as you want. Yum. All right. I think those first ones are done. Ready to come out.
And remember, these are jam-packed with cheese. Oh, these are gonna be so good.
Now, chile rellenos, you can also, and what I'm gonna actually end up doing, because this is the middle of the day right now, but we're not gonna have these till dinner. I'm gonna have one right now for lunch, but the rest of them I'm gonna save for my family for dinner. So chile rellenos, you can absolutely fry them ahead of time, let them sit at room temperature, and just finish them by simmering them in the sauce. This is not one of those dishes, you know, a lot of fried dishes, you're looking for like a really crispy fried texture. That's not what's going on here.
Yes. That's a really good point for him to bring up, because the thing about chile rellenos is that they're not crispy. It's like more like an omelet texture.
With chile rellenos, the puffy coating actually ends up sort of getting soft and absorbing the salsa. So if you've ever had a dish, like if you're familiar with the Japanese dish of like tempura inside, on top of soba or on top of udon, where the tempura, or ochazuke, where you put a broth on top of crispy fried tempura. The idea is that the fried puffy batter actually has a lot of airspace in it, and so it absorbs the sauce.
Oh my goodness! Welcome, lovely Vosh folks, all of the Voshites. Welcome, come in. You have come in at the perfect time. We are currently enjoying some Cooking Mama, which is when we review usually bad cooking. However, right now we are watching some very delicious, good cooking. We recently just reviewed someone completely butchering the dish called chile rellenos, which is a Mexican egg fried chili dish. And we are now seeing somebody do the good one. And we're actually going to return to watching some terrible, nightmarish cooking in just a minute. Today has been a wonderful stream. You're coming in on the sort of latter half, but we're very, very, very happy to have you. If you are looking for even more content, don't hesitate to rewind back into the VOD. We did a demented conspiracy theory segment just before this. And of course, previous to that, we were discussing Adin Ross. So welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. Hope that you'll come on over to demonmama.com. And also, please consider subscribing to the channel. We'd love to have you among us. All right, let's fucking... Wait, Vosh didn't actually end up covering Adin Ross? Wait, it was in his stream title. Did he not actually cover it? Oh, all right. Well, I'm happy to have you all here. Thanks for being here. We gotta finish seeing how delicious this dish is gonna turn out, and then we are going to throw up in our mouths as we review some genuinely heinous cooking from some of our regular cooking channels that we review. He had a 3-hour-long debate instead. What type of debate? What was the topic? 3 hours? That's a long ass one. Holy shit. Wait, is the mic popping? That's not good. Is the mic popping again? That's no good. Oh, well, whatever. On the say her name? Oh, not again. Say her name? People are still arguing about the say her name thing? Wait, didn't that happen like last time? Okay. Well, maybe I'll check it out at some point. Maybe I'll review it in the future. There's been some popping all stream. It hasn't been too bad, but it has come in intermittently. Oh, that's fucking weird. Why? It's when I move my arms? It pops when I move my arms? What? No, that can't be. The cord? Is that causing it? No, I don't think so. Oh, it could be the soundboard. Hold on, it could be this. I don't know. We'll figure that out in the future. Whatever, let's watch this shit. I'll figure it out. Let's watch this.
It's this really lovely, soft texture that is also packed with flavor because the puffy batter is able to absorb the salsa. So, but I'm just gonna do one of these for lunch. So I'll take that first one we fried. I'm gonna put it right in the salsa here.
Oh.
Okay. And the rest of these I'm gonna set aside, just let them sit right where they are until dinner time, so a couple hours. And we'll eat them for dinner.
Beautiful. Look at that. Now for the people who are just coming in now, what this is again, this is basically, you can imagine this kind of like almost like an omelet. It's very carefully whipped egg, and a pepper is rolled in flour and in the egg. And of course, the pepper itself is stuffed with a lot of cheese. So when you cut into this, there's a whole bunch of melted cheese on the inside. You get the flavor of the salsa, you get the chile itself, and you get the yummy egg. It is delicious. It's one of my favorite dishes in the entire world. Chile rellenos is a dish that every time I go to a New Mexican place, I get it every single time. It's absolutely incredible. It's so fucking good.
Like, you know, fast lunch places or snack places in Mexico, you know, Mexico City, for instance, you'll find that they've pre-fried all of their chiles in the morning, and they have them sort of sitting in a glass display case. And so when you order them, they drop them into the simmering salsa, and they finish them like that.
Incredible.
For dinner tonight, we'll have this with some salad, rice, and beans. But for now, I'm just gonna have it as is. Look at that.
Aww, puppy. Oh, let's see the cheese. Ooh, let's see the cheese. Oh, the cheese. Oh, look at it, so perfect. Oh my God, it's so perfect.
Can you imagine how good this would be inside a taco or a sandwich? All that oozy, melty cheese.
Oh, so good. So fucking good.
Love it. You want to have a few tortillas on the side when you're eating this?
Okay, hold on, guys. It's time for the comparison. All right, so there is Kenji's, okay? And now we're gonna take a look at Dave's, all right? There's Kenji's. You guys ready to see Dave's? Exhibit A, Exhibit B.
I will say this dish was really
There's Dave's. Let's just remember, there's Dave's and there's Kenji's. Dave, Kenji. Dave, Kenji.
All right, folks. Oh, I gotta go feed my dogs. They can't eat this, but I'm gonna go give them that leftover cheese.
Beautiful. God, that looks so goddamn good.
Can't stop. Can't stop. Here, Shabu, come on. Come here. Sit. Good girl. Come on.
Oh my god. Yay! Puppies get a little bit of cheese.
All right, guys, gals, non-binary pals. These are chile rellenos, and
Yeah! Base, trans-supportive, and trans-inclusive Kenji. Woo! Yeah!
I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Woo! God, I love Kenji. Kenji is so good. All right, but guess what, everybody? Now that we've seen the heavenly blessings of Kenji, oh, by the way, if you want this video or if you want to check out Kenji's channel, I'm gonna link it in the YouTube chat and in the website chat. So go ahead if you guys want to follow this recipe yourself to be able to make it. Kenji's show is unironically, it's designed to be able to teach you to be able to cook the things that he cooks. It's not like one of those fucking fake ass shitty shows. He actually teaches you how to make this stuff with a real level of skill and an attention of detail that you don't really see online very often. So go check out Kenji's channel. Obviously, he has 1.35 million subscribers, so he doesn't need any help from us. But in case you all want it for your own personal gratification, I watch a lot of Kenji's show. It's really fantastic. But it is unfortunately time for us to leave the Garden of Eden and to return to the punishment of hell, because we have to watch a Jack's cooking show. We need to subject the Voshites to the Jack's cooking show because they need to understand just how bad it really gets out there. All of you who've never heard of this, you are about to suffer horrific pain, okay? It's going to be bad, all right? It's going to be really, really bad. Ooh, should we do his shitty rotisserie turkey? Ooh, the beef cheeks. Oh, but we watched the beef cheeks one, but oh, we should subject them to the beef cheeks. Oh God, there's so many ones to, there's so many things we could watch. Oh, chicken giblet stew. Oh no, that sounds like a low blow. Do the one where he cooks for a soldier overseas. Oh no, oh no, I know which one we're doing now. Guys, we're doing tri-tip tacos with cilantro lime dressing, okay? We're gonna do maybe we'll do 2 or maybe even 3 Jack's cooking videos. But let me just tell you, this is not, I can already tell from the preview, this is gonna be a disaster, okay? So quick update for those who are new to this channel, okay? Jack's cooking show is an infamously bad cook, but he's not just an infamously bad cook, he's also a terrible person. Just trust me, when you're laughing at Jack, you do not need to feel bad at all, no matter how mean we get, because Jack is the biggest piece of shit that you've ever seen in your entire goddamn life. He's an absolute asshole. He's horrible to other people on YouTube. He's horrible to his family. He's often horrible to his family on video, and he's also a abysmal cook. This man has almost certainly poisoned multiple members of his family with various foodborne illnesses. He rose to viral fame because he made a bunch of videos where he cooked turkey, or he cooked chicken, and he would describe it as juicy. And when he would cut it open, it would be raw on the inside. And he would be like, it's perfect. This is cooked perfectly. And he would be telling you to the camera that it's cooked perfectly. And then he would eat it. And a lot of people at first thought that he was a troll, but they quickly realized he is not a troll. He is actually just very, very stupid and also incredibly arrogant. So without any further ado, now that you've been introduced to Jack, let's see him try to do tri-tip tacos with cilantro lime dressing. Let's fucking see.
All right, guys, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here, Cooking with Jack Show. If you've never watched, do me a favor, subscribe, because we have a lot of fun on this show. We do a bunch of different crazy recipes, a lot of easy recipes, a lot of lazy man recipes, a lot of product.
In the last Cooking Mama episode that I did, he cooked Korean sloppy joes that did not have a single Korean ingredient in it. He did Korean sloppy joes that had Chinese sauce, Japanese sauce, and American seasonings. No Korean ingredients, but for some reason he called them Korean sloppy joes, and they were so bad his wife wouldn't even eat them. Just so you know.
Reviews, a lot going on. We got new merchandise. Everything's just going awesome. All through the month of June, we've been doing, on Tuesdays and Fridays, we've been doing Julia Child recipes to celebrate her, and the show that they have on HBO Max, they've been reviewing her life. I grew up with Julia Child, so to me, I watched her with my mom as a child, so she kind of has a little spot in my heart.
Keita B. Fox says, is this the party cheese salad guy? This is indeed the infamous party cheese salad guy. I should be fair to the newcomers. One of Jack's most infamous recipes is a recipe called Aunt Myrna's party cheese salad, and it's an atrocity. It is a war crime. It's horrible. It is the ingredients are celery, green peppers, lime jello, whipped cream, pineapple, shredded pineapple, and what else? What am I forgetting? There's something else I'm forgetting. Oh, and cheese, and the cheese, shredded cheddar cheese. It is neither a salad, nor is it a party. It is a disaster. It looks disgusting, and every person that we've seen who has made it has basically said that it sucks. So, there you go. Let's continue.
Is one of the...
Oh yeah, he also calls Cool Whip the real whipped cream, even though Cool Whip is definitively not whipped cream. In fact, it even says on the box that it's a whipped vegetable oil treat. Oh, and the pimentos. I forgot the pimentos. He puts pimentos in there.
The founders of kind of like video cooking. She was one of the first to be on TV. So anyway, enough about that. Let's get started on this. We're doing tri-tip tacos. Okay, we're gonna get the meat ready first. I got a beef tri-tip that was already seasoned with rosemary and peppercorn. So I'm gonna add a few things to it. So it's been marinated already, but we're gonna add more to it before we put it on the cooker. We're also gonna set up our barbecue outside. It's gonna
Nickel Fist with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much for the support. Thank you so very much. That is incredibly generous. Thank you a ton.
Like we're gonna smoke, but we're basically just cooking indirect heat. Very similar. They're almost the same setup, all right? So let me get this seasoned, then we'll go outside and set up that, and we will show you what's going on and have fun cooking this all day. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of eyeballing this. This is the meat right here, all right? So we're going to just eyeball this. I'm going with Cosmo Q's. It's the prime steak. Remember, it looked like the ashes. So we're gonna just start pouring it into a bowl. So This is kind of how I work normally anyway.
Beezy with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so very much.
It looks like ash from a fire. It really does. There we go.
Yep, it definitely does look like ash.
Well, I gotta do both sides, so I better put a little more. There we go. All right. And then we're gonna do some cayenne pepper.
Exciting.
Just to give it a little bit of kick, not too much. And remember, we're doing all the meat with this, so want to make sure you have enough to take effect, but not too much to burn your guest's mouth. Okay, and then
yeah, guys, you wouldn't want to be too
interesting.
spicy.
I've never put monk fruit on my meat,
are we?
But we're gonna put powdered monk fruit. Splenda makes monk fruit now, so we're using the Splenda brand monk fruit in this bottle here. We're just gonna pour a little bit in there. Give it. You gotta realize monk fruit's about 100 times sweeter than sugar. So we're gonna swirl that around.
Oh, it's a sugar alternative.
Get that all mixed up. So we rubbed in all the seasoning on both sides. We added a little bit more dusting and a little bit more cayenne dust to it.
Okay.
It looks beautiful. It's not cooked yet. We're gonna go get our thermometer.
Oh,
stick
God! It looks like he buried it in a cat box. I looked away to see what the hell monk fruit sweetener was, and I looked back at this, and it looks like he fucking buried it in a cat box. Mr. Anderson, welcome! Oh my God, welcome as a new chunky imp. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Happy to have you as a chunky imp. Thank you so much. That makes me feel better after realizing that this steak has now been buried in a fucking kid's sandbox. Yeah, it got seasoned with grandma's ashes, exactly.
And watch it and cook it just like when
Austin Travis says, this can't possibly be real. It's going to get worse. Let me tell you, it is assuredly going to get worse. Jack is a notoriously arrogant and bad cook. Everything that he does always gets worse. He also will lie directly to the camera. If he burns something, he will just look directly in the camera and tell you that it is not burnt. The dude is incapable of admitting that he's wrong. It's insane.
Normally do. We're gonna cook to 165, then we're gonna take it off this, we're gonna wrap it, then we're gonna cook to 205, somewhere in that range, okay? So,
also,
anyway,
yeah, wait a minute. I wonder if using a artificial monk fruit based seasoner that isn't sugar how is that gonna interact? Won't that burn? Like, you can't just, like, if you try to caramelize an artificial sweetener, that doesn't melt or caramelize the same way sugar does. It'll burn very quickly. Oh. Uh-oh.
the scoop. Let's take this out to the grill and get it on there. Okay, good morning, everybody. I just want to be really clear about what I'm doing here. I'm not smoking the meat. I'm going to set it on a mat on this stone. And if you want one of these stones, I know Barbecue Dragon also has one of these stones. This is for like not direct heat. So the heat's going to come from here.
Danny, who is our resident super chef, Danny says, I use it to make crusts on things that are already cooked because it burns very quickly. Ah.
And then it's going to cook the meat. I want to slow cook the meat, so I'm doing indirect heat. That makes sense. But we're not smoking, but you can use this for smoking also. Okay, we got everything down there. The towel drenched in oil, the Master Build lump charcoal that I purchased. That was on sale for like $9 and change, a whole bag of it. That was cool. And let me go get
So this man is how to basic, but for real. Unfortunately, I think he might actually be more gross than how to basic because he actually makes people sick. There's an episode where he goes to a church cookout he goes to a church cookout chili contest, and he submits a chili to the church chili contest where lots of people are going to be eating his chili, and we watch him undercook the pork, like severely undercook the pork, and he feeds it to lots of other people. Like, Jack is a total piece of shit when it comes to food. He's very unsafe, and he also just insists that he's a good cook. Oh God, it's so bad.
Ready, and we'll bring it on out. Okay guys, let's show you everything. I got my thermometer right here. It's showing the meat's at like 44 right now. Got the thermometer in the meat. There's the meat. There's the dog, hoping something will fall on the ground. And there's the towel with the oil. We're gonna light that now and just kind of see how it does. All right guys, as you can see, I just lit the corner of that towel. So we're gonna see if it catches fire or it starts to burn.
Oh, well, we're gonna find out, I guess.
And for all I know, this should work. If this doesn't work, I'll put some starters, some fire starters underneath. All right, so I lit a few places on the towel. It's looking a lot better. It's smelling good. Hopefully it'll start catching that wood on fire. We'll see what happens. But for right now, it's just burning the towel. Well, it is working. Interesting. Now let's see if this catches. I mean, that one's obviously caught on fire, but I got to get all the rest going. Let's see
exciting, thrilling footage here.
Smoking pretty good. I'm gonna let it, keep it contained. I don't want the wind blowing out my fire, or if rain starts coming down, because it's looking pretty dismal right now. But anyway, everything's going good. It's still burning. Let's just let it keep going. And we'll keep an eye on it. Our meat is at 46.
Oh my God.
Looking at 165.
Whenever he fucks things up so often because he just does things by the seat of his pants.
Bag of Master Build, the lump charcoal. That's some serious stuff. It's putting out a lot of heat. It's been burning hot the whole cook. The one batch I put in there, I haven't had to add to it. I haven't had to move it around. It's raging. So that lump charcoal is just raging. I should think about getting a smoker with the offset, I'll just do lump charcoal. That might be the way to go. And I mean, I love my pellet smokers, don't get me wrong. But this lump charcoal, man, by is it Master Build or Master Built? I think it's Master Build. Anyway, it's the real deal, guys. I just want you to know it's doing the whole cook. I haven't had to do anything to it. I'm gonna crisp up some bacon bits. I'm gonna crisp them up in a frying pan and use them in our dressing. Right now it's time for the cilantro lime dressing. Are you guys ready? So we've got garlic, jalapenos, lime, sour cream, cilantro, and green onions. And we're crisping up some bacon because the only thing the recipe didn't ask for was the jalapenos and the bacon, but I'm throwing those in anyway.
So we got pickled jalapenos. We have, you can tell by the coloration on these that these are those pre-done garlics, like the ones where the full clove is stored in like oil or whatever. You can tell by the coloration on them, because if they're the pre-shaved ones that are in the jar, they will discolor slightly. So, pickled jalapenos, no fresh jalapenos, no fresh garlic. Thank God he has fresh cilantro, and thank God he has fresh limes.
So I'm crisping up the bacon. So let's get everything ready to blend.
Oh yeah, that looks fucking amazing, dude. That doesn't look putrid. What is this supposed to be again?
You guys ready to take a peek at this meat?
Oh, here we go.
Let's take a peek.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's check it out. Let's fucking check out the meat, everybody.
And look, after we wrapped it, I just wrapped it and threw it back on. Let's take a look here.
$20 says it's a fucking lump of coal.
Just came off.
Holy shit! It's even worse than I expected! It's a brick!
See that?
It looks like
look
cancer!
At all that juice.
That's...
See the meat? Put that down a little bit. Yep, gorgeous. Look at that. That's amazing.
Don't do it, Anakin! I have the high ground! Ah!
Okay, guys, the meat came out phenomenal. The seasoning, the sweet.
So fucking dry! Look at this meat. This is a tri-tip steak. Look at how dry it is. Unironically, you can see how dry it is. It's fucking flaking apart.
The heat, the saltiness, it's all good with that prime steak seasoning from Cosmo Q. Way to go. So I'm just gonna throw a few pieces of beef in here. Can we cut this up? Thank you, sweetheart. Throw some meat in there. There we go. Take a little bit of cilantro, a little bit of onions, a little bit of cheese. And if this is good, I'm making her one too. She's gonna love this. I hope this dressing, cilantro lime dressing. Put that right on top, a little bit more.
This is supposed to be a taco,
and
by the way.
Give this a try. This is well worth it. We've been filming all day out on the grill. I got dirt all over me from the puppy. I got sauce all over me. What a mess. Good thing I didn't wear one of my show shirts. Okay, so we got this to try, so let's give this a try right now.
Dirt? You have dirt all over you from the puppy and you're preparing food? You literally just wiped your hand through the dirt from the puppy and now you're gonna roll a taco for somebody?
And see how it is. Give that a taste here.
Ah.
Cilantro lime sauce.
Why did he cut away? Did he spit out his food? Did he fucking spit it out and that's why he cut away? Why was there a cut there?
This is a home run. That came out really good. The meat came out good. Everything's delicious.
Dude, that meat did not come out good. You can literally see how dry it is. It's so fucking dry.
All right, guys, it's dinner time. I love you. I'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye. Oh, recipe will be down below.
He didn't show himself swallowing. He spit. He spit. Jack spit. All right, we got to do one more, Jack. We're going to do one more, Jack. Hold on. I want to show you guys how bad he does with chicken. I want to show you just how bad this motherfucker does with goddamn chicken. Oh, the roast chicken. Oh, the Julia Child's roast chicken. Oh, no. He's got so many now. He has so many videos that he's done. You could look, even in the thumbnail of this rib video over here, if you look over where my mouse is, you can actually see he fucked up the ribs just from the thumbnail. Those ribs are the driest motherfucking ribs that the world has ever seen. I didn't know you did hate watching segments of your streams. Well, sometimes we do. We do have a couple of channels that we go and watch. It's mostly for Cooking Mama. We hate on bad cooks. Usually we try not to be too big haters, but there's a couple of people we do. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no, this looks putrid. Okay, let's do this one.
Okay, guys, we are at a place called, I don't know if you can see the sign way back there.
Oh, this isn't him. This is him tasting other people's, right? Or...
We're gonna...
Okay, this is somebody else's. Okay, I don't want to see him eating other people's cooking. Thanksgiving turkey with keto stuffing? Oof. How to cut up a chicken back to basics? Oh, these pizza rolls look terrible. What is this? What are these keto pizza rolls? Oh, dude, what? Church meat? My mom's favorite buttery balsamic wings. All right, let's do the buttery balsamic wings. I've never seen this one, so let's find out. Let's see what the buttery balsamic wings.
Hey guys, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here. The show's blowing up. We're about ready to enter fall. I'm so tired of summer. I'm ready to get it on. So we're gonna be doing something really interesting. It's called buttery balsamic wings.
Wait, you want me to do the, wait, somebody's saying that I should do the one about the chicken prep. Why should I do the one about the chicken prep? Do you know that it's good or something? Yes, I've seen the chili competition with the rotten brisket. The rotten brisket is really, really bad. The poison brisket is fucking terrible, but we've watched that one before. I guess, you know what? It's been a long time. Let's do that one. We'll just do it. We'll do the church we'll do the church one. We can rewatch it. It's special that we got a bunch of Vosh people here tonight. Let's let them. Oh my God. What is this? What happened to that turkey? Look at the thumbnail of that turkey. What happened? It looks like a fucking fungal disaster. I know I am going a little late. Where is it? Come on. Oh, we watched this one and this one was hilarious. But where's the one with the, what's it called? Hold on, let's see. Jack's cooking show, church chili. The church chili, this is the one. Yep, the most disgusting cooking video ever made. Look at this. There is a person reacting to this one that has 1 million views. Okay, we're doing it. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Pretty sure this is the one, right?
Hey guys, okay, today is my church event
this is the
called
one.
the Chili Bowl. And what they do is they do flag football 7-on-7 teams, and they do a chili cook-off. So I've entered for the first time. I'm gonna try and win the chili competition. I don't know, there may be 3 people that show up. There may be 100 people show up. I have no idea. All I know is that I've kind of altered some chilies and things I've liked in chilies I've done from the past, so I've got it right here.
Thank you, White Rider.
I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm making. This will air after the competition. I'm probably never entering the competition again, so I don't care if people know my recipe. But I don't want them to know the recipe before the event happens. Okay, so it's all awesome ingredients. We've got salt and pepper for taste, 2 cans of pinto beans. This is some of the magic. This is chipotles in adobo sauce. This is where the heat for my chili is coming from right here. And that's it. I'm not putting any chili powder in or anything.
The insane heat from a chipotle.
It's gonna be the smoky goodness of this. And then if I need chili powder, I'll put it in. But as far as I know, this is the recipe. Final recipe will be down below. And then I got a can of corn, tomato paste, IPA beer, Lagunitas. This beer is an IPA. This is what I use on my sausage sliders, remember? And it foamed up, got all caramely tasting. This is an amazing beer to cook with, okay? Then you got diced tomatoes, you got 3 things of black beans, garlic, 2 jars of your salsa, whatever salsa you like. We're gonna dice up an onion. I've got sweet Italian sausage. And then let's clear this off because this is what's going to win it for me, I think, is this beautiful smoked brisket. I cooked it for 12 hours. This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket and it was amazing. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this.
I don't even know. Was I lying? First of all, it's very clearly gone off. He says explicitly that this is a leftover smoked brisket. We do not know how old it is, but it's incredibly clear just by the texture of the meat that this is beginning to go bad, that it is beginning to rot. But on top of that, look at the fucking exterior of this. It is burnt to a literal rock. It has completely carbonized. Not only is it putrid on the outside, but it's actually unironically rotting on the inside. And he's about to serve this to his entire fucking church.
Is that a work of art? Can you see that? Look at that outer
you can literally see it's actually become carbon.
Crust.
And he thinks this is beautiful. He thinks this is good. I'm not kidding you. He thinks that when you have burnt something to the point that it is a literal rock, that is a good thing. J-Dog with the NOK 59. Thank you very much, J-Dog. That meat can only be identified by its dental records. Fucking true. Holy fucking shit, true.
It's just gorgeous. So we're gonna cube this up and reheat all this, and this cooked for 12 hours. This is the meat. We're not using ground beef. Blech. Nobody uses ground beef anymore if you want to win a contest. So we're gonna dice up this brisket. Down below is the seasoning I used on this brisket.
Why is it sparkling? It's sparkling because it has carbonized. When you cook meat, when you overcook something for long enough, it becomes coals. And coal is shiny because carbon is shiny. It has literally been burnt down to its like base elements. If you take sometime just as an experiment, take like a piece of like a meat that you don't care about and just put it in a fire for a really long time. It will burn down into fucking carbon. That's all that will remain is just shiny black rocks. It's absurd.
And then smoked it on my Traeger for 12 hours. So you know everything I used, but the key ingredient on this, I'm gonna tell you right now, I use ground Swedish coffee, and I think it was brown sugar and chili powder and onion and garlic. So, but it's the exact description is down below. All right, probably the hardest thing we're gonna do is just cook our sausage. That's all we gotta cook. Everything else is already made, so let's get that in the pan right now.
It is not good for you, by the way.
Nothing like a sizzle. I love it.
Killjoy says it's literally the carbon that is in the food becoming graphite as the structures combine into a more solid structure. So you might as well be eating pencil lead. Yup.
Okay, this is when it gets interesting. This is when we put everything together. I love the meat. The meat's important.
It looks horrible, dude.
That's the key. So we'll put that much in for now.
The meat looks terrible.
That's the brisket. Same with the sausage. I can't put all the sausage I want in. Most of it I can. That's about it. All right, maybe a little more. There we go. That's about it. Gonna drop my onion.
Also, one thing that you will notice is that he never washes his hands in any video. In the last video, he literally said that he had dirt all over him from the dog. We audibly hear him wiping his hands through the dirt from the dog, and then he proceeds to take his hands and roll the taco with the hands that came from the dog's feet. He's terrible about this. One of the things that Jack loves to do is put his hands in the food all the time. There's a video where he's making food for guests and he openly exclaims that he is not going to be eating any of it because he's on a keto diet. It's just for his guests. And the entire time, without washing his hands, he's cross-contaminating. He's mushing his fingers in the food. Is he a Nurgle cultist? He may as well be a Nurgle cultist.
Beans in there. Put my beans. There we go. Here's the corn. Tomatoes. The garlic. Pink.
Canned garlic. Fucking pre-chopped, pre-minced garlic, canned beans, canned tomatoes, canned black beans, and canned corn. Everything is canned, and as you can see, as he's pouring it in, he didn't do a very good job straining it. So it's really not fair for him to even claim that this is his fucking chili, because everything is already pre-made.
See if we can shake out the paste. Come on. Come on. Too lazy to get a spoon. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Amazing, dude.
Oh, it's getting full. It's getting full. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour the beer in. Yes, it will cook off the alcohol. I'm going to be cooking a long time on this. There we go. Beautiful. Look at it reacting and bubbling. And then, the reason I'm going to take first place is because of this magic right here. Chipotle's and adobo sauce.
Canned chipotles are his secret ingredient. Fucking 99-cent canned chipotles.
Okay, so I chopped up all the chipotle peppers and the adobo sauce. It's all mixed in here now. I just took a quick little taste to make sure it's perfect. It's a perfect balance of everything. Okay, so So this is the competition over here. All the teams are getting ready for 7-on-7 football. Station camps here, and beach football's here, and Cane Ridge is here. So it's going to be interesting. And the young adults from church are here who think they're going to have a chance. All right, so let me show you what the table looks like, guys. All right, there's all your spoons and all your cups. And I'm not going to tell you which one is mine. I won't tell you which one is mine.
He's literally the first chili that everyone is gonna taste. Oh God, everyone's gonna go down the line and they're gonna taste his first. Oh Jesus, with the rotten fucking brisket, with the fucking disgusting overcooked burnt to shit and leftover brisket that has clearly begun to rot. Oh.
Not at all.
2 hours is nothing? Yeah, he fucking boiled it in a slow cooker for 2 hours. That's it. That's the cooking that you got on his rotten ass meat.
I can't tell you which one it is. And here's the other one. There's number 2, number 3, number 7. Hey, what happened to 4 and 5 and 6? Oh, here's 5. Okay, we're kind of out of order here. 12.
It makes me nervous. Don't do that.
14, 10, 15. It goes all the way down. There you go. You got all these going. Now, who's doing the judging? Who do we know?
Everybody.
Everybody's judging?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Every child, adult, teenager, they come through and they sample, and then they write the number they want. They give it to Mr. Mark, and he calculates.
And nobody's gonna try and rig this, huh?
Not on.
Thoysome, thank you very, very much for the tier 2 sub. Incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much for supporting my show. Seriously.
My watch.
Okay, guys, so here's the deal. I'm at the chili competition, and I can tell you right now I'm not going to win. Let me tell you why. Number 1, I don't cheat. But number 2, they're letting everybody here vote which one they think is the best, and I don't think that's good. I think you should have neutral designated judges. So I'm going to go on record saying that I'm probably not going to win today, because I'm not going to tell Jack and his friends to vote for me. I'm not going to do that. So everybody's going to go over and vote for the best chili possible. All right, but it's all in fun. There's no prize, there's no nothing. And this is the only time I'm doing this competition, because I've already shown the recipe, so it's all okay. So here's beach. They put them against, they literally put beach players against, oh, Chaz almost caught that. It's all good. It's all good. So we'll see where it goes. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So basically they're playing the field.
People said, I bet people at his church absolutely love interacting with him. Wouldn't it be interesting if there was an entire treasure trove of Jack Scalfani life blogs in which him and his family fucking feud on a podcast for internet content? The unfortunate truth of reality is that Jack Scalfani makes his problems everybody else's problems and also records them on the internet for money. He also recorded himself having an argument about gay marriage with his cousin or with his brother, and he got absolutely clapped. It was literally just like, I'm gonna argue with my brother about fucking gay marriage and shit.
This way, we have 3 fields, 1, 2, and 3.
We need to review it.
Going on.
Actually, we did review it. It's on the channel somewhere. I don't remember which VOD it's in though.
Here. And here we go. And it was missed. Didn't get it. They literally put Jack's team against the hardest, the biggest kids, and the biggest adults, or whatever they are. So. Okay, so there were some nice people. Great chilies. I didn't win first, second, or third place, and I'm just a regular guy still. See? It's all good. Somebody else won. Congratulations to the winners of the Chili Bowl. Congratulations to Beach High School, my son's team. All the guys from Beach High School won in the Chili Bowl. They won the football award and all that. And they were the best team. And I think that's it. All right, guys. I will talk to you later. I hope you enjoy this recipe. If you make it, let me know how it is, all right? Take care. Bye.
Definitely not bothered. Definitely wasn't salty. Definitely didn't try to imply that the church chili bowl was fucking rigged when he served rotten garbage to his church. I love this. Jack has such a fucking massive ego. He keeps boasting about his chili full of rotten meat and canned chipotle peppers will wipe the floor with everyone. Then when he finds out it's a fair voting system amongst everyone at the football game, he insinuates that he'll only lose because of some premeditated circumstances. I'm sorry, but a smart person knows when their creation is inferior. Oh my God. Let's forget about the old rotten meat. He put tomato paste, tomatoes, and salsa in this chili. It's way too much tomato. And then he dumped an entire thing of chili peppers into the mix without even cutting them up. I'm sure people really enjoyed that. Oh my God, it's so fucking great. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. Here's another great comment. Listen to this shit. Listen to this. My God, this man really has the nerve to serve rotten brisket to a church event and then complain that the voting system isn't fair because everybody was allowed to vote. Jack, how is that not fair? Holy hell, the ego on this guy. I'm sure you made that lady really uncomfortable when you were asking if the competition was going to be rigged. He got 17th place. There wasn't even 17, but giving him last place was an insult to the other chilies. Of course, I doubt you'd win with garlic from a jar. You bought fresh onion, buy fresh garlic. It's ironic that you're worried about cheating in a random church competition. It says a lot about you. Jack is such a good person, even his meat is going green. Fucking incredible. Oh my God, absolutely amazing. Just amazing. The comments are so goddamn good. I love how Jack just casually poisons an entire community of people. Bro, the brisket was spoiled. Ground beef, blah, and he wants to think it's collusion that they don't let him win. Canned ingredients in a year-old freezer-burned brisket and you didn't win? I'm shocked. He's getting just absolutely bodied. They're beating his ass in the fucking comments, everybody. Just absolutely beating his ass. Oh my God. All right, everybody. We've been going for 7.5 hours. That's much longer than I intended to originally stream, but I was having a great time with all of you. I have to go rest now. My head is killing me, and I have a charity stream to do tomorrow. So don't forget, tomorrow at about 2:00 p.m. and going until we run out of energy or meet our goal, we are going to be doing a charity stream over on President Sunday's channel. So keep an eye out on the Discord for the announcement. Keep an eye out on Twitter for the announcement. We're gonna try and raise some money for a trans woman in our community who could use some support moving out of a bad location. And I think we're gonna succeed. Let me see. I read donos a couple times, but let me just make sure that there wasn't any that I missed before I go. Also, if you are here, press like on the stream and please don't forget to subscribe. I would love to have you join me in the imps. We have a lot of fun, a lot of fun. Oh, there was a few that I missed. Hold on, I missed Stoops with the $7.77. Thank you very, very much. Mind Unveiled is indeed a great channel that I'm shocked that you only found out last time. This video by them has been a favorite of mine since I first saw it. We'll check that one out next time. I'll put that on my list. This is the history of Pompeii. We have to check that one out. I will put that on the watch later list. Thank you very, 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 very much, Stoops. Skunksy added a verse to the beat. And of course, then I shouted out Nickel Leftist, BZ, and Thoysome. All of you, thank you so much for supporting me. We will, of course, by the way, we will, of course, be live tomorrow. Again, it's going to all be on President Sunday's channel. Me, Conyer, Riverboat, Jack, Chariot, Merrick, DeVille. It's going to be an awesome time. We're going to be playing some games for a good cause, so I hope you'll come check it out. I just want to thank you all for supporting me. Today was a fucking fantastic stream, and I hope you all had a great time. And remember, of course, as always, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Much love. Bye for tonight.